Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rishiko. I am starting a bit earlier than we initially anticipated for our coverage of this severe weather event down in the deep south, as there is a moderate risk in place for that area. Let me actually, I believe I still have a stream up. Let me turn that off. Do I? I do not. I just have it echoing. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Okay, so we currently have a particularly dangerous situation as a tornado has just recently dropped down to the southwest of Arlington, Georgia. It is currently moving east at 35 miles per hour. Unfortunately, I will not be able to maintain commentary for the entire time here, as I am unfortunately still on the clock for my job. But I will be keeping the stream up so you can watch where this is going and be informed as to what's going to be happening. I don't know how long this tornado warning is going to remain in place. However, we are live as this is a particularly dangerous situation. Um, I will be leaving the stream up. Just don't expect there to be any commentary from me, at least, for a little while here. So, once again, thank you very much for tuning in if you indeed are here. And if you are here, be sure to spread the word around. Let everybody know that we are live. So, like I said, I will be around. I just won't be talking 24/7, as I do still have about another hour left on the clock for my work. So, thank you very much for joining us. We will be here, but just keep in mind, commentary might be a little bit slow. Thank you very much for watching. We'll keep you posted.
All right, Rishi is at work. This is Alfaria with Advective Weather. I am on my phone because myself, I am in the slight risk for today. So let's just not sure exactly where everything is. So let's, to the best of my ability, we'll try and get this done. So we have a very significant couplet near Arlington, Georgia, just to the north of Damascus. That has not been, and that's heading roughly due east towards Baconton and Newton, Georgia. And that's something to keep an eye on. That is the main reason why Advective Weather is going live. And of course, the derecho threat that is expected to, that is already developing right now in the Texarkana region, that is expected to continue to grow. But the main reason right now is that we're looking at a very intense couplet in what's likely to be a very strong tornado down just to the south of Arlington, Georgia. And so that's something that we are keeping a close eye on. The threat for potential strong to for the potential for strong tornadoes is in this small corridor in southeastern Alabama and southwestern Georgia, and that's exactly where this is. And there is another tornado warning to the north. It does seem like the couplet is weakening, but that is heading towards Albany, Georgia. And so that's something to keep an eye on. In terms of other cells, there's multiple cells to the east and to the west of this that are beginning to develop, but the main concern is, of course, that cell near Arlington, Georgia, heading nearly due east right now. And while we are here, I do want to mention about something that I'm noticing to be at least somewhat concerning regarding a flooding threat. And that is something that may be of concern, and that is there is something I'm noticing about a lot of these cells currently training to the east constantly. I think that's right now the main area I'm seeing that happen right now is where I live near Athens, but they are in the I am in the slight risk for today. So the main concern is that there is, of course, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, there's the one near Shreveport, to the north of Shreveport. That is a storm that people are keeping an eye on. And then in Mississippi and Arkansas, in that radar dead zone in southeastern Arkansas, what looks like to be multiple couplets seemingly right there, but of course it's hard to tell due to the radar dead zone. And then on the Alabama-Mississippi border, again, severe thunderstorm warning there. And then just to the north of Birmingham, there is another severe thunderstorm warning for strong winds. And then, of course, there is actually a severe thunderstorm warning in that includes Hogansville, Grentsville, Sononia, and heading towards the, what I would assume be, yes, this is just outside of Peachtree City, for North Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. So, but the main threat right now is, of course, what we are expecting, what we are keeping a close eye on right now in Georgia, next to Arlington, passing just to the south. Does seem like the couplet has weakened a little bit, at least to my knowledge. Which is good news, thankfully, but it is something to keep an eye on right now. And if you hear thunder or just loud raining, just keep in mind there are thunderstorms where I am at right now. So
I do want to thank you very much for popping on Alfaria while I was away. I do still have a little bit of time left to put into my actual position. However, I'm going to be popping in here every now and again, at least until the top of the hour, to let you know what is going on in my head according to this. But Alfaria is absolutely right. This is not the only threat for the day. This is going to be an all-day event. Unfortunately, there's a lot of threats. There's flooding threats all over the place. these supercells can produce major hail, strong tornadoes as we're currently seeing. The situation really is going to be volatile pretty much the entire day. So we're going to see just how many of these things we can catch in the act as they go along. In fact, the PDS has been extended to the east. So the new PDS tornado warning is for southwestern Doherty County, northwestern Baker County, southeastern Calhoun County, and east central Early County, all in southwestern Georgia. Still a particularly dangerous situation. This tornado is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Again, this is still a particularly dangerous situation, and you should treat it as such.
But yeah, the main thing, at least where areas to the north, because I know some people in the Atlanta area are, that I've talked to or seem to be concerned about this. The biggest threat for, I'd say, north of Macon is going to be that wind threat that's there, and also flooding. I'm already noticing that there is right now where I live, that there is just a train of cells back building, going just to the south of Athens, that are all pretty much moving nearly due east. So
Yes, in fact, there is a mesoscale discussion for the area arcing kind of from the west of Atlanta down, including Macon. They're saying there is a chance for a watch issuance out there. Um, they're mentioning some splitting supercells that have been going on. So good amount of CAPE still there. They might issue another tornado watch out there in the future. However, it's uncertain at this time whether or not that's going to be required. So just bear that in mind. This also will include the entirety of the Atlanta metro as well as Sandy Springs. If it ends up getting issued, I don't know if it'll reach all the way to Athens, but it might get pretty close. So just bear that in mind if you are in that area.
yeah, and the thing that I'm mainly concerned about here is that the flooding threat, at least in northeast Georgia, is definitely the primary concern that I would say people should probably be looking at. So of course, the rainfall right now outside the door right now is it's heavy-ish. It's moderate right now. But of course, there's that trail of small pop-up showers to the back of it. That's really what people I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So just think here. So I'm definitely surprised that just how much activity has been here already. We've had at least 2 tornadoes already touch down, one of which looked to be rather significant with a low precipitation supercell a few hours ago. Um,
Abbeville, I believe.
I do believe it was Advil, yes, and it continued in it. I believe it either just barely missed or just barely entered Fort Gaines before lifting, which is, you know, which was rather surprising. We didn't think it would get this active this quickly, but Mother Nature had other plans, so here we are.
Rain is definitely getting heavier in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, I bet it is, honestly. Let's see. Still no updates to those tornado warnings there. Still maintaining a particularly dangerous situation, which is to be expected given the radar presentations of these storms. Overall, this has been quite a supercell, really. I've been watching it like on and off since it passed kind of north of Dothan, and you can see it had a hook already there as it passed by Headland and Newville. It just didn't really look too impressive, but we started getting the separation here as it passed south of Haleburg on reflectivity, which is generally not a good thing that you want to see. That can mean that there might be something going on just in a low precipitation area. So it's kind of hard to see what's going on radar. But as it passed by Blakely, the hook reconnected and the cell just absolutely took off once it got past Blakely. It went from having barely any tornado debris signature to having one that was approximately 1.5 to 2 miles wide in just a single frame of radar. So this thing definitely was intense. It does look like it's weakening significantly now, which is good. However, it still should be treated as if it's on the ground because tornadoes are fickle. They can weaken, they can come back. You never know what they're going to do. So if you are anywhere in these polygons, you should be seeking shelter and staying in shelter now. This is not a time to wait. This is a time to act.
Yeah, and I have my camera on of just the backyard going looking to the north of just the rain that's coming down right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is coming down. Fortunately, I don't think I have my streaming configured to show screen yet. So, fortunately, I don't think I'll be able to show that camera feed. But definitely, the rain is coming down pretty hard for you near Athens. So, overall, things are progressing kind of as expected, perhaps a little bit overperforming. However, at this point, it's still too early to tell whether or not things are going to continue to deteriorate or if the activity level at least is going to stay here. Um, but looking to the west of where these tornado warnings are, you can see a whole bunch of little showers popping up. I have a feeling that in a few hours, this area is going to really light up, especially as activity comes in from the west northwest from Mississippi and even as far back as Texas. So we're going to have to watch things extremely closely. In fact, there is a new business discussion out for central Mississippi, which does state that there is a significant severe wind event developing. So they are saying a derecho may produce hurricane force wind gusts across the region if the BOECO can maintain intensity and continue to grow upscale. A particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch will be issued soon. So there you go.
That is to be expected, I would believe.
Yep. And for those curious, I know we're focusing on the PDS tornado here. Although I do think it's important to show what's going on out west as well, because this is going to be what we're going to be watching very closely as things progress. So this here is a supercell that has been growing upscale and developing into a BOECO. It's still not very well defined as a BOECO yet, but it is in fact it's getting there very quickly. And once kind of it passes, I'm pretty sure probably the midsection of Louisiana's boot here, that's when it'll really start becoming that BOECO, and it will race off to the east. And that's what's going to create that potential derecho. So I fully expect that the severe thunderstorm watch, once issued, will either be a borderline PDS or a bona fide PDS. Which way they go, we'll have to see. They have stated that they're going to probably issue a PDS one, but we're going to have to wait and see until that actually happens to call it for sure.
Yeah, I have seems like rain and thunder has began to calm down a bit, so I will begin getting on my computer now.
Sounds good, Alfaria.
I should have I think the power ship that I have has a surge protector, but yeah.
So, when just addressing the chat as a whole, if you have any comments, questions, concerns regarding this system, this event, these storms, anything of the sort, feel free to ask them in the chat. We are here to inform you, after all. We're not here to entertain ourselves, clearly. So, if you want to ask us anything about this system, let us know. We are here for you. See, yeah, that couplet definitely looks a lot weaker now, thankfully. It does look like it is trying to occlude, although it may also be trying to do something funky. Can't really tell what at this point, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what goes on as it passes to the, hopefully to the south of Leary, as it crosses by Route 37 and 62. Let's see here.
I am
Anything else
on
been developing?
computer now.
You're on your computer. Excellent. So let's see.
Yeah, there
So
is a new severe thunderstorm warning for just to the southeast of Atlanta, including the Donna and Locust Grove.
indeed there is. It doesn't look too impressive on radar. It looks like just a line, but it definitely has the potential to produce those 60-mile-an-hour winds as it progresses off to the east. There's also the severe thunderstorm warning to the southwest of Atlanta, which is also 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. So overall, things are happening up toward you. I'm not too terribly concerned just yet for your area specifically, Alpha area, but obviously
I
trends will need
wouldn't
to be
either,
monitored. Yeah,
but again, it's mostly going to be a wind threat where I am.
agreed. Let's see here. I am noticing that there's another supercell that so earlier there were three main supercells that we were watching here in southwestern Georgia. The one that's currently particularly dangerous situation warned. There was another
Yeah, they
that
just issued the PDS severe thunderstorm watch.
they just issued it as a PDS. Yes, they did.
Yep.
I see that on my screen as well. So I will read off the text in just a moment. Oops, sorry, I got something in my eye. And once we have the probabilities, we'll get those for you as well. I'm very curious to see what they
I
say about
will
the
get
tornado
those
ones.
right now.
Let us see here. Widespread damaging winds and scattered significant gusts to 90 miles per hour likely. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter likely, and a few tornadoes are likely. The summary states as follows: a supercell cluster is evolving to a bow echo along the Louisiana-Arkansas border, and this cluster will likely persist across the remainder of northern Louisiana into central Mississippi through the afternoon. A derecho producing event is probable, with intense damaging wind swaths of up to 90 miles per hour. Excuse me. Embedded supercells will pose a threat for 1.5 to 3 inch diameter hail, and embedded circulations will also be capable of producing tornadoes. So there you have it. PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch for a potential derecho event
And
has
in
been.
terms of probs, because I have already probabilities up
Go for
here.
them.
Probability of 2 or more tornadoes, that is 60%. Probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes at EF2 plus, that's 20%. And then for both wind categories, so for 10 or more severe wind events, and then 1 or more wind events in excess of 65 knots, those are both 90%. Both of the hail probabilities are at 60, and the probability of 6 or more combined severe wind and hail events is greater than 95%.
That all those numbers do not surprise me in the slightest. So let me head back over to our tornado warning. Let me see how that's doing. The hook is redeveloping, unfortunately. Let's see. As of 2 minutes ago, the status of the warning has downgraded to just a standard issue or standard issue. Confirmed tornado warning. This is radar confirmed as still being on the ground. However, it is no longer PDS. That is not to say that it is still or that is no longer a dangerous situation. It absolutely is. So it is, as of 2 minutes ago, located near Leary or 10 miles south of Morgan, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So a tornado is still on the ground with this. It's kind of hard to tell exactly where on radar, but you can see that hook echo clearly just to the south of Leary. So if I were to make a guess, it would be pretty much due south of Leary at this point, probably by a distance of around 8 miles, 7 miles ish. So make sure that you are still in shelter there. There's also another supercell here that I'm growing increasingly worried with, just to the west northwest of Albany. It's got a decent couplet, not warned yet. We're gonna have to see if that gets warned though.
Hmm. Seems like that there's
there seems like that there's trying to be potential rotation near McDonough, but I'm.
Allow me to have a look here. We do have a terminal Doppler radar there, so we might be able to get a clearer picture using that. But let's use the Atlanta radar first. Get it a grasp on what exactly is going on there. I see what you're talking about right there, kind of along I-75 there.
Yeah.
Let me have a
Nothing to
look.
really write home about right now, but
No,
something to keep in mind.
yeah, I definitely keep that on the back burner as well. Two areas of rotation, one of them a lot stronger, that's to the south of McDonough, and another one much weaker, but potentially still there to the northeast of McDonough. Um, but then again, I'd be more concerned about the one to the south along I-75 in the near term at least. So definitely keep an eye on that. The severe thunderstorm warning does not indicate a tornado is possible, but this could very well spin one up. We'll just have to wait and see on that.
I do want to say that supercell structure today looks pretty much identical to what Hodos were saying earlier this morning.
I'd have to agree with that. They've been pretty much spot on so far, which pretty much verifies every forecast that's been given thus far. We'll have to see exactly how far or how long these supercells keep going for until the probable derecho comes in and just wipes all the energy off the floor. And of course, the Albany supercell is moving into where it's range folded, so we can't even see what's going on anymore. Love it when that happens. So basically, what we're going to see over the course of the day here is this cluster here that's kind of north of Shreveport. This here is going to be basically the axis of where storms are going to stop. Anywhere that is kind of to the north and west of the supercell cluster is going to be in the clear. Pretty much anywhere to the east and to the southeast, especially, these areas are going to be in the danger zone until this moves through. So this is expected to make it all the way to the opposite coastline, or at least to the Gulf Coast, within the next about 12 hours. So at the absolute earliest, probably closer to 16 to 18 hours. So we're going to have a really long day ahead of us, really, in terms of this derecho potentially coming. But until that actually happens, anywhere in the deep south, you are under the gun for this event. So even if you've already had some severe weather, do not say or think that you are in the clear, as you will definitely have another round come through until the derecho comes through.
I will say that it does seem like that today's, in terms of the type of derecho, it seems like a textbook progressive derecho. Because, and this is just me comparing it to June 20 or the late June 2012 derecho that happened in Indiana, Ohio, the Appalachian Mountains in the Mid-Atlantic. You had a stalled frontal boundary. You had hot, humid temperatures, because I can tell you right now it feels very humid outside. To the south, and all it takes is one cell with a ton of cape, and that's how you get those progressive derechos started. What it seems like to me, though, is that there is a bit more wind shear here than there was from 2012, whatever that was up further north. But it's just something to kind of point out, because wind shear is more prevalent with serial derechos, and here, well, we're looking at what could be the beginning of a progressive one. And I really only talk about the progressive thing because it's not along a cold front. There's the stalled frontal boundary is east to west over southern Arkansas through South Carolina.
Yeah, which effectively makes it, you can either think of it as like an occluded front or a warm front almost, but it really is, it seems extremely diffuse. So I mean, they're the
Yeah,
front. I mean,
you can look at the
the boundary's
surface
there.
analysis that I sent.
I mean, yeah, the boundary's there. It's just it's extremely diffuse, extremely hard to really say exactly where it is. Like, yes, you can pinpoint on a map, but when it comes to seeing it on radar, the only way you're going to tell is by looking at where storms stop firing and stop forming. But for right now, it looks to be pretty much roundabout here is our front, or at least our boundary. And this is where all the activity is going to follow as this continues sagging to the south and southeast. So this thing is going to continue to progress off to the east-southeast until it hits water, at which point it should start to fizzle out.
Yeah, it's looking at the definition of a progressive derecho, which is where winds are parallel to the to a stalled frontal boundary. That's exactly what you're having right here. Wind vectors seem to be pretty much aligned with the stalled frontal boundary.
Which would make sense in that regard. Let's see. So coming back to our now only tornado warning, thankfully, the hook is still prevalent. The couplet is still kind of intense, but it's nowhere near like it was a little while ago. I don't think this is on the ground anymore, or if it is, it's probably on its weakening trend as it's passing by Route 37 here. Although, that being said, this is heading in the directions of Putney, Albany to the north, and Baconton to the due east. So, excuse me, if you are in any of those towns, you need to be watching this very closely, as some of you might be put under a tornado warning here in short order. I don't know if it's going to be for a radar confirmed tornado or radar indicated, but it wouldn't surprise me at this point. Let's see here. Let's check back up on McDonough real quick. Maybe a little bit of a spin going on there north of Locust Grove. I can see a very small little pendant hook here on reflectivity. Although let's say it just kind of got blown out a little bit, but we'll see whether or not that's the case. I don't know if anything's on the ground right now. I don't see anything on correlation coefficient, so I'll have to wait and see on that one. But overall, the threat there still looks to be those high winds. Also, all the heavy rain as well. Can't forget that. Yeah, so, at least for now, it looks like activity will likely be more or less calming down. I'll stay on commentary at least until this tornado warning goes down to radar indicated. Or if it just gets expired altogether, at which point I will probably leave it to non-commentary, just so that way we don't tire ourselves out too fast here, as this is going to be a very long event. But we will stay on the air for the next several hours until either we can't go any further, or things taper off to a point where we can safely say that we can turn it for the night. That being said, as of right now, we still have the tornado warning. It's going to expire in approximately 15 minutes. So we're going to have to wait and see until that either gets downgraded or canceled altogether. Until then, you got me with you.
Tornado warning for Albany right now.
There is a tornado warning for Albany, so they did warn that. Okay. Yep, there it is. Just popped up on my end. Radar indicated. Gotta love it. Let me make sure I'm all good on work. I am okay. Okay. Just going to double check one last thing, then I can turn in for work. So we are good to go. Okay. All right. So
But I am likely gonna go head off and talk with some other people about what's going on.
absolutely, I know you have. I know you have connections down there with a whole bunch of people. So if you're able to provide them with information in a quick way, definitely go for it. I'll ferry it. But I do want to thank you very much for joining me for even if it was only for a little while.
Yeah, it's no problem. I might be back here later. We'll see.
It's absolutely. Well, once again, we're going to go on a quick break here, but we're going to leave the radar up. Every now and again, you might see it moving as I check in on other things, but at least for the time being, we're going to focus here on southwestern Georgia, as this seems to be where the focus of the tornado threat appears to be. Once the derecho, or potential derecho, starts going, we're going to shift our focus over to there. Thank you very much for watching, and keep those questions coming. We'll see you in a bit. Stay safe. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the long wait, though unfortunately it looks like we have another tornado on the ground here. So, what better time to come back online than the present? So, let's go over what's going on here. Let's see. So, as of about 10 minutes ago, unfortunately, there was a tornado near Ashburn, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is confirmed by weather spotters, and you can kind of see it on our radar as well. If I pause it here, there it is right there. That's going to be our debris signature on reflectivity. It is moving pretty much directly toward Rebecca at this point. So if you're in Rebecca, you need to be in shelter now, as there is a tornado heading straight for you. Which is not good at all. Not good at all. I am going to check back on our supercell back here as well. That is going to eventually probably develop into our derecho. So we can see here some going on near Mount Lebanon, but nothing too significant there. Potentially a small rotation center trying to develop there. But again, I'm not really worried. This is producing some golf ball size hail as well as 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's not quite up to derecho standards yet. However, it is approaching that parameter pretty quickly. We do have a couple of updates as well here. So let me go actually to KJX radar, as that seems to be the best one for this Rebecca storm now. We do also have this mesoscale discussion for downwind of these supercells. So let's see here, 60% chance of a watch being issued. Basically, they're saying that there was some convection earlier this morning, but since then, moist air and warm air have returned to the area. So despite this area already seeing a round of severe, there's going to be another round. There is still a little bit of doubts whether or not this is going to require a watch, as they're giving it only 60%. But that being said, there is still enough shear for any robust updrafts to start rotating, which will enable for some rather large hail and possibly a couple tornadoes. So we'll see if they give another watch that will extend probably out to the Atlantic coastlines of Florida and Georgia. We'll have to wait and see on that. Excuse me. But as always, if you have comments, questions, or concerns, do let me know. I am here to inform you. After all, I'm not here to entertain myself watching all these radar signatures. So please, if you want to know something, ask away. I am going to address one of our viewers really quickly here. So I do apologize if you don't understand me for a second. Pero se puede comunicar en inglés, por favor. Yo soy el hombre solo. Sí que entender español. So, sí, por favor, hablar en inglés. Gracias. Okay. So, that being said, we do still have this confirmed tornado here. Or apparently a confirmed tornado. Still moving toward Rebecca. It doesn't look as good on radar anymore, so I don't think it's on the ground anymore. That being said, it could very well still be there. I just can't really tell on radar right now. Let's see here. It looks like... Oh boy. Alright, I'm just looking around on some other sources of information from mine. That way I can make sure that I'm not missing anything. I don't believe I am. Just making sure. So, the SPC has issued their 20Z outlook. They're maintaining the moderate risk. In fact, they really haven't changed anything in terms of the shapes of on the outlook. All they've done is they've basically given an update on the state of the situation. although everything else seems to be pretty much on track with what they're expecting. So let's actually pop up the contours here. So here is our categorical outlook here. So you can see this bright red outline here. This one here. This is our moderate risk. This is where we're expecting the worst of the storms to be. Then we also have our enhanced in orange, slight in yellow, marginal in green, and then a general thunderstorm in this kind of lighter green, which is a lot bigger than the rest of the outlines. It is worth noting there is a marginal risk as well here in New England where I am stationed. However, that is going to be rather low priority unless we start seeing some surprising developments there. For the main part, we're going to be focusing on the deep south, as there is the tornado risk here that is currently ongoing with these storms. So let's see here, this storm to the just near Sylvester and Sumner. Nothing really going on there. This is a radar indicated rotation signature, so there is a potential this could drop a tornado at any point. However, I don't see that being in the cards at this point. What I am concerned about is the storm near Rebecca, as there is somewhat of a rotation signatures there. Nothing too major though. However, that being said, there is the chance that this could be producing something quite nasty. In fact, we still have it as a damaging tornado. So, as far as we're concerned, treat that tornado warning as if there is one on the ground. So that be, although I'm not really seeing any images of it quite yet, so that is something to take with a grain of salt. That being said, if you are in any polygons here, you need to be treating them with respect. There is the saying, respect the polygon. This is a situation why is this storm could drop a tornado at any point, or it could be dropping one right now. We just don't know, or at least it's hard to tell on radar at this point. So let's see, but let's look back here. So earlier I mentioned that anywhere kind of to the west of that supercell cluster would be pretty much in the clear. There's a couple spotty showers popping up here in northeast Texas and far eastern Oklahoma. But overall, this whole area back here is cleared out. There isn't much in terms of convective things happening. And you can kind of see on the radar loop, there it is. There's our supercell cluster as it just is starting to push off to the east southeast. Not really seeing any boundaries either developing here. So basically everything back here is pretty much in the clear. You are good to go. However, there is still everywhere to the east of this cluster that is going to face the wrath of a developing potential derecho. Now, remember, derechos cannot be classified in real time. They can only be classified in post-analysis when they actually go out and verify whether or not the winds were of the caliber needed, as well as over the span. So basically, if this supercell doesn't end up growing out into a bow, if it stays kind of on its own, maybe grows a little bit wider, but overall keeps its hook shape, then this won't be considered a derecho. However, what is expected for this to happen, or what is expected to go on, let me go into full frame here so you can see, so I can draw a little more. So what's going to happen here is this supercell is currently over here. So as it progresses to the east, what it's going to do is it's going to kind of bow out. It's going to start looking more and more like an archer's bow, hence the name, a bow echo. And as it does so, they're expecting it also to grow in length. So as it grows, it's also going to start pushing faster and faster to the east, which is going to then accelerate those winds behind it, which is what makes those hurricane force winds such a dangerous thing. So as of right now, not too bad, but this is going to continue to grow upscale until it probably gets to round about here is kind of where the path is kind of taking it. Although it could very easily take a dive to the south. I looked at models earlier. The northern option probably won't happen. So we're probably looking at the derecho making it kind of to the Gulf Coast around the Florida-Georgia line, if not diving south around the Tallahassee area. But as of right now, that is where we stand. This does have the tornado possible tag on it. It does, and it's pretty clear to see why. It does have that little hook there to the south of Arcadia, so it is possible that this could also produce a tornado, but I'm not seeing the likelihood being too high there. But let us go back to the main concern at this time, that being our supercells in southern Georgia now. Yeah, I'm just going to call it southern Georgia because it really isn't like southeast anymore. So, at 4:05 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Rebecca, or 12 miles northeast of Ashburn, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is also producing quarter-sized hail, so there is a tornado in Rebecca at this time, or at least there was as of 3 minutes ago. That's not to say that it couldn't still be there. It is kind of moving through. You can see the hook there. It's kind of on the south side of Rebecca. Let me try to get a road here. So it looks to be near Route 112, and the intersection of Route 12 and Route 190 looks to be about where it is. So, but overall, this is moving to the east. Rebecca, you should be in shelter at this time, and you should stay there. I am joined, actually, by our main man, Thomas. So thank you very much for joining me here. What are you thinking of the event so far? What do you think is going to happen over the next few hours? And overall, has this system, or this complex of systems, really lived up to your expectations for this day?
So far today, this has been something quite concerning thus far. I think the tornado threat, especially the supercellular mode down in Georgia, has overperformed compared to what I was thinking was going to happen. Our major tornado threat, at least the timing of it, hasn't really materialized just yet. At least in my opinion, I believe that the better tornado threat here is coming up in the relatively near future. So to see things the way they currently are, it's a bit concerning. Hopefully here, as we move into the future, things will not continue to evolve that way. But as of now, I've certainly been concerned about the current lookings of the tornado threat. So it looks like the tornado threat's going to remain here over the next few hours. I'd say that the tornado threat is really going to end here around 6, 7 p.m. Central, 7, 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's been concerning so far, and we're still going to continue to see strong tornadoes with these somewhat discrete supercells. The other thing to note is that we have quite a bit of concerning thunderstorms, many destructive thunderstorms actually as well. We have one here that is in the state of Louisiana that is destructive, and that has 3-inch in diameter hail. So that's a giant storm there. That's very concerning. So that's something that we're definitely taking a look at. In the state of Mississippi, we have some destructive. We have a destructive cell there with winds up to 80 miles per hour. And ping pong balls falling out of that as well. So that's a cell there in the state of Mississippi. That's in, I believe that's in Holmes and Atala counties, state of Mississippi primarily. We have another one there along the Mississippi Alabama border. That's in Macon. It's not Macon, I'm sorry. That is in Noxubee and Kemper counties. That has 3-inch diameter hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And then in the state of Alabama, we have a destructive storm with baseball-sized hail, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. That's near Marion and Perry and Dallas counties. So we have quite a few destructive severe thunderstorms here that are also of concern. But of course, our largest concern is that confirmed tornado near Rebecca in the state of Georgia at this time. There has been an extension to that tornado warning. I'm not sure if you've covered it. They have it as radar indicated rotation in the extension at this time.
But it's good to see the downgrade. Never want to see tornadoes continuing for long periods of time. Fortunately, we had one that lasted for quite a while earlier today. Then we also had our PDS one that prompted us to go live about 2.5 hours ahead of schedule. So, but overall, at least everything is kind of evolving. I'm more just worried about what's going to happen in southern Alabama over the next several hours, especially in the near term. Because as you said, the peak tornado conditions really aren't there yet, but they should be materializing in the next few hours. So that is leading up to our potential derecho forming and moving across the area. So we just have to wait and see on that. Once that forms and gets through the area, then we'll be able to say with confidence that the severe threat's over for those areas. Unfortunately, that has yet to happen. So we'll be keeping an eye on everything there.
Absolutely the case. And I mean, the big thing that caused us to go live as early as we did was the tornado threat. However, that's not actually the primary concern today. The primary concern today, Rishi, I'm sure you've gone over this a multitude of times, but it's that wind threat. And the Storm Prediction Center did just come out with a new outlook about 13 minutes ago. And the message is about the same. So again,
I did end up touching on that. The overall language hasn't, or at least the expectation hasn't really changed in terms of the threat levels or the threat kind of spatial aspect. They didn't really change the contours of anything. They're still expecting the threats to materialize. Still 10 sig tor, 45 sig wind, 30 sig hail. So
yeah. The notable thing, I think, right now, this is extremely rare, but it's been issued, and I think justifiably so, is a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch that was put up. PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch 293. And that does include extreme southeast Arkansas, northeast Louisiana, central Mississippi. That's effective until 8 p.m. tonight. This is for widespread damaging winds, scattered significant gusts to 90 miles per hour. I know this was gone over a bit earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But still, I think it's never a bad thing to go over it again. But 90 mile per hour wind gusts possible with this. Hail events up to 3 inches in diameter and a few tornadoes likely, all within that particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. So we're seeing this this destructive storm there in the state of Louisiana. That is something else, especially as you go up into the storm. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if that thing's putting down 3.5, 4-inch hailstones now. My goodness, that's...
Yeah, it's so I think you touched on it, but it's got that destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. 3-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. So let's see here. Yep. That is for
the radar estimate has it at 4.8 inches.
Yeah, I mean, radar estimates can be a little bullish sometimes, but I wouldn't put it past it at this point. It certainly has the capability to get to those large apples and even getting up to those softballs. So it wouldn't surprise me really, and it does still have the tornado possible attack on it as well. So if it happens to catch the environment in just the right way, it could very well be tornado-driven apple-sized hailstones, which, having apple-sized hailstones is bad enough. Having a tornado is bad enough. You have those together, you don't have to be anywhere near the tornado to have your property potentially destroyed by just the hail alone. That's not even talking about the straight line winds. So really, this entire situation is actually probably more dangerous out of all the rest at this point. especially if that tornado threat happens to verify.
Yeah, I don't entirely disagree. I do want to check back in on that tornadic storm there down in Georgia near Rebecca. That couplet has grown more robust in the most recent frames there, especially the inflow. So I would not be surprised to see this thing drop yet another tornado. I know we had a PDS warning or two earlier today. So I do know that we've had some potent severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging, dangerous, large, pretty strong tornadoes. So just keeping an eye on that storm there to the south. It does look like there is a punch in of inflow, and that CC that you actually see, that lowering of CC, is because of how strong that inflow is. I don't believe that's debris. So
Nope, that
for the
is
time being,
perfectly aligned with clear air, so you're 100%
yep,
correct
that's
on that.
inflow. So that's inflow for now. Hopefully that's what it remains, but we'll see.
Yes. Yes, we don't want that to become anything else.
No.
Let's see here. We do have that supercell to the south that we've been tracking as well. The hook signature on that is between Tai and Sycamore. For reference, it is a little bit to the west of I-75. So it's kind of, if you make the triangle of Sycamore, Tai and Sumner, it's in that triangle, moving to the east-northeast. We do then also have our tornado producer, or at least forward tornado producer, moving kind of parallel to Route 107, moving toward Route 129. Then we also have another supercell that I'm noticing here that is passing just north of, if not through, Leary, and it is moving in the direction of Albany. Now, this area actually was previously impacted by the PDS. It was right near Arlington that it really got itself going. It was Ashburn. It was one of the two. But regardless, both these areas have been seeing tornadoes all day today. So there's a chance that they could see even another one.
Absolutely. Something I do want to make very clear to a lot of these people that are getting severe weather right now, especially in the states of Alabama and Georgia, you are not done after this round moves through. There's another round heading into Louisiana and Mississippi right now. That is the primary round of concern. That's going to be the one that really becomes our powerful, more robust derecho. So those storms that are actually in Mississippi and Louisiana right now, those are expected to fizzle out, and our main wave, that's going to be moving in as we head into the overnight hours. So this kind of wave of storms that we see over here, this might not actually even be our main wave. So if you're way over there in Mississippi and Louisiana, even after these strong storms move through, you're not out of the woods yet. So just make sure you're keeping an eye on this. You're watching it closely. This is the first of multiple rounds of severe storms. So once you're in the clear, for now, if we say you're in the clear in any of these areas, just note we're talking about from the present thunderstorm, not from the threat.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if you look at the contours here on my radar scope feed, you can see. So I'll call it the proto derecho because it hasn't really developed into one yet. But it's definitely starting to get the look of one a little bit. So you can kind of see it's right in here near Jonesboro and Ruston, heading toward Monroe. It hasn't reached the moderate risk yet. So the moderate risk is where the best conditions are for this thing to really take off. And I'm personally expecting it to really become the full scale derecho probably by the time it gets to the state borders here, maybe even as soon as Yazoo City. Is when I'm really expecting to see this thing take on that bow shape and then just accelerate to the east. Once that happens, or once this storm gets to that stage in its life, it's going to just suck up every single ounce of energy in the atmosphere that it has available to it, which will effectively end the severe threat as soon as it passes through. Once the storm goes through, you'll be done for the day. There is more threats coming up for tomorrow as well, but those are currently, I believe, a slight risk at best. So overall, these areas, once the storm goes through, you're pretty much in the clear, but you still will need to watch out if you are anywhere to the east of this storm.
Yeah, I agree to some degree. I think that we're going to see some more development to the north of this storm up in Arkansas and in Texas that's going to move in, and I think that's going to be our final wave. I think that this is actually independent from what's actually going to end up being our derecho. I think that that's actually going to form farther to the west there in our enhanced risk region. I think that's going to really start to fire off here in the next hour or two.
Well, regardless of when it actually forms, the derecho is going to be what ends the severe threat, no matter what,
Yes.
for the day.
Yes, I completely agree with you there. So we'll
So-
see how that ends up going, but regardless, I mean, this is a extremely dangerous situation, and now we have softballs. 4-inch hail with the storm in Louisiana. They've upgraded it to softballs over there. So that's an extremely dangerous situation. If you're near Ansley, if you're near Vernon, Quitman in the state of Louisiana, if you are in Jackson County, if you're in Jackson County in the state of Louisiana, you have 4-inch hailstones with that storm. So I don't care if where you are there in Jackson County. If you're in Jackson County, there's a possible tornado, there's 4-inch diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You need to get to your safe place as if you're in a tornado warning. That's just the situation you're in, unfortunately. This is an extremely dangerous situation that's unfolding there. That hail core looks unbelievable. So again, softballs now falling near Quitman. So if you're in Jackson County, northern Jackson County in particular, this is heading for you. You need to be in your safe place as if you're in a tornado warning. 4-inch hail, that's extremely rare, that's damaging, and it's dangerous.
On a completely different side note, since I'm here now, I just
Hello,
want to
Arya?
point out that the hail is so large that it's contaminating the velocity readings.
On that Louisiana storm, it absolutely is. Yep.
This is both storm relative velocity and normal velocity. It just
Yeah, especially out by kind of onto the northern end as well, but you can very easily see the contamination even here. So yeah, this entire thing is dropping some pretty big hail regardless of where you are underneath it. But yeah, that is awful.
if you don't mind if I go over exactly, because this is going to be a different type of derecho that we've seen in a while, and that is that we're not dealing with a serial derecho, we're likely going to be dealing with a progressive one.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those that kind of propagates. Regardless of that, new tornado warning in the state of Georgia. This one here includes Dougherty County in particular. So Dougherty, Mitchell, Baker, and Calhoun counties. What is it, Dougherty?
Doherty.
Doherty, Mitchell, Baker, and Calhoun counties in the state of Georgia. You're in a tornado warning until 5 p.m. now. So this is south of the cell that we've been monitoring today.
Yeah, this tornado warning does include the relatively major city of Albany, though. So this is heading into a rather densely populated area. Just to give a kind of timing here, this storm will be near East Albany in about 25 minutes, Putney, Albany proper, and Turner City in about 30 minutes, and the Marine Corps Logistics Base at top of the hour there or thereabouts. So if you are in Albany, you do have some time to get to shelter. You have about 20 minutes to be safe. Call it 15. So you can very easily get to shelter no matter where you are if you are in Albany. But that being said, you need to make sure that the shelter that you go to is strong enough to withstand what is coming. And there are a few places that just aren't made to that spec. Those being mobile homes, especially. If you're in a mobile home and strong enough winds come, they can just toss your mobile home aside like it's a piece of paper. And if you're inside of that, you're going along for the ride, which usually doesn't end well. Same goes for cars. They're super light, even lighter than a mobile home. So if strong enough winds come by, your car can get toppled or tossed. Regardless, you don't want to be in that situation. And if you are on the road, do not stop under an overpass, because overpasses are, the people think that they're safe, but they actually accelerate the wind even further. So any projectiles that are on the wind will actually fly faster at you if you hide underneath an overpass. So make sure that you get to a sturdy building, if at all possible. Get to the lowest floor, the farthest away from the outside, and put as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. And if you can get underground, that's even better. So take all those tips into account, because there is a tornado warning in place for the semi-major city of Albany, Georgia.
And
Go for it.
this is where my local geography skills come into play. I believe it's the Tift River that goes no, it's the Flint River. Flint River goes directly through the city of the middle. It goes directly through the middle of the city of Albany. This is an area that's had a tornado back in, I think, 2017. And this is also an area that is pretty prone to flooding. So I know basements aren't really prominent there. But you know, if you have one, that's great. Just keep in mind, I know that, especially with what's been going on today, that for this area, basements are not very common.
Understood there. There are a couple of developments that I do want to touch on here before we return back, and we do our scan from west to east. So we do have a couple flash flood warnings in place for just north of Albany. So there's one here for Quitman, Randolph, and Terrell counties. This is in effect until 10:15 p.m. Eastern. So if you are in those counties, be aware that flash flooding is a very serious threat and is expected to either begin shortly or is thought to be ongoing. There is another flash flood warning as well out to the east that is for the entirety of Lee County, again in effect until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So make sure if you're in any of those areas that you are taking that into account when it comes to how and where to go in terms of finding shelter. But also bear in mind, flash flooding can be a danger into and of itself. There. So that is the first update. The second update is that we have a new tornado watch. This is for eastern Georgia. So this is for portions of extreme northeast Florida, southeast Georgia, and the coastal waters off of Georgia and Florida. A couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles an hour are likely, and scattered large hail events to 1.5 inches are possible. Clusters of supercells are expected to spread eastward into southeast Georgia through the evening, with the attendant threats for a couple tornadoes, damaging gusts, and occasional large hail. If either one of you have the probabilities of that, you're more than welcome to go ahead and shoot those over before we start moving over back toward the west.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up. Watches. This is for the near Savannah, right?
Yes.
All right. So tornado probabilities 40-20, wind probabilities are 60-20, hail probabilities are 50-20, and then overall 90.
Okay, so relatively mid-range tornado watch, comparatively speaking. That being said, the fact that you place under a watch means that there's enough confidence that the tornado threat will materialize at least somewhere. So make sure that you are watching out if you are anywhere in that area. Just making sure these tornado warnings are not confirmed, and it doesn't appear that any of them are at this time, which is good. And I'm not seeing any evidence that the new tornado warning has dropped either. So we're going to start our scan back to the west. We're going to go from west to east across the threat area, and we're going to talk about exactly what is going on. So first off, we have our storm in Louisiana. We still have softball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds dropping for Quitman. So make sure that you are taking that into account. It is a destructive storm for the town. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning just north of that. That is in effect until 4:15 p.m. for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So moving off to the east, for east central Mississippi, we do have these larger severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a destructive one, for example, for Kosciuszko, Thomastown, Ethel, and the areas in the vicinity, for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail. Moving further off, the next one is for 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's moving east of 70 miles per hour, but it is still a destructive storm for Kosciuszko, Philadelphia, Noxapater, and surrounding areas. Again, for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail. Keeping on, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are expected for DeKalb, and golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts for the towns of Livingston, Utah, and Demopolis. Continuing off, we switch radars to Birmingham. We are looking here at Valley Grande and Selma, golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And just east of Montgomery, we have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Coming back over into Georgia, we look off of Fort Rucker to get an idea of what's going on. We have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail for Covert and Dawson, ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with that tornado warning for Albany. And then also 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail for a supercell that is located to the southeast of Ashburn, the southwest of Fitzgerald. Also have one renegade severe thunderstorm warning up here by Noonan. This is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts being the major threat. That is the general rundown of all the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place at this time. The tornado warnings kind of speak for themselves. We have 2 storms currently being monitored for potential tornado. One of them approaching the city of Albany, and the other one passing by Fitzgerald. Let me see. Oh, we actually have a new mesoscale discussion out here in Texas. So I think this is what Thomas was talking about here. So let's see here. Watch issuance 80%. Recovering air mass near and along an outflow boundary may serve as a focus for storm development later this afternoon. Extreme buoyancy and strong vertical shear will likely support splitting supercells with a risk for large to giant hail and damaging winds. So that is going to be something that needs to be watched. I don't know why I didn't expect that, but I honestly kind of didn't expect that.
Boundary in Louisiana.
It might be associated with the one in Louisiana, but there is also one that's just barely apparent here in eastern Texas.
Because I saw an outflow boundary near Shreveport, just a few minutes ago.
Yep, I'm seeing that one too. That's coming off of the cell that's moving into Mississippi as we speak. So yeah, that's probably gonna be the alpha boundary that's gonna focus everything as it moves off to the southwest. So we're gonna have to watch out for that one when it comes through. So yeah, this is going to be this isn't a single round of severe weather. This is multiple rounds. The further east you are, in general, the more rounds of severe weather that you have to look forward to, unfortunately. So this is something that we're going to be monitoring we're going to be keeping on scanning, making sure that nothing else has been going on, but we will be keeping you updated as this event progresses. Let's see. The Albany storm has just had its polygon amended. It is still a radar indicated tornado with ping pong ball sized hail now. Located 11 miles east of Leary, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So the timing has remained the same. It'll be in East Albany in about 15 minutes, Putney, Albany, and Turner City in about 20 minutes, and then the Marine Corps Logistics Base in around 25 minutes at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The other areas that might be impacted by the storm are Acre, Radium Springs, Lockett Crossing, Walker, South Albany, Williamsburg, Southeast Georgia Regional, I'm not sure what A and P is, Pecan City, I always confuse myself with how to say that, and Ducker.
Pecan.
You say it's Pecan? Okay. I know it's a whole thing,
again,
pecan/pecan, so whichever way.
Fair warning that there is a decent chance that whatever town you think is right in terms of pronunciation in South Georgia, it is some acidine other pronunciation that nobody else in their right mind would call it. So just be aware of that.
Well, thank you for the
Don't
heads.
think too much of it is.
Thank you for the heads up.
Don't think too much of it is what I'm trying to get at.
And, coming from a Georgia native, that means a lot. So thank you. Let's see here. It is worth noting as well. So something that we haven't really touched on yet. So we've been talking about the strong winds, the large hail. Something to note is that hailstones, like once they get to around 3/4 of an inch, around like a quarter size, they start to really hurt when they hit you. I mean, you even feel like you're getting pinched if you're getting hit with ones that are about the size of dimes. So once they get to that size, you start to feel them. Quarter size, they really start to hurt. Once they get to the size of golf balls, and even larger than that, they can start doing some very serious bodily harm. So
Someone say concussion.
those can happen. Yeah, if you hit in the head hard
those
enough.
are more common with 4-inch hail and above, probably.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, regardless, the larger the hailstone, the more damage it can do, especially if it's being driven by strong winds as well. But that being said, if you know that large hail is coming, it is in your best interest to get something above your head that is sturdy enough to withstand the hail. So especially if you have any livestock outside, yes, helmets help a lot. But yeah, any livestock, any animals outside, you should be bringing them inside, or at least into some sort of shelter. Because the hailstorms have been known to kill livestock in the past, which obviously isn't good for anyone really. So make sure that you are bringing your animals inside if you are put under any of these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, as well, especially. Because once these storms get big enough, they can really pack a punch. But thankfully, it doesn't look like we're having too much in terms of tornadic development. We're still only at radar indicated status out here in southern Georgia, so that's good news. There might be something trying to go down by Albany. We do have that detached hook look that we've seen a couple times today produce tornadoes, so we're gonna have to watch that pretty closely. But at this time, there's not enough evidence to say either way whether or not there is one or not. So we're just gonna have to watch that pretty closely, make sure that nothing happens, and we should be good there. Let's see here. I'm actually gonna take a look in northern Georgia.
I will say rain is pretty much stopped where I am for right now, so
Yeah, if you're still in Athens proper, there's another round of rain coming for you, but it's a lot lighter than the one that just passed.
I'm to the south.
So yeah, you have another round of rain, some showers, maybe some stronger downpours, but nothing severe at this point. If you're as long as you're north of McDonough, which I think you are, or I'm pretty sure you are rather, then you should be fine. Let's see here. Yeah, overall, the tornado threat looks to be rather low, comparatively speaking. That is not saying that tornado threat can't ramp back up, though. We're just gonna have to monitor everything as closely as humanly possible here, for when things take off again, because I'm sure they will. It's just a matter of when. I'm actually going to take away the contours of the categorical outlook just because they're cluttering up the screen a little bit. There we go. Just kind of going through all the warnings. So You'll see a lot of things popping up on screen, going away. This is me checking up on all these warnings, making sure we don't have any new updates, anything that's higher than what has been originally said. So just making sure here. I don't see any new destructive warnings, although we do have a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust severe thunderstorm warning heading into Montgomery. So if you're in Montgomery, be aware that you have that coming. You're only a step away from being put under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So make sure that you are moving to shelter now if you're in Montgomery at this point. Yes, to anyone watching, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns, do let us know. We're here to keep you informed, so if you have anything that you want to know, ask away. We'll be here to answer it. We will let you know as soon as we have the answer. Let's see. I'm just looking through some other areas of the internet, just checking, see whether or not there is anything else that's been developing. I don't see any evidence. So yeah, I'm not really seeing too much in terms of any tornadoes on the ground from photographers or anything. So at this point, we're pretty much in a good situation. We do have those destructive severe thunderstorms still, but overall things look to be in a calm period, is what I'll say. We're not done with everything. Trust me, we are nowhere near done. But things are at least calming down. Let's see here. I'm seeing you in the chat there talking about some good thunder near Columbus. I can see why. You're kind of on the northern, so you're a little bit outside of a severe warning, but the storm itself is still overspreading you. You can see here I'll call it this. I'll call it the seat. It's not really a seat. It's just kind of where it goes. So we have this here near Seal. But then if we look at the reflectivity here, you can see the rain of it kind of coming out to the north and east. That's what's causing your thunder there near Columbus. So you're not under any severe threat right now, but you definitely are going to get some heavy rains, probably some really good lightning shows, but I wouldn't go outside if I were you until this passes to really look at it. But that being said, even though the storm will pass, many more will come for the next few hours. So just stay on your toes. You should be fine. Check on things where I am, but I'll put the radar into animation here so we can watch what's going on. So nothing major in my area, which is to be expected. We're only under marginal. Okay. Regardless, so Alfaria, in terms of how, so I might have asked this before, so forgive me if this is a repetitive question, but is there or has there been anything that's kind of surprised you over the course of the day so far, or has everything kind of been pretty much on top of what you expected today to evolve as?
Well, everything seems to be going about as what I was expecting it to, so. I mean, nothing majorly surprising with the exception of some of the size of some of the tornadoes that we've seen. But besides that, it's kind of expected clustered storm mode to begin with supercells uh developing further south, and then more supercells developing in noon to the afternoon, and then the at the same time that uh what's expected to be at least one or two thunderstorms forming near Texarkana that would take advantage of the um wind vectors being parallel and close to that stalled frontal boundary, allowing for a progressive derecho to occur.
Gotcha. Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see on that, as they have yet to really get going over there. So,
That's
we'll
supposed to be during early evening, so.
yep. There's a reason why there's an 80% watch issuance on the mesoskill discussion out there. So, we just gotta wait and see. Let's actually, we may have a new tornado warning here. This is for Osceola, southern Irwin County to be specific. Let me go ahead and get the animation going.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back, Thomas. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, just monitoring the situation. It looks like we have now 3 cells capable of producing tornadoes.
Indeed, we do. Just going over the one that was recently noted. This one is going to be around Osceola in about 5 minutes here, as well as Ray, Ozierfield, and Pinetta. So if you're in any of those areas or anywhere nearby, you need to move to shelter now. We do still have our cell by Albany. This is a radar indicated tornado with 2-inch hail as well. So even if no tornado forms, this is going to be driving some pretty large hail, regardless of where it goes. This is going to be near East Albany. Actually, it should be approaching East Albany as we speak. Putney, Albany, and Turner City in about 5 minutes, and the Marine Corps Logistics Base in about 10 or 15 minutes, rather. So make sure you move into shelter there if you haven't already. The storm looks pretty good. Just a matter of will it actually do anything. So we just have to wait and see on that one. As of now, nothing confirmed, and nothing that we can use to even speculate. It's got a couplet. It's about all we can say.
Yeah, that's about it right now.
Yep.
Looks like this cell here that is near what is that? Osceola?
I think Acela is probably how you say it.
Osceola is Osceola. It looks like that storm is getting more robust. It's getting a more robust couplet with it. So that's kind of the cell that's grabbing my eye the most at this time. Did we go over the destructive storm in the state of Mississippi? 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts on it.
I do believe so. This is the one that includes the city of Philadelphia. Yes.
Correct.
Let me go ahead and pull up the radar presentation on that. So yeah, I mean this doesn't have a tornado possible either. So it doesn't have a tornado possible. But overall, this is mainly a severe wind threat. So you can kind of see here there's no real hook. There is one kind of to the southwest of Philadelphia, but it's not too well defined at this point. But you can really see kind of how it's trying to bow out here as it passes by Philadelphia on its way to Bogue, Cheeto, and Tucker. It is producing 80-mile-an-hour winds, as Thomas noted. It is also producing hail of around 1.5 inches in width. So that is about the size of ping pong balls. So we got those falling out of the sky being driven at 80 miles per hour. there really is nothing that you want to be standing outside for.
No. That is absolutely the case.
I'm actually going to check back here so we can make sure this softball size hail has gone away. It looks like it has, and we're down to the largest being golf balls now. So that's good. But that being said, it could very easily come back. We just need to hope to God that it doesn't. So we do have another Mezcal discussion as well regarding our PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. So let us see here. Yeah, everything looks to be about on par with what they're expecting. They're just waiting on upscale growth on this area here. Well, on the storm near Monroe, Louisiana. Once upscale growth does start to occur, that's going to be pushing out with 80 plus mile an hour winds. That's what they're expecting. But apart from that, everything else appears on track for that severe thunderstorm watch. And, we have another Mezcal discussion. We have Mezcal discussions all over the place.
Quite a few.
So this one is across tornado watches 291 and 292. Basically, you're calling for this whole corridor here. This is going to be focusing some severe threat for strong winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes, with a strong tornado remaining possible, especially across southwest Georgia. So that just goes to show just how many rounds of severe weather there's going to be as this event continues. Unfortunately, we are nowhere near done, and that's starting to get really strong there south of Albany. Even getting a little bit of a B word trying to develop there as it passes over Putney. So definitely make sure that if you aren't in shelter yet, that you are now, especially if you are to the east. So Albany, you're not in the clear yet, but this storm is passing you, at least the worst of it. But stay in shelter for now, at least until the severe polygon gets trimmed. However, if you're in Sylvester or anywhere to the south of Sylvester, I would be moving to shelter now, just to preemptively. Excuse me, because there is the very real possibility that a tornado could be forming above your heads in short order, or at least forming down the road and moving in your direction.
Yeah, that's starting to get more concerning there with time. That actually looks quite concerning there. So yeah, yeah, my goodness. Yeah, we might have a tornado here that's pretty rapidly getting its act together. They're south of Albany, near Putney. It looks like that's going to go between Putney and DeWitt. Very strong inflow at the very least, and that's going to develop here rather quickly. It's in good conditions. It's in some of the best conditions of the day to produce tornadoes. We're kind of in that peak for conditions right now, and that's going to start to fizzle off here over the next little while. But this is riding some of the better conditions for tornadoes, and those conditions are really going to remain again for the next maybe 2-3 hours till around 6-7 p.m. Central at the latest. 7-8 p.m. Eastern at the very latest for the major tornado threat. So, yeah, as of now, I mean, we're still definitely within it, and we do have what looks like could be a developing tornado there now, north of DeWitt, south of Putney, there in the state of Georgia. So, we also have a new destructive severe thunderstorm in the state of Louisiana now. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Catahoula, Richland, and Franklin parishes in northeastern Louisiana. That's a destructive storm with softball size, that's 4-inch in diameter hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So goodness gracious, that is a powerful severe thunderstorm that is heading the general direction of Winnsboro, Gilbert, Windsor. That's Sicily Island and Harrisonburg. So
Absolutely. Trying to get the radar to load for that storm so we can see what it looks like here. There's the warning polygon. Finally, it showed up. It just showed up on my end. Yeah. Let's see here. What has happened with this? Yeah, the hail core is building back. You can see the pinks there near Columbia. That's going to be where those softball-sized hailstones are falling. We've got a little bit of a hook redeveloping here near Clarks and Grayson. So if there's going to be any tornado threat, I think that's probably where it's going to materialize. But yeah, definitely not something that you want to be outside for. Softball-sized hail being driven at 60 miles an hour, that is not good.
no, we also have a new tornado warning near Putney and DeWitt, and that couplet there looks significantly better than it did before. Would not be surprised if there's some sort of tornado on the ground. However, there's no confirmation of that. This extension is for Turner, Mitchell, Worth, and is that Dougherty County? That's what we decided it's
Doherty.
pronounced as. Dougherty?
Yep.
Dougherty County.
I said this to Rishi earlier, but he weren't here for it. The way that South Georgia names and county names are pronounced are the most asinine ways that nobody in their right mind would call them. So if you pronounce them wrong, please keep in mind that 90% of the people who live there don't even know how to pronounce it themselves.
Fair enough. Well, if you wouldn't mind guiding us through Georgia county names,
I'll try.
that'd be great.
Yes. So one thing I do want to point out. So from the chat, we have someone who is in the area. They are in Columbus. They want to know, are they in the moderate and what is going on around them? So I can actually pull up the contour here. So I can
They
tell
are
you
the
right
moderate.
now, you are square in the moderate. Let me see here. What exact risks are you under? Are you under the 10% significant tornado?
So.
Yes, you are. Are you under the significant hail? You are not, but you are in the 30% hail. So you will get some more hail over the course of this entire evening. The storm that just passed you probably was dropping a little bit of hail on you, but I think it's about to pass you, and you are 100% within the 45% significant wind. So you are pretty much in ground zero. Well, I say ground zero, the best area for all severe threats for this event. The only one that you're missing out on is the significant hail. But that being said, you could still very easily get those larger hailstones. Just you might not get up to the 2-inch mark that constitutes a significant hailstone.
Very much the case there. Regardless, a substantiated severe weather threat continues as we head through the day today due to the very unusual pattern that we're seeing today. And that's I mean, it's absolutely, in some sense, it's remarkable just how robust the severe weather threat today is for the month of June in the southeastern United States. Patterns like this, they're not rare. They're rare in the month of June. That's the specific thing that makes this what
Makes it
I would say is
noteworthy.
frankly a big deal. Is just the time of year that this is in is frankly unprecedented.
In fact, we got yet another mesoscale discussion. This one is for southeastern Mississippi, including the city of Hattiesburg, and southern Alabama, for areas just north of Mobile. So there's a 95% chance that a new watch will be issued to address the increasing threat for a mix of supercells and Boeing segments. So they're thinking that the main threats are going to be severe wind and hail. However, a tornado cannot be ruled out. So surface temperatures and dew points are in the lower 70s, or sorry, lower 90s and 70s Fahrenheit, respectively, with lapse rates in the 7.5 to 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer range, with SB capes or surface-based cape contributing to around 5,500 joules per kilogram. So there is a there's a very large amount of energy in this area ready for storms to take. It's just a matter of what mode will be in that area. Uh, they are saying that high precipitation supercells and short bowing segments will be the main mode of storms there. 2-inch hail and hurricane force winds are likely with the strongest storms, and a tornado cannot be ruled out. And if convection in Louisiana can grow upscale into a larger MCS across Mississippi, then southeast Mississippi into southwest Alabama could experience the later stages of a derecho wind event. So there you go. They're still very concerned about what's going on in Louisiana as it's moving into Mississippi. They're thinking that this is going to be they're thinking that that's going to be the derecho. That's what I'm getting at, and that's what the SPC seems to be hinting. Whether or not that materializes is still uncertain, it looks like, but they are at least confident enough in that growth to keep on stating that derechos are possible.
Of course, the big thing there is the cape and instability there. That's what's they're relying on for these to explode in upgrowth right now.
Yeah, I mean, the current look of things is probably that our Alabama, I suspect that this train of storms in Alabama heading into Georgia, that's going to grow upscale here pretty soon. When it comes to the Louisiana storms, they are starting to bow out here, and that behavior is what you'd want to see if you were heading into derecho land. The major things holding it back right now, this updraft is definitely more of a hailer, but also. We do have those storms that are beginning to initiate in the state of Arkansas, and I think that these storms up here that are beginning to initiate in the state of Arkansas, these are going to be what eventually grow into our derecho. I think this to the south here is going to continue tracking along and could be a long tracker and could even in its own right produce some pretty dangerous situations. But I think that our main derecho here, that's going to develop more there in the states of Arkansas, Oklahoma, and start to overspread southward. Because again, we have that slight enhanced risk up there, and we haven't seen too much over there just yet. A severe thunderstorm watch over there that just expired as of just a little bit ago, and in its place, a brand new severe thunderstorm watch has just gone into place for the state of Texas, and I think that's again generally where the expectation is that we're going to start to see our main event begin to develop. So that's my current thoughts and feelings on the subject. We'll just have to see. Regardless of that, we have numerous dangerous storms, and speaking of that, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's just gone into place in the state of Georgia for Coffee County. This is until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. This is for Douglas. I believe that's Ambrose, Broxton, West Green, and Nicholas. It's for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail. And that is in association with our tornado warned storm there. That is that's near
Yeah, it's near Acela.
Oscilla, yes.
And I do believe
that
it is
storm.
just I don't believe it's I think it's just Nichols or Nichols. I don't think it's Nicholas. I don't think there's an A.
I can't read. You're right.
but regardless, though, the entire city of Douglas is underneath a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so it's something they need to be mindful of. I mean, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts are no joke, and when it's driving ping pong ball sized hail, it doesn't really matter what size hail it is. That's going to hurt. So just make sure that you are moving to shelter now if you are in that area. Treat this as a tornado warning because these winds are, they can do as much damage as a weak tornado, but this is over a much larger area. So definitely make sure that you are taking that event seriously.
I do want to mention regarding that potential storm to the south, the updraft. Is it an issue of just too much vertical shear regarding that updraft, or
Which storm are we talking about?
the one in Louisiana?
The storm in Louisiana. The one that's destructive, that's heading into
Yeah.
Mississippi.
Yes.
So we're talking about what the issue is for what?
The whole derecho thing not being with forming in Texarkana, but further north.
I think the major reason for that is it's kind of a mesoscale thing. So, I mean, we're going to see those storms in Texas go up as well, but I think that this current wave is not exactly what we're looking for because the best of the wind shear is a little bit farther away. So yeah, it does have to do some with vertical wind shear, maximizing a bit.
But at the same time, there's so much cape and instability there that, for a progressive derecho.
Oh, there's absolutely enough. I think that we could see two. I think that our first one is starting to develop here in the states of Georgia and Alabama. This thing that is in Louisiana could absolutely take place of what mesoscale models have said is going to develop here. But I think our main derecho is, if mesoscale models are anything to go by, actually starting to get prolonged a little bit. But I think our main secondary derecho might not even form for a little while yet. So we'll see. This definitely could be it. And I think that in the short term, it looks like it might be. The thing is, again, though, it's producing gigantic hail, and it's not producing those damaging winds that you'd expect. It's got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on all of its warnings right now. And so I think that really what's going on is that we have the thermal dynamics there. I think that you're absolutely right, though. It's lacking some of those low-level winds that we're going to get later. And I really wouldn't be shocked to see here as we head into tomorrow more of an upgrade to the risk there as well. So we'll see, but this could absolutely grow into our derecho here as we head through the evening hours.
And I pointed out not to compare storms to storms, but just some very basic level research I've done on the June 2012 Ring of Fire derecho, right?
Mhm.
Stupid amounts of instability, barely any wind shear.
Yeah, I mean, so we'll see. This definitely could be it. And the more I'm actually looking at things, the more it looks like this will be it. It looks like the forcing that some mesoscale models are giving are not accounting for just the absurd amount of instability that the system's going to have access to. Because currently, for example, our major the let's see. So for surface-based instability, as of now, we're seeing some localized maximized pockets over 5,000 on model data. Current observed data shows 5,000 to 5,500 in rather widespread fashion. So I think instability is overperforming. And so, yeah, no, this actually, the more I look at it, looks like it could be our derecho. It just hasn't picked up on the wind front yet, but it is beginning to move into that moderate risk region. However, I am convinced that we are going to see more severe storms fire up here, up in Arkansas, down in Texas as well, and those could develop into quite the arc as well. And we actually do have a severe thunderstorm now in the state of Arkansas, bog standard, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust there near Walden, or Walden. So
Yeah, the storm in Arkansas just recently popped off. It popped up near Plateau, and then it looks like a secondary updraft formed just to the south of the original one, and that's the one that initiated the warning. But regardless, yeah, that's pretty much a run of the mill severe thunderstorm warning. In the grand scheme of things, it's not destructive or anything, but still something to watch out for.
yeah, and we are definitely seeing that upscale growth begin to occur there with our storms in the state of Louisiana, and it is lasting longer with a more potent updraft than what's been expected. So, yeah, I would definitely say, given what's ahead of it, it most certainly has the ability to remain powerful for quite a while yet.
And keep in mind, even for derechos, it doesn't even have to be strong. It just has to be 60 miles per hour or greater over a prolonged period of time, over a certain distance.
Yep.
Because the lower bound is 60.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of can it. It's a matter of, can this one storm it kind of make its area of effect larger. That's what's keeping it from really maturing into that derecho. Because you can have the small storm continue on as far as you want, but it needs to actually expand north. In this case, north to south, in order to really get there. So we have to wait and see if that is the case or not. But as of now, it doesn't look like it's, or at least it looks like it's starting to make that transition, but it hasn't really gotten there yet.
Yeah, and I mean the Weather Service still has this thing dropping softballs.
Yeah, so
So
yeah, no, this setup, this setup very much deserved the moderate. 100%. I'm not doubting that. But it's not as focused as most other events that I've tracked. This is very much a kind of overarching, the entire area is going to be under the severe threat, and it's going to kind of hop back and forth over the entire day,
Well,
which has made it very annoying to track personally. But
I
excuse me.
want to briefly mention that again. It has been a long time since because again, just because of the fact that the way the frontal system is shaped in relation to the thunderstorms ongoing, this is by definition a setup for a progressive derecho, and we haven't seen a ton of those in a while. A lot of the ones that we've been covering, or at least the last one, which was December 2021, and then a couple other ones in 2022, those are serial. Those are along a cold front. Those are a very fast moving cold front. This is a setup to where it's reliant on one thunderstorm exploding and upscaling in growth and just traveling extremely fast.
Which thankfully we haven't seen happen quite yet, but it definitely looks like it's trying to. I say as I'm looking at the tornado warned storms. Let me go back over here. So you can see like it's definitely trying. You can kind of trace over the oranges and reds on reflectivity, and it's definitely growing larger. It's definitely starting to get that north to south extension that we've been waiting on to really see this thing grow upscale. But
it's also bowing
no,
out.
exactly. So you can kind of see the bow south of Windsboro that I've kind of crudely drawn here in the on the radarscope pen. But yeah, like you can trace it all the way up kind of north of Vicksburg, but then once you get to Windsboro, it kind of bows to the south and then goes due west. So this is what's going to be traveling here to the east southeast over the next several hours probably. But it's all a matter of, can it actually really start ingesting all the warm moist air that's in front of it and start eating up all that cape. Because once it starts doing that, it's most likely going to go absolutely insane. There's a reason why we have the 45% significant wind, and I have a feeling that this is the storm that's going to make or break it. Really, I mean, we've had the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings already, but I think if this manages to really do what models wanted it to do, that it's going to start pumping out those 85, 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts in probably in the next hour or so, if it really wants to go quick.
Yeah. No, this thing is it's definitely beginning to get its act together as it begins to bow out. The next major things we're going to look for is for that leading edge to become better defined, and to really start to see that rear inflow jet head into the storm. And as that happens, we'll really begin to see this bow out and become more of a windbag situation for sure. Still the hazards, according to the Weather Service: softball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. My sneaking suspicion is that the hail has died down a bit, and that what's actually beginning to happen is this is beginning to have more of a wind element to it. So I am starting to become somewhat convinced that this is becoming more of a wind maker at this point.
Yeah, but I would still think that the hail threat is the main one with this. I mean, we're still getting some 70 dBz pixels here. So the hail size is definitely still up there. I don't think it's softballs anymore. It is probably closer to the apple size. But of course, I'm only speculating here. I'm not the SPC. So we'll see what they say. But as of now, I'm definitely thinking along the same lines as Thomas. The hail threat's going down, the wind threat's coming up. We'll see whether or not they can actually get themselves to the point where it's just straight winds. So I do want to quickly bring up, though, up in Arkansas, we actually did get that new mesoscale discussion. If someone wants to read that off.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that. So we do have a mesoscale discussion in the state of Arkansas that hasn't come through just yet on the Storm Prediction Center's website directly. However, there are alternate ways. So here, let me get that pulled up real quick, and we can talk about it. But yeah, no, there is a brand new mesoscale discussion that has just come out. I'm sure it's in regards to a new severe thunderstorm watch coming out in the not too distant future.
Yeah,
Yeah, there it is. It's in.
I would not suspect this to be a tornado watch. Absolutely, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm watch, if anything.
Yeah, I would definitely think that. Yeah, so this is concerning severe potential. Watch likely for southeastern Oklahoma and central Arkansas at this time. So the expectation, they have an 80% chance of a watch issuance, and they say the following: the risk for large hail and damaging winds may increase this afternoon and evening. Supercells with large to very large hail and damaging winds are the main risk. A new weather watch will be needed. And they say in the wake of early day convection, new development has been noted in the recovering air mass across the eastern Oklahoma and central Arkansas region. Strong heating and unseasonably steep mid-level lapse rates, or that basically means that the cooling of the atmosphere is faster than usual as you move up. And so again, heat rises. Very warm at the surface, very cool above, lots of rising air. But they're saying there's lots of instability there. There's lots of rising motion, and so they expect there to be some pretty intense storms. They're expecting 2-inch in diameter or greater hail to be a possibility. They're saying that storms will persist into the evening as well. So yeah, the expectation, and this was by Mosier and Andrew Moore, I believe, were the two that worked on that. I know them well. They're good people, and yeah, they seem to think that this is going to be more of a hail threat than anything else at this time. So, current thoughts on the mesoscale discussion in Arkansas: there will likely be a weather watch there, and now they have 1.5-inch hail, more ping pong ball sized hail with that severe thunderstorm up in the state of Arkansas. Again, those updrafts getting pretty robust, pretty quick. And we do now have a brand new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Alabama. This is an extension of the previous one that we had there. They maintain 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this particularly strong storm here that is in Montgomery County, that is south of Pike Road, that's heading towards Union Springs. Union Springs included within that destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
In fact, I do want to bring up, so the warning that this is extending from, it actually got upgraded within the last 5 minutes here to 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So
wow.
That's the highest that we've seen today. This is a destructive storm for Sprague, Meadville, Carter's Hill, and Pine Level. It is only producing 1-inch hail, thankfully, so this is only a wind threat, but I mean, this is just south of Montgomery, so the main city of Montgomery probably got brushed by some of the stronger winds, but the 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts are now approaching Union Springs. So if you're in that town, you need to be ready. The SPC, or the National Weather Service out of Birmingham, are thinking that it's probably going to be 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts by the time it gets to you, but still treat it as if it is a tornado warning, just due to how strong those winds are. They can still very easily produce some damage.
And we do have yet another destructive severe thunderstorm that has just moved into Alabama there. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning, courtesy of National Weather Service Birmingham for Greene and Sumter counties until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. This includes the city of Livingston. That's the major city there. But it also includes Utah, York, Cuba, Forkland, Bogey, Gainesville, Eeps, places like that. The University of West Alabama also in this. So if you're within that warning, make sure that you're taking your precautions at this time as this dangerous situation does continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Ugh. Well, excuse me. You can very easily see those strong winds. I mean, we're looking pretty high up in the atmosphere, so it's a little bit it's a little bit hand wavy to say that there's 93-mile-an-hour winds, but this is all kind of happening. It's about 11,000 feet up, so yeah, 80 mile an hour at the surface definitely seems plausible. So that being said, it's very important that you watch out for these. They are going to produce a lot of damage. In fact, these are moving east at 75 miles per hour alone. So 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 even if you are on the highway, unless you're driving 80 miles an hour, which is for in most places against the law, you won't be able to escape these. So it's best that you just seek shelter immediately if you are anywhere near this.
I want to talk about the storm in Louisiana, the one that we've been talking about. They maintain that it's a destructive storm there for Sickly Island, Harrisonburg, and surrounding areas, but they've downgraded it now to baseball-sized hail. So that's 2 3/4 inches in diameter, still substantiated, but lower than before. They maintain 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on the storm as well. However, we are starting to see that more Bowen characteristic, the reflectivity, the kind of gradient between the heavy rain and the lighter rain is becoming tighter. And so we're starting to see signs that this could become that progressive derecho that Alfieri has been mentioning, and the one that Rishi's been talking about throughout the day today. So I think we are starting to see that development of that derecho there, perhaps in the state of Louisiana. We'll just have to see if this doesn't do it and swipe out all the energy as it moves on through. We have storms developing in Texas and Arkansas, and I'm sure we'll be doing that as well. So we could see quite a bit in terms of derecho potential today. I think we could even have one ongoing there in the state of Alabama right now. So we'll just have to see. But an extremely dangerous situation does continue here. Um,
Yeah,
in the state
absolutely
of
it
Alabama.
does. Absolutely it does. I'm going to take a quick look back into Georgia here. It's been a little while since we've kind of talked about this state in general here. We do still have that radar indicated tornado warning for that is now south of Sylvester, is where that couplet is. I'm not seeing any hints that is on the ground. The couplet is still there though, so it could very easily do something. It is not doing it yet. The
Like,
severe warning in Douglas. I can't really get the text out, so that might be expired at this point.
I would like to note with that tornado warned storm, we did have a report as of 25 minutes ago of 3-inch in diameter hail associated with this storm, the supercell. That's now moving pretty close to out of the warning area. So the one that's heading in the general direction of Tifton and Omega is the storm that produced 3-inch diameter hail. It's currently the couplet that's capable of producing a tornado. Is looking like it's heading south of Sylvester. However, it does look like they could be getting some pretty large damaging hail. So regardless, you want to be in that tornado safe place. I would not be shocked, especially given the presentation of this storm, if an extension to that tornado warning is issued in the not too distant future.
By the way, just a little fun fact: Omega, Georgia, is one of those towns that is not pronounced Omega, but it's something different. I don't know what it is. I just
You just know.
I just know.
Understood. And something that I want to point out as well, Thomas, it is pronounced Sicily Island, not Sicily.
Sicily Island.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that the pronunciation of that should be fairly similar to, if not identical to, the island of Sicily that belongs to the country of Italy. So,
Okay.
so just so you're aware of that one as well. But
Radar presentation on our supercells rapidly improving in Georgia. The one heading towards Tifton, sorry to cut you off. That's just looking concerning in the latest frame.
yeah, I see that as well coming off a Moody Air Force Base radar there.
Yeah.
Even I mean, this one's a little bit contaminated, but backed by Putney, there's also hints of another couplet forming there. Um, so there might be two supercells training one behind the other. But at this point, it's still kind of hard to tell. Um, we'll see what happens here in the next few minutes. But at the bottom of the hour, we are going to take a very short break. You'll likely see the screen change over in that time as we are going to hand over the hosting priorities from myself to Thomas. So I do want to say thank you very much for everybody who has been here with me. Before I sign off, Ferry, you're going to say something.
Even Bentley, forecaster, I'm not sure exactly if he's a forecaster at the SPC, but he does work at the SPC.
He is. Yes.
Tweeted out about 30 minutes ago, 30, 40 minutes ago, that what was discussed last night, that they're seeing large supercell small scale Boeing segments. This was also discussed last night. Is the extreme shear of 60 to 70 knots so favorable for supercells that the upward growth into linear segments may struggle? Even though there is still a sig wind threat, though it could be more transient and on a smaller scale, although eventually enough storms will likely conceal for a more traditional MCS.
Interesting.
All right.
So the shear may overperform to such an extent that it prevents the you know textbook derecho from forming. It might keep everything kind of discreet. Is what you're saying.
Again, that's the one thing that,
Interesting.
and that normally isn't an issue in serial derechos, but with progressive ones that start off as a small storm and then explode in growth, that is an issue.
So we're just gonna have to wait and see on whether or not that ends up actually coming to fruition. But at this point, it's just too early to tell. But
Absolutely the case. The major thing also with this could explain our overperformance in a tornado threat.
yeah, at least early on. So far, we've had a lull in tornadoes, thankfully. Although we might see that come to an end here momentarily because we do have a pretty prominent hook here to the southwest of Tai, as it's on its way to Amiga. I'm going to guess that that is how you actually say that name, but probably not. We're gonna find out. But regardless, so we're gonna do a quick handoff here. So we're gonna go to break screen. When we come back, Thomas will be leading the charge. I'll stick with it for another half hour as a support role. After that, I'll probably have to dip off. So thank you all very much for sticking with me through the early stages of this event. We're gonna hand it over to Thomas to take you through the next half. Once again, thank you very much. We'll be right back.
Here we go. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Advective Weather live stream. The handoff has been successful between me and the previous host Rishi, so you all are stuck with me now. I'm Thomas Schwen. I'll be taking you through the next few hours of severe weather coverage as we continue to take a look at what exactly has been going on in regards to the weather over the last little while. So we're just going to continue to take a look at what's going on here, but you can see here the wide loop. This is giving you an idea of what's going on overall, and the major things that we're taking a look at right now in particular are the complex of storms that's training all the way from near Meridian, Mississippi, all the way to Albany, Georgia, and then what looks like could be our main derecho there heading in to Mississippi at this time. We also have new developments up in Arkansas and new developments that are beginning to form in the state of Texas. Those could also be problematic in the not too distant future. So that's what we're currently looking at right now, and we will continue to look at this with time. So let me swap the radar sites now. This is a single site radar operation. And let's just take a look at what's going on with this latest tornado warning. This is near Tifton in the state of Georgia, and you can see there a tighter couplet, those reds and greens coming together a little bit. It's definitely something of concern there, but we have this more robust hook echo here that's north of Highway 256 at this time, and that is looking like it's going to head south of Tifton, although the southern side of Tifton there near Unionville, you guys are within this tornado warning. We also have another brand new tornado warning that's just come out here. We'll go over that right now. That's for a rather robust couplet there near Baconton. Is that how you pronounce that?
Yes.
So that's for Mitchell. Is that Colquitt and Worth counties, as well as what is it? Dougherty is what we said it's pronounced.
Doherty.
Doherty.
Doesn't matter.
I'm gonna keep screwing that up. In Georgia, you guys are all now in a tornado warning for radar indicated rotation. That includes Doran, which is going to be impacted around 5:50 p.m. in other locations, including Bridgeboro, Funston, Minton, Livingston, Anderson City, Ticknor, Minnesota, Parkerville, Powelltown, and Pecan City. Those are all the areas that could potentially get impacted by this tornado-warned storm. So we have two tornado-warned storms here kind of training each other. These are the only two tornadic storms at this time, both in the state of Georgia, and they're both looking more robust with time here as they traverse to the east-southeast. So we'll continue to take a look at that, but this is looking rather robust. So let's take a look. I'm going to break these down a little bit more before we do take a look at the velocities. Yes, Alfiria?
I'm looking at this from the Moody Air Force Base radar. That tornado warning heading towards Omega. I'm gonna probably need your confirmation on this as well, but it seems like we have a donut hole starting to line up with
Yeah, it's certainly
the
trying
circulation.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, no,
just
that's
south of tie.
Yeah, that's yeah, I see what you're talking about. Both of these look like they're starting to develop donut holes from the NexRad radars that I have right now, that I have access to data-wise. So we'll see here, but both of these look rather robust. Let's talk about where these two are, if there are tornadoes on the ground right now. First one here, it's going to be just to the east of Scooterville, just to the west of Excelsior. And then Omega there, this is nearing Omega as well. Those reds and greens, kind of where they come together there, that's kind of our primary area of concern. So anywhere really within here is where, if there is a tornado on the ground, that's where it could be. That's going to be heading generally east-southeast here. So if you're in Lennox, if you're in Enigma, those general areas from Interstate 75, from around Tifton all the way to Sparks, or even Adele, those areas, you need to be making sure that you're in your tornado safe place. So we move farther back. If there's a tornado with this other warning, it's going to be near Crestwood, Georgia. And that's again going to be moving east-southeast at this time, heading in the general direction of Bridgeboro. And again, This is looking like it's crossing the border between Mitchell and the county I can't pronounce there. Doherty? Is that how it is?
Doherty, yeah.
that's
Doherty. Doherty. I finally got it. So Doherty and Mitchell counties, that's where this is looking to cross here shortly. And then after that, it's looking like it's going to be crossing into Worth County before eventually moving into Colquitt County. So we're looking at there with the westernmost tornado warning storm. And again, where that hook is, where that kind of ring is right there, that's where we're expecting that tornado to be if there is one. Neither of these confirmed. The other possible tornado is just east of Scooterville, heading in the general direction of Omega, and that's going to be crossing State Highway 319 around that region there. So that's what we're looking at in terms of that as well, and that is heading generally, it's currently in, I believe that's... Is that Tilt or Tift County? Let me see. That's Tift County that this storm is currently in. And it's moving in the general direction of Colquitt County, and it's going to move into Cook County from there. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the tornado warned storms, both in the state of Georgia. Let's take a look now at what's going on in Alabama. Andrew Griffiths noting in chat there, Central Illinois WX, saying... partner of ours there, storm chasing partner, telling us about some monster winds that could be occurring there south of Montgomery, Alabama. So we'll take a look at that. Damaging, dangerous winds there, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts according to the Weather Service, and the radar looks very impressive as well. So that's a destructive severe thunderstorm for Pike and Bullock counties. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail in association with this arc of storms, and that is an impressive radar presentation. We're seeing the kind of light to heavy rain right away. That means that we have wind pushing it forward. We're starting to see a bit of a gap in the back as well. So yeah, I mean, we could definitely be seeing a more dangerous system there for sure. But that is a destructive severe thunderstorm that's currently ongoing. And this is the presentation that I can show you, but I'm looking at other data behind the scenes that shows us that impressive radar presentation. So lots of stuff going on with that destructive severe storm, and that's propagating there to the south and east with winds of 70 miles per hour. That is approaching the Alabama-Georgia border. That's going to be impacting, I'm going to go by counties, it's impacting mostly Bullock County at the moment. It's going to be impacting here in not too long Barker County. It's going to be, as we move a bit farther south here, it's going to be moving general direction of Louisville, Texasville, places like that. So if you're in Pike County, it's going to be heading in your general direction there as well. Clay County there in the state of Georgia. Quitman County there in the state of Georgia as well. So we have quite a few severe thunderstorms there, but this is where that particularly dangerous severe storm is going to be headed. We have another severe thunderstorm near Greene and Sumter counties. And that includes Livingston, Alabama. And that storm there, let's move over to it. Let's actually move to a radar that gets it in good coverage there. The Alabama radar looks best there, but the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts now in quarter-sized hail, so it's no longer destructive. That's now considerable, and as this does move, it looks like it's associated with these complexes of storms, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts to 1-inch hail there, as this is now slamming Selma at this time, but some very strong winds associated with that system as well. And then finally, our major storm in the state of Louisiana, we've been checking up on that Boeing segment. That's nearly destructive, 2.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That particular storm, that's starting to bow out a bit, so I wouldn't be shocked to see some stronger wind gusts here with time as this continues to move along here. So here's the Boeing segment. You can see it kind of going in there, but this could become a bigger wind maker in the future. We're not seeing much in terms of winds out of it right now. I'm not seeing many storm reports either. But we'll see what happens there in terms of our more serious storms. When it comes to some new developments, we have new storms that are developing up in the state of Arkansas. We have a sneaky supercell heading into the Little Rock metro area, 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that. We also have 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with a severe thunderstorm near Waldron, Arkansas. So those are both substantial. And I do believe especially here with the storm near Little Rock, that there's a bit of tornado potential with it. Now, I think our hot spot for tornado potential is going to be a bit farther south here. So I think it's going to be kind of along, we can kind of see some storms developing here. That's going to be our best tornado potential in the near term. We're also seeing some storms developing in Texas. Those are likely to be more serious with Pine here. And we're going to see here a severe thunderstorm watch. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in place for Texas and another one in place there farther north for those storms in Arkansas. So I wouldn't be shocked to see some severe thunderstorms going up here relatively soon.
Yeah, I was actually just about to mention that we got that brand new severe thunderstorm watch for let's see, west and central Arkansas as well as far southeast Oklahoma, but we also just got that other severe thunderstorm watch for let's see here. This is for southern Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle, and southeast Mississippi. Both of these are saying that a tornado or two is possible, but the one in Little Rock is saying that large hail will be up to 2.5 inches with wind gusts being up to 70 miles an hour. The one down south is saying gusts up to 85 miles per hour are likely, as well as 2-inch hail.
Goodness.
So the threats are a little bit different between the two, but overall, the effects should be more or less the same. I'm not sure what the probabilities are on these, however.
So probabilities on our watch to the deep south here, and this is in association with this large kind of line segment that's developing here, stretching through Alabama and Georgia, and then our other storms there farther back as well. We're seeing there those well-developed storms, and so the watch probabilities with this watch for tornadoes, we have a 20% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, a 10% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes within this watch. This one again, for this general area in southern Alabama heading into the Florida Panhandle. We have a high chance of severe winds, that is 70% of 10 or more severe wind events at 60 miles per hour or greater, 60% chance of 1 or more wind events beyond hurricane force, with moderate chances of severe hail and hail greater than 2 inches in diameter being at 40 and 30% respectively. With our watch in the state...
I'm not sure.
What's up?
Not sure if anyone's noticed this, but they issued a moderate for excessive rainfall.
Ooh, so we have a new...
That's across southern Georgia, right?
Yes, southern Georgia, southern Alabama. It got issued today at around 12 p.m. I think everybody bit flustered. But of course, the big thing here, and I can tell you exactly what the issue is here, is that the storms keep backbuilding. They keep training in, going roughly the same direction. And that's why that is in place. That's why the flash flood watch and the flood watch was issued earlier today. That's why I will not be surprised that come the end of this, because this is still an area. This train of storms moving to the east-southeast goes all the way into portions of Mississippi. So, unless something changes, these are all moving in a general location of east, then east-southeast, and then it starts to turn around again. In terms of good news regarding potential flooding and whatnot, the metro Atlanta area, so this is eastern Georgia from Athens to the western border, to the Alabama-Georgia border, that seems to be in the all clear for right now. There isn't anything going on, and I can see outside. It's so cloudy, but sun's peeking out. So, at least for that area, nothing really to report there, unless something happens later tonight.
Yeah, and I did pull up the Weather Prediction Center's graphic there on my screen. You can see that moderate risk of excessive rainfall there down through southern Alabama, heading into Georgia. That does get very close to Montgomery, there in the state of Alabama, heading into Georgia there. So that corridor is where those training thunderstorms have been, just like you mentioned. And we are playing the loop here on the screen so people can see it. But yeah, I mean, you can see there we have that large arc of training thunderstorms in that moderate risk region now, and then we have that other arc of storms heading in the same general direction there in the state of Alabama, heading from Mississippi. And then, of course, we have more storms forming up in Mississippi. And beyond that, tomorrow we're going to get more rain, storms, things like that in similar regions as well. So lots of rainfall, lots of flooding potential. And that, of course, is just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the severe hazards at times. So we're going to continue to monitor both of those threats, the severe and flooding threats at this time. Let's return to our new developments in Arkansas here. We do have that supercell there that's heading in the general direction of Little Rock, 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that. So that's substantiated for sure. That's a substantial updraft heading in the general directions of Salem, Bryant, and Benton in the state of Arkansas. And then as we move farther up north, we do have that storm there that's heading towards True Ally, Onyx, places like that. It's going to head south of Plainview. And then we do now have a severe thunderstorm that it's a very small, it's almost like a kidney bean kind of storm is what we call it. That is just south of Dallas-Fort Worth. It's just been severe warned. That does include the southern parts of Dallas. That is for 1.5-inch diameter hail. Wind gusts not even 60 miles per hour. It's for Johnston, Tarrant, Ellis, and Dallas counties until 5:45 p.m. Central Time. That's for ping pong ball-sized hail.
See, if I had a nickel for every single time in the past few weeks that Dallas has been involved in a severe thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm watch due to large hail, I'd probably be rich.
Yeah, the entire area has been non-stop under threat for the last 2 or 3 weeks. It's been, I would have to imagine that the people in these areas have to be kind of sick and tired of it all. I don't know if the pattern's going to be changing anytime soon. I know that we have kind of 5 days straight now forecasted of severe weather.
Yeah.
Which includes the deep south for the most part. I think the only one that isn't really Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. That area is the day 5, which is centered over Tennessee. So this entire area, you're still not really out of the woods yet. Even after today, you still have another 3 days at least to look forward to in terms of severe weather. But hopefully the pattern shifts and you get a little break. But I just don't know when that will actually happen.
Yeah, me neither. I'm going to pull up actually these next 5 days of severe weather outlooks so that way we can have everyone look at them. Because it is an active period, especially for the month of June, for severe weather. So here it is. We'll take a look at our first outlook. This is today's. We have that moderate risk that extends all the way from the Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi border, that triple point there, all the way into the state of Georgia, especially the southern side. That includes Jackson, Mississippi, Montgomery, Alabama. Those are the 2 major cities that are included within that moderate risk. We're expecting, even if it's not a full-blown derecho, we're expecting numerous thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, and then especially there in Alabama and Georgia in this southern portion I'm circling here. That's where we could see some stronger tornadoes today. We've already seen a couple of stronger tornadoes today. We're just going to hope that doesn't continue. I am keeping a close eye on storms while I'm showing you all this, so if anything does end up popping up, especially with our tornado-warned storms, I will be there to cover it. So that's what's going on today. Tomorrow we have 2 gigantic regions of slight risk, especially in the plains. I mean, that is a large region with a slight risk of severe weather. Wouldn't be shocked to see a categorical upgrade there in future. And then we also have that slight risk of severe weather there in the deep south. That's going to be a continuation of what's happening tonight. New development in the plains tomorrow. Damaging winds, large hail, the primary threats. 3 days out, stretching all the way from around Tulsa, Oklahoma, through into Tupelo, Mississippi. That includes Memphis, Tennessee, and Little Rock, Arkansas. This dangerous situation continues there. into 3 days out on Friday. Saturday, we have a severe weather risk stretching along the borders of Oklahoma and Kansas. And then finally, 5 days out, we have a severe weather risk stretching all the way from the Missouri Boot Heel, including Memphis, Tennessee, nearly to Paducah, Kentucky. That includes Tupelo, Mississippi, Huntsville, Alabama, Little Rock, Arkansas as well. So that's what we're looking at in those terms right now. Alfiria, do you have anything to add?
Not really. All I can really tell you is that if there's anything that I can say that we've been lucky is that a lot of these storms that looked really intense on radar were away from the major population centers that I consider in South Georgia, which it's Albany got hit by the radar indicated warning, but Tifton's the other one. And of course I know these names due to covering Alberto 94, but a lot of these towns are the more populated ones seem to be not having been hit as badly as they could have been earlier today.
Absolutely. Good news, no destructive severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. They're all considerable or base. So that's the first time we've had that in a little while. If anyone in the chat has any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask us and we'll be more than glad to answer them, myself and Alfiria. If you know anyone who you think would be interested in this stream, please feel free to share it, and we would be glad for that as well. That would definitely be helpful for us. So that's what's going on there. It's just me and Alfiria now. Rishiko had to go. But I do thank Rishi for his hours of coverage here today on what was a serious situation, especially with the particularly dangerous situations that we had earlier today with our more tornadic thunderstorms. So if any of you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them, and I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I think we're just going to kind of go through what's currently happening in terms of our warnings. And we'll start with our tornado warnings. I'll be sure to keep an eye on the chat while we do this. Someone saying 5-inch hail has been observed in Mississippi there. That's Kay. That's one of our team members. And yeah, we actually did see that. I've been seeing those posts on social media. It's unbelievable. If you take a look at, what is it? Matt Lubhan. They actually have pictures of it on their Twitter account. So you can take a look at that. It's unbelievable stuff. Well, let's take a look now at our current warnings. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and we'll go to those first and then get back to them. But we have 2 tornado-warned storms here, one south of Tifton and one that is to the south and east of Albany. So our first tornado-warned storm here, this is the one to the south and east of Albany. This is a tornado warning that's in place until 6:15 p.m. Easterns for the next 15 minutes or so for northwestern Colquitt and south and southern Worth counties. This storm's moving southeast at 35 miles per hour and will be near Doe Run around 6:05 p.m. So there's Doe Run. You can see it there. This is going to be moving towards you, so it's nearly 5 p.m. your time. It's going to be there in about 5 minutes. So make sure that you're in your tornado safe place. Just as a refresher, that's the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room, preferably a bathroom or closet. That's the best place to be. Make sure to bring pillows, blankets, things like that to protect yourself from flying debris. And also be sure to make sure that you have things like shoes to put on afterwards as well. So quite a few things in that regard to do to prepare for severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes. If you want a more comprehensive guide and you're not in a particularly bad severe threat right now, we do have one on the channel you can watch after this stream ends as well. There's a link to it in the description of this stream, actually. But if there's a tornado, it's going to be there just to the north and west of Doe Run. It's going to be right about here where this hook appendage is on this thunderstorm. So that's going to be south of Parkerville. Although you are going to be getting some larger hail there. That's where you are at this time. And then with the storm south of Tifton, south of Unionville, if there's a tornado, it's going to be near Lenox at this time. And a new radar scan has just come in, so it's going to be right along this leading edge here. There's a somewhat substantiated bit of rotation there, but this is starting to bow out and become more of a wind and hail threat. This storm currently has a 1.5-inch diameter. It's ping pong ball sized hail on it. coupled with the potential for a tornado. But that warning is in place for Cook, Berrien, Colquitt, Tift, and Worth counties until 6:15 p.m. today. Again, that's for a tornado and ping pong balls. So we're looking at Lennox around 6 p.m. It's right about now, so this is going just north of you. Adele and Sparks around 6:05. So just make sure you're in a tornado safe place. I don't think there's a huge tornado threat with this storm anymore. However, that is not what the Weather Service believes. They have this in place until 6:15. So we'll see what ends up happening there. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of both of our tornado warnings.
What else? Yeah. Let's see.
While you're waiting on that.
Tornado watch for northern Alabama has expired or been canceled.
Yes.
That just got taken out, so
Yeah, I believe that was
considering
canceled.
it just hit 6 o'clock here, it likely was just let expired. Not all that surprised. But of course, the severe thunderstorm watch still in place for South Central Alabama, and that does include the state capital of Montgomery. And I think it also does it include Mobile? I think it does.
Does that include Mobile, Alabama? The new watch?
The severe thunderstorm watch.
I believe yes, it does include Mobile.
Okay.
So let's check in now. Oh, go on. What were you gonna say?
I'm saying the trailing thunderstorms going into Montgomery, so I'm expecting flash flood warnings to probably be issued relatively soon.
Yeah.
In Alabama.
I'd be inclined to agree. Let's take a look now at our storms. We're just going to move, now that we've gone over the tornado warnings, we're going to move to the storm in Louisiana there. This kind of Boeing segment that's now moved into Mississippi. And this thing has remained rather strong. Not too much of a wind signature with it, but the updraft does remain. We can actually take a look at a loop here, and you'll notice that the intensity has calmed down a little bit in terms of the colors, the pinks and the reds on the radar. But we're still seeing a potent storm here. Go on.
I will say, for those wondering as to why there is a massive line through the thunderstorm, well, it's because some genius engineer decided to place a water tower right in front of the radar site.
Yeah, it's great. And yeah, it does.
That is actually why that exists.
Yes,
it's
that
only for the Jackson radar. So
unfortunate, but we can still get a good idea of what the structure of the storm looks like.
Yeah, but it's yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on.
The arc of storms, that's definitely something of concern there. So this storm now has 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts as it heads in general direction of Fayette, Mississippi. So this has moved into Mississippi. This is for Calbourne, Jefferson, Franklin, and Adams counties until 6 p.m. That's for ping pong ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and that's all radar indicated. We don't have any storm reports at this time, and our radar estimations line up pretty closely with what the Weather Service has said as well. So pretty high confidence. This is producing some larger hail. It's producing some of those stronger winds, 60 miles per hour. This doesn't look anything like the absolute monster it was in Louisiana earlier. But still, if you are in places like Fayette, especially Roxy, Booth in the state of Mississippi, make sure that you're keeping a close eye on this. Let's now head back to the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. We do have 2 severe thunderstorms here that are definitely of concern. And Central Illinois weather letting
Massive
us know.
hailers.
Yes, big time hailers there. They're not exactly off the charts or anything just yet, but those updrafts are going to continue to intensify with time, definitely producing some larger hail already. And I expect that that will continue as we head into the evening and overnight hours. We'll start to see more storms pop up there, and we'll also see our storms in Arkansas evolve that we'll be checking in on shortly as well. So definitely there in southern Dallas, we do have those severe thunderstorms. Just south of Dallas, we have that severe storm with ping pong ball-sized hail that's in Midlothian, heading towards Ferris at this time, and that could get extended towards places like Kaufman and Kemp, so make sure you're watching out in that general direction. And that's going to be for Waxahachie and Dallas counties primarily is where this is impacting now at this time. We do have another severe thunderstorm there that's a little bit farther to the east. That has 1-inch diameter hail as its primary threat. That's just to the east of Terrell, and that is in what looks to be Kalman, Van Zandt, and Rains County. So here's Kaufman County, here is Van Zandt County, and then over here we do have Rains County. So those are the counties in Texas that are currently getting impacted by severe storms. Let's now check up on what's going on in Arkansas. We'll start with the storm that's just south of Little Rock. This one here, it looks robust. It looks quite robust, actually, now at this point. So there's a considerable damage threat there with that severe storm, with radar estimation saying this could be a destructive storm now with hail over 3 inches in diameter being possible with current radar estimates. There are storm reports here as of not too long ago of some large hail about 1 inch in diameter occurring. So we can say that it is confirmed there is some pretty large hail occurring with this. So 2-inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, the current hazards with the storm just south of Benton heading towards Redfield. And that warning is in place until 5:45 p.m. Central for northern Grant, northwestern Jefferson, southeastern Saline, northeastern Hot Spring, and southeastern Pulaski counties. Again, it's for 2-inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Our storm there farther to the west-northwest, that storm, that is heading in general direction of Liberty, Arkansas. That has 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts at this time. That's the current estimate from the Weather Service. Again, though, possibility of it being a particularly destructive storm. According to some of the radar returns I'm seeing, the hail could be a bit larger than that. So we'll see. I am seeing some evidence that there's some pretty large hail in this and some mid-level rotation. So all stuff that we'll need to keep an eye on for sure. Would not be shocked to see that get upgraded. But we have 2 big hailers there in the state of Arkansas, and that other hailer, again, that's for southeastern Scott, southwestern Yell, and northeastern Montgomery counties in the state of Arkansas. So that's the Arkansas checkup. Alfiria, do you have anything to add at this time?
Not at this time.
Right. Well, if any of you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask, and we'll be happy to answer them. Someone saying they're leaving work right now. They're northeast Philadelphia. We're assuming it's Philadelphia, Mississippi there. They're shocked by how dark it is. So not sure if that has anything to do with anything. Let's take a look at what's going on in Philadelphia. So Philadelphia, Mississippi, farther north there, yeah, you're probably seeing some darker clouds right now. However, I'm not seeing any severe storms being of immediate danger to you. So if you're in Philadelphia, Mississippi, you're within the higher risk for severe storms today, that moderate risk. You're within a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch as well. So definitely need to be watching out as some stronger storms could occur later today. However, at this moment, it's not looking like these storms are going to be particularly strong where you are, although if you're looking to your south in particular, you could be seeing some of those
Oh,
darker
Pennsylvania.
clouds. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Okay, what's going on in
Yes.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania? Yeah, we got a few thunder showers up there, I believe. Let's actually take a look at what the SPC has for that. Yeah, there's a marginal risk of severe storms up there. So that's a level 1 out of 5. It's pretty low. And that is for damaging winds and large hail. So possibility of an isolated severe storm or two today. However, it looks like most of that stuff is moving away from you rather than towards you. So that's the good news up there in Pennsylvania. Sorry about that. Big time risk is in Philadelphia, Mississippi. So that's what I was thinking. But no, there's definitely a severe risk up in the Northeast today as well. We just haven't talked about it much because not much has happened just yet. Let's talk about what's going on in the state of Georgia. We have a new tornado warning that's just come out. That's an extension of the previous one for a Tifton storm, and that one's looking pretty robust right now, actually. The reflectivity appearance is looking good, and the velocity isn't looking half bad either. So it doesn't look like there's confirmation of a tornado at this time, but that is a mean-looking cell. That's a mean-looking cell. So we have our air surging in like so. We have our hooking around. So if there is a tornado, it's going to look about like this. It's going to be right about there, crossing State Road 125 between Enigma and Cottle at this time. And again, you can see the velocity there. It's not looking too robust, but there is a bit of a hook there, so that could organize in the near future. And again, for D-World X up there in Pennsylvania, we'll be keeping an eye on the weather up there. If anything does happen, we'll be sure to cover up there what's going on if anything gets severe warned. But that's a substantiated supercell that's now over there in the state of Georgia. Alfuria, do you have any additional thoughts on that well-developed supercell at this
Yeah,
time?
it's just it doesn't really have a ton of it has a couplet question mark, but it's not very intense. That's the big thing that I'm getting at. It's also in that clear slot right there. So
Yeah. We're not seeing huge surges of wind moving into the storm. We're more seeing wind moving out of the storm. So we have our surge inward, but on the products I can see, it's not very strong. But on the part of the storm that vents it outward, that allows the storm to kind of ventilate, that's been a bit more prominent. And so what needs to happen here is that this needs to better align. We need to have more inward air than outward air in order for this to drop a tornado at this time. And one of our partners there, Central Illinois Weather, just noted that in the chat as well. So that's what's going on with that tornado warned cell. Let's move now into that arc of storms in the state of Alabama we currently have ongoing right now. This thing it's chaotic. That's, I think, the best way that I can describe it. This time we just have kind of a chaotic line arc of storms here with 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts stretching all the way from Butler all the way to Montgomery, Alabama. I mean, this line is absolutely massive. There could be some larger hail in there too. But that's the current situation there. Richard Duncan saying, okay, guys, have a good one. You as well. Thank you so much. We also saw your positive comment, from earlier. And we'll be keeping an eye on what's going on in eastern Texas there as well. So if you do have any questions, comments later in the night about something that's going on there in eastern Texas, we'll be happy to answer it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning there for 1.5-inch hail. And sorry about that. My dog's going a little crazy in the background. So, see what's going on there. Hopefully everything's okay. But regardless of that, let's take a look now at what's going on in Arkansas. We have more storms going up with time there. We do have now this rather robust hailer now, 2-inch hail. Now, according to the Weather Service, up in the state of Arkansas. And we're going to continue to see these storms strengthen with time, hence the severe thunderstorm watch. 2-inch hail with this storm there south of Little Rock as well, between Benton and Redfield. And then again, our Dallas-Fort Worth storms producing substantiated hail as well. And then our storms there down in the state of Mississippi. I think this storm is beginning to weaken down a bit. We'll just have to see. But we're starting to see more severe storms go up in Arkansas and Texas. And these could become pretty robust later with time. This is kind of what I'm thinking is our best shot of a derecho. We'll just have to see. I think that our instability down here, I think that this is definitely going to continue its movement southward, but I think our best shot at significant severe weather in Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi from this point forward will be from these storms in Arkansas and Texas at this time. With that being said, if any of you have questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them. We'll be more than glad to answer. And again, we do have Alfiria on board with us, and I'm very grateful for that as we continue to cover this severe weather situation. So we'll see how the situation continues to unfold, but as of now, nothing particularly strong. And that's definitely good news. But again, severe thunderstorms near the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. They're mostly to the south. We're seeing storms south of Little Rock going off, south of Jackson, south of Montgomery, north of Tallahassee there. Going straight through Albany right now. Albany's just been getting slammed again and again and again today with severe storms, and now they have a flooding risk as well. So lots going on there. Alfiria, I know that you've experienced a bit of this earlier today. What are your current thoughts on just the overall situation? It feels like this big derecho that we were thinking was going to emerge, especially there in Mississippi, really hasn't.
Well, the one thing is, in terms of and this is something that I kind of want to point out whenever I did the video yesterday, which is that the threat for that derecho is late afternoon, early to mid-evening. So there's still some time there. And by evening, I would say until, nightfall is around, let's say, sun doesn't set where I live until about 9, give or take. So for them, it would be, for 9 there, it'd be 10 p.m. Eastern. So it is possible, but again, one of the things that I said earlier, and this is something that really needs to be said about progressive derechos, too much wind shear will kill them. And that's what I think we're experiencing right now. Because with serial derechos, you want as much wind shear as possible. But with the more progressive derechos, you just need them to be aligned with the stalled frontal boundary. And you look at other progressive derechos and the wind shear isn't all that strong in the lower levels. But here it's 60, 70 knots.
Yeah. I agree with you.
The progressive derechos, just because of the fact that, due to the fact that they are next to a stalled frontal boundary, and, last time I checked, stalled frontal boundaries and troughs usually don't go well together. At least to my knowledge. It feels like that we're in a situation to where, due to that low shear environment with high cape,
That's how you get those progressive derechos to just explode in size and then march along. Because there's just so much instability that it's allowed to. You have that instability here. The problem is that the wind shear is too high where the storms are right now. And where the tornadic looking storms are, the wind shear's dying off.
Yeah. I completely agree with you.
So, again, if this was, let's say, a serial derecho, yeah, we'd probably be looking at one right now. If the parameters stayed the same and whatnot, minus the frontal systems, then yeah, you could easily make the case there. But in this case, it's just not enough. It's just too much for these storms, and it's kind of the opposite thing for a derecho where you're having an increased supercell threat instead, but the problem is that where these storms are finally able to get apart, because again, the big problem is that all the supercells were early on in Georgia, and then you look in Alabama where they could easily have a prime environment for a few tornadoes, and then you just see the storm mode is an absolute mess.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you in that regard. I think that we've had a bit of a messy mode today. I think that the lack of, or the abundance of wind shear has allowed these storms to better ventilate themselves, which means that a lot of our inflow and outflow is actually happening more towards the front of the storm rather than the back end of the storm. And so you're not really able to get those rear jets because it isn't really able to create its own environment. It's being controlled by the environment around it. So that's what we're currently looking at there at this time. So danger situation continues as we move through the day today, and a new tornado warning has just gone into place there in the state of Georgia. This one here for a radar indicated rotation, and that's for Atkinson County. However, not expecting too much in terms of tornadic potential with that. At this point, I think the best conditions have passed for tornadoes there. That's what we're currently looking at. Let's check back now on the storms going on in Dallas-Fort Worth. We're not seeing anything too bad for people at the moment, but you will notice there that storm near southern Dallas hasn't moved very much. It's moving pretty slowly, and it still has some larger hail. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing our Dallas-Fort Worth storms going up. We're seeing our Little Rock storms going up as well. And I really do think that if we are going to see a major derecho today, the way that would happen would be through these. But I don't think that's going to happen. We now have a destructive severe thunderstorm in the state of Arkansas. That is this storm right here heading towards Hot Springs Village, as baseballs now falling from the sky with it, according to the Weather Service. Radar estimation saying that this could have hail even larger than that. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning in place until 6 p.m. Central. We're taking a look at southwestern Perry, Garland, northwestern Saline, southwestern Yell, and northeastern Montgomery counties for this destructive severe thunderstorm at this time. So again, that's a destructive storm heading in the general direction of Hot Springs Village right now. That is definitely something of concern. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on things with time here. And then our storm near Little Rock, south of Little Rock, also still robust, 2-inch diameter hail with that, again perhaps larger. But that is a severe thunderstorm warning in place until 5:45 for northern Grant, southwestern Jefferson, southeastern Saline, and southeastern Pulaski counties. So that's the current look at some of the latest warnings there. Again, a destructive severe thunderstorm now in the state of Arkansas. It's this one right over here near Hot Springs Village, Mountain Pine. This storm right here, it's the storm of the hour. It's the one that's producing the most hazardous conditions. We do have that tornado warned storm down in Georgia we're going to continue to keep an eye on as well. However, the conditions for that to intensify, become particularly strong, are deteriorating some. However, the radar presentation just looks to have improved a little bit. So we'll see. It's a bit
The
garbled and
repeating
messy.
one, yes. The velocities, no.
Velocities are decent. They're not terrible. It's a bit messy.
Storm relative velocity.
Yeah, it's not awful. But we'll see. We'll see what happens down there. Definitely not the biggest concern. The biggest concern is that giant hailer in the state of Arkansas. It's particularly destructive at this time. So that's what we're continuing to look at. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to put them in chat. We'll be more than glad to answer them. If you know anyone within the severe risk today, it is widespread, stretching all the way from Texas all the way to Georgia and everywhere in between. Make sure to send this to them so that way they're getting the information they need to stay safe throughout the evening and overnight hours. We're going to be with you for quite a while yet as this situation continues to unfold. We will be taking a break here in about 4 minutes time for about 5 minutes, assuming nothing crazy happens. And then we'll be back at about 35 past the hour in that regard. Before that happens, we have gone over quite a bit here, but I would like to go over a couple other things that we haven't necessarily gone over in a little while now. So first things first, we can go over the current watches that are in place. It's probably not a terrible idea. And just talk about what's going on there. So our latest severe thunderstorm watch, it's 297. This right here is a severe thunderstorm watch for Oklahoma and Arkansas. This is primarily a hail-driven severe thunderstorm watch, so the big expectation is some isolated cells producing large hail, perhaps some strong winds, and maybe even an isolated tornado or two within this severe thunderstorm watch. And that watch is going to be in place until midnight tonight. That's again for scattered large hail, isolated very large hail up to 2.5 inches, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, perhaps a tornado or two. So take a look at the severe thunderstorm watch that's in place for the state of Alabama with this line that's really starting to materialize over there. This is primarily for damaging winds, although large hail and even an isolated tornado or two are most certainly possible. This severe thunderstorm watch lasts until 10 p.m. That's for southern Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle, southeast Mississippi, as well as coastal waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch in the state of Texas. That's going to last until 10 p.m. tonight. That's for large hail, primarily. That's for some big old hailers. We're expecting some pretty massive hail to come out of those storms as we head later into the evening. And again, up to 4 inches in diameter is likely, according to the Storm Prediction Center, with wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. We have a tornado watch that's in place until 10 p.m. for the southeastern side of Georgia, and that is a pretty balanced watch, damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes, all possible. We have a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch. It's in place until 8 p.m. Central. We might be going off the air around that time. Depends on what happens there. We'll have a brand new Storm Prediction Center outlook around that time as well. But a particularly dangerous situation for extreme southeast Arkansas, northeast Louisiana, and central Mississippi right now. Again, gusts up to 90 miles per hour, large hail, isolated very large hail events up to 3 inches in diameter, and a few tornadoes all possible. We do also have a tornado watch in place until 7 p.m. tonight in the state of Georgia, and a small chunk of Alabama there. That's pretty balanced, although severe wind is a bit high. You can see that there as well. And then this tornado watch was allowed to expire. So that's all the watches we currently had in effect at this point in time. So we're going to take a break now for the next little while. When we get back, we'll go over the latest warnings. We'll go over some mesoscale discussions the Storm Prediction Center has, and then we'll go over the SPC outlook for tonight, as well as the longer range when it does come to severe weather, and even some flooding stuff as well. We'll go over some flood warnings, what's going on with that, and what to do in those situations as well. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back here soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Advective Weather. We are currently on the air covering a substantiated severe weather episode that is currently ongoing across the southern United States. First things first, I just want to send an invitation to all of you. If any of you have questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please ask us. We're happy to answer them. That's what we're here for. If any of you have any insights to add, things like that, we want to hear those too. And if you know anyone that's in the risk area right now, please send this to them. We'll be happy to answer their questions and cover the situation there. We have a severe weather risk stretching all the way from the Dallas-Fort Worth metro all the way to around Albany in Georgia. We also have a small risk of severe thunderstorms in the northeastern United States today as well. So rather widespread severe weather episode here, and we have a level 4 out of 5, which is pretty rare for this region of the United States at this time of year today at the moment. So let's take a look at what's currently happening. The major news since we got off the air is that we do have a tornado warned storm here in the state of Texas. This is for Van Zandt County primarily, and that cell doesn't look half bad. This cell is heading in the general direction of Longview. It looks like it might move a bit north of Tyler, but there's a tornado warning in place for central Van Zandt County at this time until 6:15 p.m. This both contains the possibility of a tornado, but also ping pong ball sized hail. So that's substantial. This thing is basically over Canton right now, and then it will be around Van around 6:10 p.m. That's the next major place it's expected to be at. It's probably going to cross I-20 here in about 15 minutes time. So I'd say around 5:55 Central Time. That's when you can expect for this tornado warned storm to kind of cross I-20 there between Canton and Van at this time. We do have some breaking news here. We have a confirmed tornado now in the state of Georgia. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This thing is just north of Weber at this time, so we're actually going to move over to there right now. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is emergency management confirmed. And this is it. So we'll take a look at it on the radar, see what we can deduce. So there are two areas of potential here. It looks like this thing was pretty much in Weber. But yeah, it was at Highway 76 in Weber was where that tornado was reported. So there it is. It's supposed to be right over Weber. You cannot tell from the radar, really. So pretty difficult to tell where that is. That report came in not too long ago. That report was as of 5 minutes ago. So as of 5 minutes ago, tornadic circulation was near Weber, which means it's probably on the southern end of this now, heading in the general direction of where Highway 64 and 135 meet. So, and that's where that would be. Extension of that tornado warning now includes Pearson, Georgia as well. So, yeah, there's probably a brief spin up in there. It doesn't look too robust on velocity. Regardless, tornado was on the ground, could still be on the ground. And we've still got some large hail in that storm too. So if you're within that tornado warning, make sure to get to that safe place. Again, that's going to be lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, preferably a bathroom or a closet. That's just the best way to act in situations like these. So we have two tornado warned storms, one in the state of Georgia, one in the state of Texas. Both of them could become more robust with time. A confirmed tornado was on the ground in Georgia as of not too long ago. When we go back to the storms in Texas, the major notable thing is just large hail. We have confirmation, we have reports of large hail greater than 1.5 inches in diameter with this storm here near Waxahachie and Enos, Texas. So 1.5 inch hail now confirmed with that storm. Then as we move there to our tornado warned storm, no storm reports there, but radar estimations say that the hail could be even larger than what's currently estimated. 1.25 inch hail there, 60 mile per hour wind gusts in the severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Tyler, Texas. that being for southern Wood and southwestern Upper County, as well as Smith County. So Smith County here is the major county within this warning. And that, again, does include Tyler, Texas for that severe thunderstorm warning. However, they are not in a tornado warning at this time, but the storm that prompted this severe thunderstorm warning is tornado warned here near Canton. So if you're in Lindale, if you're in Tyler, if you're in Minola, just make sure that you're keeping an eye out. There's a real possibility that this gets tornado warned for you in the not too distant future. So make sure you have that tornado safety plan in place for that. Let's now move back north here to Arkansas. We did have a destructive severe thunderstorm up there earlier. That thunderstorm does remain destructive. So let's take a look at our destructive storm first. This thing's heading right for Hot Springs. The largest hail heading right for Mountain Pike and Hot Springs there in Arkansas. So if you are in Garland County, especially if you're on the northern half, if you're in Hot Springs, if you're in Mountain Pine, doesn't matter. Now it's all of Garland County. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It's time to get to your safe place, as if it's a tornado warning. That is baseballs that could be falling from the sky. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for this thing. It has a considerable damage tag. Get ready for the handful of counties here. So northeastern Clark, west central Grant, north central Dallas, Garland, southwestern Saline, east central Montgomery, and Hot Spring counties in Arkansas, all within a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 p.m. That is for hail that is 2 inches in diameter, wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. However, the radar that I'm looking at right now has shown a bit of an uptick since then, so I could see this getting upgraded again in the near future. No reports of hail associated with this storm yet. We'll see if we get any reports of hail with this in the future. Regardless, that's a dangerous situation unfolding there near Hot Springs right now. We also have that storm that's south of Little Rock, nearly directly south. That storm just has not been moving very fast at all. That storm currently has the latest severe thunderstorm warning is in place for Lanoke, Grant, Jefferson, Saline, and Pulaski counties for ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This thing's heading in the general direction of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And it looks like it is moving generally east-southeasterly. And so if that does, in fact, end up being the case, this thing might go a bit north of Pine Bluff. You're still in the warning, so watch out. This thing's going to cross I-530 any moment now. But these are lots of places that are getting impacted by those storms. We have a couple of other stronger storms. There's one just south of Dardenville there in Ola and Casa at this time. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as half-dollar-sized hail. That's rather large. That's 1 1/4 inches. And that is for northwestern Perry and southwestern Conway and central Yell and south central Pope counties. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of severe weather in the state of Arkansas. Let's just take a look at the southernmost warning real quick. And that has 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's in place for southeastern Hempstead, Nevada, and north central Columbia counties. Now, big news here, real quick. This right here, this is we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Alabama. This storm has been deemed destructive. This severe thunderstorm, it's moved through Montgomery. It is now moving in the general direction of the Georgia-Alabama border. It's going to go south of Auburn. But this destructive severe thunderstorm, it's this northern part of this line here. They're currently showing this storm having 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this thing. So if you're in Pike, Bullock, or Macon counties, make sure that you're in that tornado-safe place. Winds that strong, especially because you're going to get multiple gusts like that. Those could do some damage. Those could throw around some debris. Those could break some windows. So make sure you're in your tornado-safe place. Is your house going to get obliterated? No. Is there anything to be super scared about? No. Should you be in your safe place anyway? I'd suggest it. The winds are going to be a bit more widespread, and they're going to be damaging enough that flying debris could be dangerous if you're near a window, something like that. There could even be some minor roof damage from it too. So just it's best to be in your basement just in case. So that's my current opinion on that. Let's check back in on our tornado-warned storm here in Georgia. This thing looks like an absolute mess, but it is confirmed. Again, it is confirmed.
Supposedly.
I mean, it's emergency management. Now it's radar confirmed. Apparently. I'm not seeing evidence of it being a radar confirmed tornado. We'll see if that changes in the near future. But regardless of that, if you are in northeastern Barron County, you're in a tornado warning until top of the hour. If you're in Atkinson County in southeastern Georgia, you're in a tornado warning until 7:15 p.m. That includes Pearson. So if you're in Pearson, Georgia, if you're in Willacoochee, if you're in Henderson still, if you're in those areas, just make sure you're in a tornado safe place to be on the safe side. I'm not seeing anything particularly robust here in terms of a debris signature, nor am I seeing anything particularly robust on velocities. If there were a tornado on the ground with this storm, I think it'd be right on the border here, right around here, just wrapped in this mess of rain. So, yeah, we'll see how that all goes. Andrew Griffith is saying there might be a tornado near Hot Springs. Let's take a look at that storm. I mean, it has the hook. Certainly has the hook. We'll see what other evidence we can find there. But yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing anything particularly robust on the velocities. Seeing this giant correlation coefficient thing, but I don't think that's a tornado. Yeah, I'm not seeing much evidence of a tornado on the ground with this right now. Keep me posted with that. If there's any evidence you're seeing that I'm not, just keep me posted. But I'm not seeing evidence that this thing has a tornado on it. It is hooking, though, for sure, and could produce one later on. However, I'm not expecting anything particularly intense from that. Let's check in on our tornado-warned storm in Texas. This is radar indicated, at least so far. The hail is supposed to be pretty ginormous on this, according to our radar there, over 2 inches in diameter. Weather Service holding with ping pong ball, that's 1.5 inches. That's still no joke with this radar indicated rotation. But again, this thing will be near Van relatively soon. And I mean, there is a bit of a couplet with this storm. So, I mean, there's a bit of evidence on the radar that there could be a tornadic circulation here. If there is one, it's going to be right around here. Bit of radar contamination on this, so don't mind that. But just know, potential of a tornado. It looks like it's moving rather slowly. But this thing could be heading in the general direction of Tyler, Lindale, places like that. So don't be shocked if a tornado warning comes out for you guys. We'll have it covered if it does. We haven't gone over the severe weather situation in Mississippi in a little while, so never think it's a bad idea to go back over that. This has been kind of our storm of the day that we've been looking at. And it's been rather serious, but I'm not seeing anything that's absolutely screaming that this is a super strong storm anymore. It's definitely not anything to scoff off, that's for sure, but it's not the potential derecho I think we all thought it might be earlier. At least not anymore. The current storm has winds of 60 miles per hour and hail up to about $half sized. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in place until around 7 p.m. So there's still a while yet for the warning, but the radar does not look particularly impressive on this storm at all. I would not be shocked to see that start to die down somewhat soon. We have a storm north of Hattiesburg here with some pretty large hail on it. That's about the only thing particularly impressive with it. 60 mile per hour wind gust there. possible as well. I'm getting, yeah, there it is. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and golf ball sized hail with that. We do have a new tornado warning that is currently in effect, and then we're going to have to go over that we do now have another severe thunderstorm warning that's gone destructive in the state of Arkansas. So a new tornado warning there in the state of Georgia. Taking a look for that. That's for Atkinson County. I think they accidentally reissued it. So now it's radar indicated instead of observed, but I think instead of issuing a downgrade update, they actually just reissued the warning by mistake. So no new tornado warning. It's more of just a downgrade that didn't end up being posted the way you'd think. So we'll just have to see. And then again, back in Texas, we'll check that tornado warned storm back over there. Again, heading in the general direction of Tyler near Canton at this time. And that couplet is starting to look a bit more robust, but I'm not seeing anything confirming a tornado on the ground or anything of that nature. So currently, still ping pong balls falling from the sky. That's pretty serious. And again, that could be larger. So let's take a look at what's going on in Arkansas. Our hot spring storm has been upgraded to destructive yet again. There's been confirmation of baseballs now at this storm. That's a storm report. It's come out just west. I mean, like not even like 5 miles west of Hot Springs. It doesn't look like just right between Crystal Springs and Hot Springs here. That's where we found that destructive hail report. So this is a destructive storm now with baseball-sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And that is going to be in place until 6:30 p.m. for northeastern Clark, west central Grant, north central Dallas, Garland, and southwestern Saline, Hot Springs counties. So again, that's baseballs and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm, and your largest hail. Your biggest concern for hail is going to be right about there. So that is just to the west of Hot Springs. That could move right through Hot Springs. The southern side's definitely going to get hit. So if you're in Hot Springs right now, make sure that you're in your safe place, as if it's a tornado-warned storm. This kind of hail can break windows. It can break windshields. It can do some more serious stuff. So just make sure you're getting to that safe place, because this is some gigantic hail with this storm. Alfiria, do you have anything to add to that?
No, not really. I was just sitting back and waiting. So
That's fair. What are you waiting on?
SPC Outlook.
Yeah, that'll come out here in about an hour's time. 2 hours time, actually. And then we can talk about the new SPC Outlook. And we'll see there. If they hold the moderate risk, we might go on. If they downgrade to an enhanced risk, we're probably going to go off the air at that point. We'll just have to see. We're going to take a break in about 5 minutes' time, again, assuming nothing crazy happens. And then we'll come back. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. We'll be more than glad to answer them as the situation does continue. We continue to have a destructive severe thunderstorm in the state of Alabama for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's going south of Auburn, heading in the general direction of Troy, Alabama here. It's going to go south of Columbus, Georgia there. But it is going to eventually head in the general direction of Albany, which is still getting just slammed here. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, possible tornado, coupled with some flash flooding concerns. It's all happening there. And we do have now a considerable flash flood warning there that does include Albany. So that's a particularly dangerous situation according to the Weather Service. They are saying there that at 5:55 p.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 1.5 and 2.5 inches of rain have fallen in the last 2 hours. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible. Flash flooding is already occurring. So
Yeah, and keep in mind, Flint River goes straight through the middle of town. So
So if you're in Albany, make sure you know your flooding precautions. It's the opposite of tornado precautions in some sense. You want to be moving to the highest level of a sturdy building and an interior room, and make sure you have an escape route in case flooding does get that high. I doubt it will. It's mostly a hurricane thing. Just make sure that you know how to get to higher ground here in the event that we do continue to see that rather serious flooding concern. Let's move back to Texas. We have a severe storm in the state of Texas capable of producing a tornado there that is now east of Canton. We also just have a big hailer there south of Dallas. Again, 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm. Ping pong balls maintained for a tornado warned storm. And that storm there, I mean, that couplet, it looks robust. It just doesn't look like it's organized enough. Looks like the wind is there. It looks like the rotation is there. It's just not kind of organized and coupled with the storm well enough.
Yeah, it's been the story of the past few hours.
Yeah. And hopefully that's the story that continues. I mean, we saw some stronger tornadoes earlier today. I'd prefer that's all we get. We have an extension of that severe thunderstorm heading towards Camden, Arkansas. Again, bog standard, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Nothing particularly serious. Just make sure you're indoors away from windows. You know the drill, and you'll be fine. It's not a huge deal. The supercell near Hot Springs, that is destructive. That thing has gigantic hail in it, and that hail core continues to improve in appearance. Good news is, even though we do have that hook shape, the storm is not spinning, and I don't expect it will be, at least for the next little while. Hopefully that remains the case. If any of you have questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and we'll be more than glad to answer them. Yeah, that's pretty much how stream's going to go. If you know anyone that's within this risk area, please feel free to have them come along as well for the ride, so that way they can get the latest information on these storms as they do move through as well. With that being said, we are going to take a quick break here. We'll be back at about 5 minutes past top of the hour for more severe weather coverage as this situation continues. So, dangerous situation continues to unfold across the southeastern United States. We're going to continue to take a look at that as it happens. When we come back, we're going to go over the latest warnings. We're going to go over the latest mesoscale discussions. And then from there, we'll be taking your questions and continuing to keep you updated as the situation continues. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Advective Weather live stream. I'm now flying solo. Alfuria had to go and do some other things, so it's just me for now. But we're going to continue to go over the severe weather threat here. We're going to remain on the air until the new severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center comes out here in about 2 hours' time. From there, we'll make a determination after going over the outlook on whether it is necessary to stay. So the major things we're going to go over now are the destructive severe thunderstorms and tornado warned storms that we currently have going on. From there, we're going to go over mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll then go over again the latest watches from the Storm Prediction Center, and then we'll go through the overall situation before talking about what tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and even Sunday could look like as we head long range, assuming not much else happens on this front. And we'll see. There's been a lot happening today on the severe front. There was a tornado threat earlier today that was pretty substantial. I think a lot of that is gone at this point. And I think our moderate risk of severe storms, especially for Birmingham, Montgomery, areas like that, that's starting to fizzle away. We'll see what the Storm Prediction Center says here soon. Let's take a look at our severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Van right now, Van, Texas. This is the first storm of concern that we're going to go over, and the velocity still looks decent. Not good enough for me to say, oh my goodness, there's probably a tornado on the ground, but decent. Looks like hail. They're holding the line with 1.5-inch hail, and I think that's pretty reasonable. Given what's currently going on here. So we'll see how all that goes down. But yeah, storm heading towards Van, tornado warning for Van Dorn County. As we head over to Georgia, this is a new development over there, it appears. It's not a new development, I'm sorry. This has been here. Looks like the tornado over there may still be confirmed. Would be another confirmed tornado. I'm getting different. Let's see here. Is there one? I'm not seeing one. I'm getting differing things on software, which is very strange. So I'm going to say radar indicated for now. And then on our velocity, we're not seeing anything particularly impressive, maybe near Pearson within this warning. It's actually south of this warning near Homerville, Georgia, where the most impressive circulation is, so they might need to re-warn this storm as it heads in the general direction of Mexico crossing. But this storm here is it's currently in Atkinson County, although I'm thinking the major county it might be heading into is Clinch. We have another tornado warning that's just gone into place. This one is to the north and east here. This is just to the east of Statesboro, near Brooklet. And that's a substantiated thunderstorm there. You can see a bit of a notch in the storm there. So kind of like this, so we can kind of see that rotation there. And then from there as well, we can actually, if we go to our velocity, we can see there a somewhat robust rotational signature. Now, there's no debris signature with this, so this is not confirmed. However, that's not something to sneeze at there. So if you're north of Brooklet there, in Bullock or Effingham counties, heading in the general direction of Guyton and Springfield, Georgia, make sure that you know your tornado safe place you're going there. It's the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. Say it all the time, preferably a bathroom or closet, something of that nature. Yeah, so we'll see how all that goes. But regardless, this has been a somewhat serious situation here over the last little while. Here in the state of Georgia, in the state of Alabama, widespread severe thunderstorms, some of which, again, capable of producing tornadoes. Let's talk about the other hazards that we've seen with some of these. Let's go now to Arkansas. Arkansas, we have a destructive severe storm there that's hammered Hot Springs at this point. It's absolutely hammered Hot Springs. It's moved through there. In Hot Springs, we got reports just south of there of 2.5-inch diameter hail. So they're getting big old hail there, and that's heading right towards Malvern. So if you're in Malvern there, I'd say it's time to get to that safe place there in Hot Spring County. So that's for northeastern Clark, west central Grant, north central Dallas, Garland, and southwestern Saline and Hot Spring counties, where this severe thunderstorm is. It's a destructive storm capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as baseball-sized hail. If any of you have questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer it. But as this storm is now in Hot Springs County, the storm is now moving in the general direction of Malvern there. It's going to cross I-30 soon. And the severe thunderstorm warning has just been updated. They still maintain that it's dropping baseballs. They still maintain that it's a destructive storm. So, and again, the radar says it could be higher. We're also starting to see a bit of spin on the storm. And if I go to the velocity, you can actually see what I'm talking about there. The storm is starting to spin a little bit. So that's definitely something that we're going to watch over the next little while to see if this does become a bigger threat for a tornado in the near future. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask me. I'll be more than glad to answer them. But again, we're going to just continue to cover the severe weather situation as it happens. If you know anyone in the risk area today, stretching all the way from Dallas all the way over to around Augusta, Georgia, please send this to them so that way they can continue to monitor the situation there. And then the other destructive severe thunderstorm, it was destructive, I'm not sure if it still is. It's not. Or no, it is. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning there in Alabama for south of Auburn there. That's for Pike and Bullock counties with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in future warnings. However, those winds, there's a definite burst of winds in there that is very strong. So I wouldn't be shocked to see some upgrades to destructive warnings here in the near future there near Ozark, Eufaula, places like that. So if you are in Barber County, if you are in Dale, Coffee County, if you're in Henry County, watch out here, man. This thing looks bad. This thing looks dangerous. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts is what's currently rated on the warning. This is most within, but this thing is nasty. So I would not be shocked to see an 80 or 90-mile-an-hour warning come out of this in the not-too-distant future. That is a powerful looking thunderstorm there, and the radar also bears it out here. The winds would be pretty strong, so I mean, we have everything we'd want to see there. You have a bit of that bow, you have that pretty thin gradient. So I think, like, if you're near Ozark in particular, this thing's about to slam into you with some force. 70, 80, maybe even 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, I'd suspect, could be in that. As we move towards Albany, again, severe thunderstorm warning still in place, as well as a considerable severe thunderstorm or flash flood warning. And there we are. We've had that upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm in the state of Alabama there near Ozark. So they've upgraded that to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That is for Dale, Henry, and northeastern Coffee counties in the state of Alabama. So again, now Ozark within a severe thunderstorm warning for particularly destructive winds. And it looks like this warning to the north now has also been upgraded. So now we have two warnings that have been upgraded. That'll probably come through here pretty soon. But yeah, upgrades there in Alabama now for a destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind gust worthy storm moving through Alabama there. So again, that's one of the nice things about streams like this. We can give you a bit of advanced warning to situations like these. But yeah, it's a destructive severe storm, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts currently moving through Barber County, Dale County, Henry County, northeastern Coffee County, and those just went through Pike and Bullock counties. But I mean, here, if you're in Ozark, if you're north of Ozark in particular, near Blue Springs in Alabama, I mean, the major place of wind is here. That's kind of where your big old wind gusts are. Let's actually measure this out real quick. Now, this is not what's happening at the surface, so let's just be clear. But those are winds well over 100 miles an hour being detected on radar near Dosser and Ellenville. So I wouldn't be shocked if mixing down to the surface, we're seeing 90, 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We're seeing over 110 miles an hour on the velocity. So it's very strong. It's very strong. Would not be shocked to see additional upgrades to that in the not too distant future. But again, 80-mile-per-hour winds, still nothing to scoff at. You need to be getting to your safe place right now. If you're within these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, that's for sure. Only one tornado warning now in place. That's the one in Georgia there for Bullock and Effingham counties. And again, that's still wrapping up pretty nicely. The rotation doesn't look quite as good on the velocity, and we're not seeing any sort of debris signature. However, that still does look nicely wrapped up, so that could continue to be an issue as we continue to move through the evening hours here. But that tornado warning, it remains in place until 7:45 p.m. Eastern, so you've got about half an hour to go with this storm, and that's for Bullock and Effingham counties in the state of Georgia. There it is. We have a destructive storm in Arkansas with baseballs that are falling, and that could be even larger now, I suspect, as we continue to look at that. And yeah, I mean, we now have a report of 3-inch hail falling out of the sky with this thing, so yeah, that's large, maybe even giant hail falling out of that. And then here down in Alabama near Ozark, Enterprise, Eufaula, very strong winds. I mean, exceptionally strong wind gusts are heading in that general direction there. I mean, my goodness. The radar presentation looks unbelievable. The Weather Service still holding the line there with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, I would not be shocked to see reports of higher than that come out in the end. And then the final thing I want to go over here, we do have numerous severe storms in Georgia, some of them considerable, but the major thing is actually this flash flooding going on in Albany. In Albany, we're seeing a flash flooding threat that's ongoing there. And that is a considerable flash flooding threat. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. Until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, there's a flash flood warning in place, saying 1.5 to 2.5 inches of rain have already fallen. Flash flooding is ongoing, and an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain is possible. So flash flooding is already occurring around Albany. So make sure if you're in Albany, Georgia, you know what you're doing there. Because if you're in Daughtry County, this could evolve real quick for you. So I'm saying it's confusing with the Albanese. I live in Albany, New York. Yeah, I mean, there's a non-zero severe threat up there. There's actually a severe storm in Boston right now. It's pretty standard, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail in diameter. But yeah, I mean, we have in Massachusetts there a severe thunderstorm. And that looks pretty decent on radar. And we could see some more isolated severe storms up there in the Northeast. But yeah, Albany, New York, not really in a severe threat today. It's Albany, Georgia that's in any sort of major concern. And again, that's with flash flooding. No real flooding risk up there in New York today. So that's good news for you. If you know anyone within the major severe risk area there farther south, you can send this to them. You can also ask any questions, anything like that you have, if you have any, in regards to this severe event. I'm happy to answer questions. It's one of my favorite parts of these streams. So, interacting with the viewers is always a great time. When it comes to this storm, it was calming down here in Mississippi. It does look like it's been reinvigorated a little bit. It's producing some larger hail. Still only maintaining the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but still, I mean, that's substantiated, and that's going to continue. It's march southward at this time. So we'll see how all that ends up. Regardless of that, though, again, we only had the one tornado warning, so let's now go over the current mesoscale discussions Storm Prediction Center has in place. And before that, let's talk about, and we'll talk about watches after that because there's a new tornado watch that came out a little while ago. But here is mesoscale discussion 1051. Developing supercells with an initial giant hail threat have developed. A severe wind threat will increase through the evening. This is referring to our Texas storms. Now, none of these Texas storms have gotten the destructive moniker with them, but there have been trailing reports of large hail there, 1 3/4 inch, even baseballs falling with some of these. So, wouldn't be surprised, especially with the severe thunderstorm heading towards Tyler, if we saw a destructive warning come out for that in the not too distant future. What they're saying is that developing supercells will have an initial threat of giant hail before storms congeal. And then they're expecting that we'll see gigantic hail, splitting storms, and eventually they're expecting a substantiated wind threat. So we'll see how all that goes. Our next mesoscale discussion, the other one that's in effect, this is for the Arkansas storms that have developed. We're seeing a large hail threat persisting across central Arkansas. That makes sense. Lots of energy in the atmosphere, lots of wind shear, and so we're currently seeing large to very large hail in both of the threat regimes, the one in Arkansas and the one in Texas. And again, I wouldn't be shocked to see an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm in Texas. We already have one in the state of Arkansas. So those are our mesoscale discussions at this time. We have 2 of them, and I think now wouldn't be a bad time to go over the latest watches, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. Of all the watches that we currently have there, let's go over them all. So we'll kick it off with the particularly dangerous situation that continues to unfold here right now. So we have a PDS, Severe Thunderstorm Watch. Again, that stands for Particularly Dangerous Situation. That's in place all the way until 8 p.m. tonight. And that is for central Mississippi. That's for northeast Louisiana. That's also for extreme southeastern Arkansas. And you'll notice there in the wind threats that this is a wind-driven risk. So the expectation today was that there'd be the possibility of this long arc of storms moving on through, and that from that we'd be able to get this thing called the derecho. Now, we may have had a small storm that fits these requirements here, but this has been nowhere near the widespread significant event it was initially expected to be in terms of wind. Hail's been gigantic. We've still had numerous storms, significant tornadoes today. It's been quite a severe weather day. But the good news is we're not exactly seeing this gigantic derecho that we were thinking could happen today, at least not yet. These storms here in Texas heading into Arkansas definitely could. And speaking of Texas, remember how I just said we might have a destructive severe storm in Texas soon? Well, we do. We now have baseball-sized hail, according to the Weather Service, with the storm heading towards Corsicana and Gun Barrel City and Kearns. So if you are in Kaufman, Henderson, Ellis, or Navarro counties, you're in a destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is a trained spotter report that's caused the upgrade, so I'd anticipate our other storm is going to receive the upgrade here soon, the one heading in the general direction of Tyler, Texas, as there have been trained spotter reports as well, and general public reports of damaging hail throughout the area. So we'll see what happens there, but again, a destructive severe thunderstorm now heading towards Kearns in Texas at this time. That's the latest new news we have. Let's actually take a look at what's going on over in Alabama real quick, and then we'll come back to this, because I have a feeling these wind gusts could get upgraded even higher here, although that those significant winds, while still there, have died down. They're still holding at 80 miles an hour for this. They've actually downgraded on the northern warning It's no longer destructive on the northern side. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 80 miles per hour. Still there for Ozark, though. It just can't get through the warning. There it is, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Possible for Ozark. So this is substantiated. This is the real deal. In Ozark, again, you're getting hit right now. The worst of it is just to your north. But this is heading right for the radar side, actually, the worst of the wind. So we'll see what happens there. It could be a long few minutes there for the Weather Service. As this just chaotic cluster of severe storms continues to move on through. Again, that's what's going on there. Let's take a look now at more watches that are currently in effect. Again, we went over a particularly dangerous situation there. It hasn't really unfolded the way we thought, but it's still been a dangerous day. That watch again ends around 8 p.m. Next watch here, this is a tornado watch that's in place for extreme northeastern Florida, southeast Georgia, and coastal waters. This watch is pretty balanced, so damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes, moderate threats for those. It's been pretty balanced thus far, and we are seeing some solid severe thunderstorms in that general vicinity. A more actual tornado-warned storm than the one we have right now within that watch. Next watch here, this is the one for giant hailers in Texas, and we're starting to see that really come to fruition here. Not too distant past, so that's what we're currently looking at there. Large giant hail, maybe some stronger wind gusts with these, and maybe a brief tornado or two, maybe. The next watch, for context, that expires at 10 p.m. The watch for Georgia expires as well at 10 p.m. So all kinds of stuff to look at there. We do have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's just gone into effect in Arkansas here. So again, we'll get back to watches here shortly, and we'll resume with the one in Alabama here very shortly. But we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning expansion in Arkansas, so I feel like it's important to go over that real quick. This big ol' hailer just continues its march through Arkansas. So just prepare for this mouthful of counties in the warning. If you're in Cleveland, Clark, Grant, Dallas, Garland, Saline, or Hot Spring counties in the state of Arkansas, you're in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. There we are. So at 7:15 p.m., that's when this is expected to expire. This is for what they're saying could be deadly falling hail. They're saying baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm as it continues its march through Arkansas. So, I was saying maybe the derecho hasn't formed yet. I believe it was supposed to be that complex of storms in Mississippi. It was this guy right here. And then we have a bunch of supercells now that are going up, producing large hail, maybe some damaging winds. But I'm not seeing any evidence that we're going to get a derecho, at least at the beginning, until maybe later in the evening into the overnight hours. Perhaps we'll see this complex of storms congeal into a more robust line as it moves through Mississippi and Alabama later tonight. However, our atmospheric energy has kind of been swiped away here. So it's not going to have too much energy to work with at the surface. So that's kind of why, well, yeah, there will be a complex of strong to severe storms that will develop overnight. I'm just not convinced that we're going to see a huge amount of severe weather overnight with that complex. I just think the energy is going to be too lacking. We'll see, though. Definitely could be wrong. I mean, it's not like there's zero energy. It's just substantially less than it was. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But I did want to go over that new destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and now we can get back to general watches here. Someone's saying doing severe thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm coverage by yourself is nuts. At first it is. I've done this a fair few times now, so the um, it's not the craziest thing ever for me anymore. Definitely was difficult at one point, but I have some really nice tools now that kind of do a lot of the work for me. So, for example, I have some software when a new warning comes in that lets me know, so I make sure I don't miss it. I have a bunch of monitors with me, so I can pull up all kinds of websites, make sure I have the latest watches, everything like that. And so, yeah, it's a bit to juggle, but it's not unmanageable. Let's get back to our watch talk now. And the major thing with watch talk is this severe thunderstorm watch that includes parts of Mississippi, Alabama, Florida. That's severe thunderstorm watch 296. It's in effect until 10 p.m. Central, as are many of these watches. Severe winds being the primary threat there, 70% probability of those severe winds moving through, and this has been rather robust here. This kind of line kind of formed there in Alabama. Damaging winds have been the primary threat with this. The scattered large hail events up to 2 inches, those are more prevalent earlier. I'm not seeing much of that anymore. But again, you guys in a severe weather threat, including Montgomery until around 10 p.m. tonight. So here we go, watch 297. This is a severe thunderstorm watch for the state of Arkansas and Oklahoma. Most of our activity is in Arkansas, though. That includes our destructive storm producing baseballs. So baseball-sized hail, some of these storms, but Weather Service thinking that's about right. Storm Prediction Center. And this watch is in effect until midnight tonight. Watch 298 here. When it comes to watch 298, this is the latest severe weather watch. Damaging winds, large hail, and maybe even a couple of tornadoes, all possible with this. And again, they're saying a couple of tornadoes possible, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible, 2.5-inch hail. So that's the current look at the latest watches. If any of you have questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and I'll be more than glad to answer them. And in that time, we've gotten a brand new mesoscale discussion. This is for Texas. What we're seeing here is that a watch is likely going to be needed downstream of where our strong storms are in Texas, including our destructive storm. It's currently moving southward. So we have the one near Tyler. And we have the other strong to severe storm there that is near places like Corinth. So it's a serious situation down there. And again, they're looking at a watch downstream of this. Farther south, that would include Fairfield, Lufkin, Crockett, not Livingston. It's not going to go down to like Houston, Galveston, at least yet. But a downstream watch will likely be needed as strong supercells continue their march southward. And they're saying 95% chance. So we're going to see a new severe thunderstorm watch at some point in the not too distant future. When that comes out, we'll be right here to cover it on the channel. So that's the latest there. Let's see here. Surprised the National Weather Service OKC didn't remove the Oklahoma counties yet. Yeah, the Oklahoma counties haven't been removed just yet from the severe weather watch forum. And I think, watches haven't been updated all that much today. But I think the major reason is the possibility of storms firing off there later tonight. So I'd give it a couple hours yet, because there could be some storms that fire in Oklahoma. And from what we can see here, we can't see too much. We can see some little bubble ups in Arkansas. But if we go to our satellite, let's see if we, let's go 16 mesoscale 1. Where's 2? There it is. If we take a look at the satellite from not too long ago, you'll notice there are some cumulus fields here in Oklahoma, and those could develop into storms that are kind of puffing up. So I think the opportunity for strong to severe storms isn't over yet up there. That's a lot of the reason that we're seeing what we're seeing. So we'll just have to see what happens as we head overnight. New tornado warning in place here for Effingham and Jasper counties. Effingham in Georgia, Jasper there in South Carolina. And this thing's no joke. There's a real couplet on that. So here it is. It's near Springfield, Georgia right now, just south of there, heading towards Rincon. And that's going to be heading into Hardeesville in not too long. But this is where our potential tornado would end up being. If we take a look at our velocity, I mean, you can see there's some velocity. There's some air flowing into that. No confirmation of a tornado at this time, but I would not be shocked if there was one. So make sure you're getting into your safe place there if you're in Effingham County in the state of Georgia or Jasper County in the state of South Carolina. That includes Springfield, Rincon, Hardeeville, Guyton, Pyburg, Panora, Inbeezer, and Stillwell. Includes I-95 in South Carolina between mile markers 2 and 15. So those are the major things currently going on there with that tornado-warned storm. It's the only tornado-warned cell so far. So yeah, that's the current thing. And Tyler, I'm not 100% sure what your question is referring to there. So that goes. Let's check in on our stronger storms there in Texas, Arkansas, and Alabama. Also check in on the complex there in Mississippi. But we'll start with our severe thunderstorm down in Texas. That remains destructive. They have it warned for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Currently over between Rice and Cranes. And it's now south of Gun Barrel City. But again, that's an intense thunderstorm. So we'll continue to watch that. We also have an intense storm there near Tyler, Texas, that has a possible tornado, 1 1/4-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If we take a look at our velocities, there's not much to speak of here. Not much rotation at all, but the Weather Service noting a possible tornado and some bigger hail in Tyler. So if you're in Tyler, I'd be watching this closely, ensuring that I have the information I need to remain safe there. So again, just stay indoors, things like that. Not something to freak out over too much. Let's take a look at the storms now in the state of Arkansas here at this point. In Arkansas, we still have that destructive severe thunderstorm. That just has a huge hail core on it, absolutely massive. And I mean, it's maxing out the hail readings on the radar. I would not be shocked if this had much larger hail than the baseball size that it says it has at this time. I think that could be 3-inch, 4-inch, maybe even 5-inch hail. That's just gigantic hail that must be falling from that. We actually take a look at our hydrometeor classification here. I'm curious as to what it's going to say. If there's a bunch of yellow here, that's a problem. And there it is. That's just giant hail, according to the radar. So if I put this up, you'll see that GH, that stands for giant hail. So there's giant hail falling from just north of Rolla to Pollen. This time, I mean, my goodness. It's just huge. Huge hail. So this is probably the biggest hailer of the night right now. They're still holding the line with it. Baseballs, I think it's definitely got hail larger than baseballs now. My goodness. Baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in this thing at least. This is maxing out the radar for potential hail size. So that's what we're looking at there. So I'm saying there's a severe thunderstorm for Boston. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Boston, so we'll go over that briefly. In the state of Massachusetts, that's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as this complex moves on through. And actually, I'm not from New England. I'm actually from the Midwest. So the previous host, Rashiko, who's on earlier, is from New England. However, I am not. I'm from the Midwestern United States. I live in the state of Missouri. So I'm actually pretty far away from both. I'm actually closer, though, to the Arkansas stuff. But yeah, we're tracking all of it there. So again, it has to be a gigantic hailer there. I think over 3-inch diameter hail's falling with this storm here heading towards Sheridan, Carthage. We have a storm here just east of Pine Bluff with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Just north of Little Rock there near Conway, Green Barrier, ping pong balls falling from the sky. That's for Perry, Van Buren, Conway, and Faulkner counties until 7:15. And then our next severe storm down here, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That storm just continues its march to the east with time, heading in the general direction of Hampton, Hermitage, places like that. And that's for Bradley and Calhoun counties. So that's what we're looking at there. As we move into Mississippi, you'll notice here that our severe thunderstorm has picked up a bit. Ping pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm. And that particular thunderstorm is heading in general direction of Columbia, Mississippi, areas like that. So that's for Marion, Covington, Lamar, Jefferson, Davis counties until 7:45 p.m. with that complex. And then as we continue to move on through, we still have our chaotic storms here in Alabama. The chaos of that continues as the warning still holds 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this thing near Ozark. I don't believe that anymore. I think that the big wind gusts with this thing, which are still substantial, I think those are farther south now near Dauphin, is where those are going to be kind of on the leading edge of this thing. So they might upgrade those from 70 to 80 miles an hour here soon, southern Alabama. But that is that's something there near Dauphin for sure. That's rather substantial. And speaking of it, there it is, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning I was talking about comes into place. Been shockingly good at this tonight. Do not expect this from me all the time. This is not going to happen all the time. But Dauphin now in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So Dale, Henry, Geneva, Houston counties in the state of Alabama within this warning. In the state of Florida, we have Jackson County, and in the state of Georgia, we have Miller, Early, and Seminole counties, all within a severe thunderstorm warning for destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But Dauphin, the major city, Weather Service is focusing in on right now. Some cities that are going to be impacted include Cottonwood, Dothan, Donaldsonville, Taylor, Midland City, Kinsey, Ashford, Slocum, Cowards, Webb, Columbia, Pinkard, Centerville, Malone, Malvern, Rehoboth, Grimes, Avon, Naperfield, and Madrid. Tornado watch also in place until 11 p.m. Central, midnight Eastern for southeastern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, as well as Georgia at this time. And you're absolutely correct about what James Spann said. This kind of setup is not common this time of year. It's normally common earlier than this. For sure. So, no, he's absolutely right. You don't see things like this super often at this time of year because we have a jet stream, a substantial jet stream that's moving through this entire region here. And normally the jet stream is pretty weak. So the stronger jet stream is the thing that makes this so uncommon. That's what we're currently looking at there. We have that new severe thunderstorm watch in regards to that mesoscale discussion we were talking about, that downstream watch in Texas. It's been issued for those stronger supercells. So here's the current lay of the land. There's a severe thunderstorm watch in place for southern Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and eastern Texas until 1 a.m. Central. That's for scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 3 inches in diameter, isolated significant damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, and a tornado or two. So again, that's until 1 a.m. there for southern Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and eastern Texas at this time. So That's what we're currently looking at in terms of new watches, and we also have a new mesoscale discussion. It's come out from the Storm Prediction Center on a new watch that's likely going to be issued here in the state of Florida. So 95% chance of issuance. Severe thunderstorms will spread into the northern Florida peninsula this evening. Large hail damage and gusts are the primary threat. So I'm expecting this will probably be a severe thunderstorm watch until the early morning hours, as we start to see strong to severe storms moving in to the state of Florida here in the not too distant future. So that's my current thoughts on this. If any of you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and we'll be more than glad to answer them. Let's talk about what's going on now in Jackson, Mississippi. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there as a new system's popped up. It's for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's currently over Clinton, heading into Jackson. It's rather surprising in some sense, but that's what we got right now, and that's for Rankin and Hinds counties in the state of Mississippi there. And then our southern storm that we've been monitoring, it has ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts still. So it's the current look of things. And we have a confirmed tornado now in the state of Georgia. Confirmed tornado in Georgia now. This is it. At least it was confirmed. I'm not sure it still is. I'm going to take a look at some radar analysis here. Not too long ago. Now, the radar never really looked particularly good, but they did say that this was a weather spotter confirmed tornado along Highway 21 near Rankin, and that was as of 7:45. So that was as of 3 minutes ago that confirmed tornado was there near Rankin. That's heading towards Hardeesville. The radar signature doesn't look particularly fantastic, but it was confirmed and reported. So, if you are in Effingham County in the state of Georgia or Jasper County in the state of South Carolina, be sure to get to your tornado safe place. That looks like the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. That's preferably going to be a bathroom or a closet, something of that nature. That's particularly important. All right, someone asking there, Raymond asking, what's SPC looking like in the day 2 through 8 range? As long as we don't get any big new news, I can go over that. What's going on there in the day 2 through 8 range? Just give me a second to pull up everything, and I'll be happy to kind of go over it all. Let's see here. This is SPC day 2 through 8. So this is what we're looking at here tomorrow. So tomorrow, we have a slight risk. It's a level 2 out of 5. And that extends all the way from central Texas, all the way through Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, areas like that, all the way up to near and around places like perhaps Wichita, Kansas, areas like that. So that's our first area of slight risk. That's for new development. Our slight risk down farther south here includes southern Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida. That's going to be for new development, but also for old development from tonight. It's going to remain heading into tomorrow. So that's farther south. That includes places like Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida, areas like that. So that's the risk for tomorrow. When it comes to tornadoes, 5% tornado risks both in the plains and farther south. So definitely a real tornado threat there. Damaging winds, we're going to have a real threat for damaging winds there, especially hurricane force or higher within the hatched region. In the plains, farther south, again, we're remaining with a slight risk, but it's not looking like it's going to be quite as intense. And then with the large hail threat, we could see particularly large hail, 2 inches in diameter or greater, in the central and southern plains, as well as along coastal Florida, Alabama, heading into Georgia as well. Tomorrow, 3 days out, we're taking a look at a slight risk of severe storms from Tulsa to around Tupelo, Tulsa, Oklahoma to Tupelo, Mississippi, including around Memphis, Tennessee, near Memphis, includes Little Rock, Arkansas as well. That's a slight risk. Primarily damaging winds and large hail are the concerns for now, and we'll be producing videos, things like that on Advective weather. If things do go downhill, if things do get upgraded, stuff like that. When it comes to 4 days out, you'll notice here we do have a severe weather risk that straddles the Oklahoma-Kansas border. That's hazards. We can't really get into specifics yet, but if you're in like Tulsa, Oklahoma, if you're along the border between Oklahoma and Kansas, just note you are in a severe weather risk 4 days out. We'll see what that risk looks like when the SPC updates it later on. And then finally, 5 days out, we see a more Mississippi Valley, Dixie Alley-esque risk region. That includes the Boot Heel of Missouri. That includes Little Rock, Arkansas, near Paducah, Kentucky. That includes Memphis, Tennessee. It's near Nashville. It includes Huntsville, Alabama, Tupelo, Mississippi, Little Rock, Arkansas, Jonesboro, Arkansas, those kinds of areas. So that's what we're looking at. If you have any additional questions on what the threats look like, that's completely fine. I'm happy to go over them in a bit more detail. But there's no risks for the Northeast in the foreseeable future after today. So that's good for you, specifically. And we just had now a brand new tornado warning. It's just come out here. Farther south, that'll come in any minute. The new polygon just came in. That'll come back. We'll see if they're holding this as an observed tornado. It looks like couplet looks somewhat decent here, and they're still holding line with an observed tornado for Effingham County and Jasper County, and there's the new polygon. So they're continuing with this being an observed, confirmed tornado, as it does head in to the state of South Carolina. And looking at the radar analysis, I'm not really seeing much of a debris signature with it, so that's good news. So it's probably not a particularly strong tornado. But it is a confirmed one. So let's take a look at the data here. This is for Effingham County in Georgia, Beaufort County in South Carolina, and Jasper County in South Carolina there. It's for a damaging weather spotter confirmed tornado. And so if you're in the following areas, you need to get to your tornado safe place. It's Hilton Lead Island, it's Bluffton, Beaufort, Port Royal, Jasper, Hardyville, Lemon Island, Rose Hill, Sun City, Purrysburg, Shell Point, Burton, Kalawasi Island, Laurel Bay, and Paris Island. The warning also includes I-95 in South Carolina between mile markers 6 and 17. But that tornado safe place, that looks like the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. It's preferably going to be a bathroom or a closet, something of that nature, for sure. With that being said, when we come back, we're going to go over the latest warnings in place. We're also going to go over the current watches, mesoscale discussions, and we're also going to be anticipating the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook, which will come in just over an hour. We'll see if they hold the moderate risk heading into the overnight hours or downgrade to an enhanced risk here as we head into those evening and overnight hours. If I were a betting man, I'd say they're going to downgrade to enhanced across Alabama and Georgia. I think it's up in the air-ish what they'll do when it comes to what's going on with Arkansas, Mississippi. I think they'll probably downgrade that too. If it does remain moderate, they might change it to hail. We'll just have to see when the new outlook does come out. But that's what we're looking at. We'll go over the latest warnings, watches, mesoscale discussions. We'll go over the long-range forecast featuring weather models here a little bit. So we'll get to dive into weather models for those of you that want those. And we're also going to be answering questions from you guys in the live chat. So thank you guys so much for watching. Raymond, I see your question. I'll be sure to answer that here. And then we're going to go on break. So the question is, how rare are PDS thunderstorm watches compared to PDS tornado watches? I hate to say it, but PDS tornado watches are more common than PDS thunderstorm. That's absolutely true. PDS tornado watches are more common than PDS severe thunderstorm watches. Severe thunderstorm watches that are PDS are actually the most rare form of a watch. The main reason for that is because tornadoes of damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes tend to be the most dangerous hazard. And so tornadoes tend to get that particularly dangerous situation wording more often. It's not as common that you get a big wind event like today. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. The PDS severe thunderstorm watch is actually pretty rare. It is the um, PDS tornado watch that's more common. That's still very rare. It's still used sparingly, but the PDS severe thunderstorm watch is used even more sparingly. All right, with that being said, we'll be back in just a few minutes. We're going to go on break here, and we'll be back at top of the hour for more severe weather coverage. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Advective Weather live coverage here. We're going to continue coverage here over at least the next hour of the severe weather event that continues to unfold across the central and southern plains heading into Dixie Alley here in the United States. First things first, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, or anything like that, please feel free to ask them, and I'll be more than glad to answer them. Second thing of note, I haven't had dinner yet. 7 where I'm at. So I'm having some nice old lasagna here. So please bear with me while I'm taking care of myself. So major thing to look at right now is the current warnings. We still have that confirmed tornado in South Carolina. That's for Jasper County. So I believe that's still confirmed. No, it's been downgraded. That's the good news. Since last we spoke about it. It's been downgraded to radar indicated. So we have a radar indicated tornado warning in the state of South Carolina. And the velocity there, you can see some substantiated winds, but the couplet itself does not look all that robust anymore. So that's good news. We also have a destructive severe thunderstorm, I believe, still in the state of Alabama. Yes, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts remain on the leading edge of this line, and that adds up. If we take a look at the velocities here, we still have winds 85, 90 miles per hour, so 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts can be justified in the warnings here, and that's about what we're seeing there as this arc of storms moves from Alabama into Georgia and Florida. We still have our storms in Texas, which are really starting to die down now, which is good news, although it does put into question that new severe thunderstorm watch that came out not too long ago. And then there in Arkansas, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings up there that are destructive anymore. However, we still do have some stronger storms up in the state of Arkansas as well, one near Pine Bluff here. This supercell just continues to chug along with some very large hail on it. So, still rather serious in that regard. Take another bite of my dinner here. But also, that mesoscale discussion we talked about earlier, there's now a new severe thunderstorm watch. It's watch 300 that's been issued today. It's the 300th of the year. So my goodness, that's a lot of watches. But there it is, primarily for damaging winds. So moderate threats for damaging winds, low threats for damaging hail, and low threats for tornadoes, but not zero. So they're expecting northern Florida and coastal waters to receive scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, isolated hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, and a tornado or two. And they're going to have that watch in place until 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So that's midnight Central. We'll see how much longer we're remaining on the air here. At the current moment, we'll probably go off the air here when the new SPC outlook comes out. We're just going to have to make some decisions based on how exactly these powerful storms are expected to evolve overnight, because it looks like our major derecho might still be on. It might just form later today, heading into the overnight hours. So, we'll see. Just have to see in that regard. New mesoscale discussion just came out as well. That'll be on the site here shortly. But we didn't see this either. This damaging swath of wind and hail is expected to continue here with this thunderstorm complex we've been tracking since it's been back in Louisiana as it moves through from Louisiana to Mississippi, now to Alabama. And that would be this severe thunderstorm now heading into Hattiesburg with 1.5 inch hail and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's still cracking on there. Now, if any of you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them. I'll be more than glad to answer them. And that tornado warning in South Carolina has been allowed to expire at this time. Severe thunderstorm warning for Boston remains. Yeah, lots and lots of activity still going on there. We do have a storm riding the borders of Missouri and Arkansas there. It's near Jonesboro. And that storm, 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading in the general direction of Campbell and Clarkton in the state of Missouri. So that's what's currently going on there. You still have that flash flood warning in the state of Georgia. For Albany, it's the most substantial one. That's a considerable damage threat with that. 1.5 to 2.5 inches of rain have already fallen, with additional rainfall of 1 to 3 inches. That lasts until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So it's about another hour and 15 minutes or so until that warning is allowed to let up. All right, we've gotten that new mesoscale discussion in now. So let's take a look at it. A swath of severe wind gusts, potentially hurricane force, is expected with this arc. Let's move through Dothan. That's generally heading towards Tallahassee. So they're saying an enhanced swath of severe wind gusts, potentially hurricane force, is expected into the Florida Panhandle. So they're expecting some wind-driven hail as possible. So they're saying 80-mile-per-hour higher wind gusts at the surface are very possible with this stronger set of storms here. We're also starting to see a bit of a hook form up there, so maybe even a tornadic potential is going to be there. Let's take a look at the velocity. My goodness gracious. Wow. Doesn't matter how you look at it. That is potent. Just a large swath there. 80, 90 mile per hour winds. So yeah, I'd say 70 mile per hour wind gusts, 80 mile per hour wind gusts are very possible. And there it is. Goodness. It's just a giant severe thunderstorm warning. So we've got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It's getting very close to Tallahassee here as we head into Florida now. So this is it. This is what we're talking about. It is this dangerous arc of severe thunderstorms moving at about 50 miles an hour. So let's actually change this to linear mode. We'll just move that out. That's not what I was looking for. So all the way out to here. There we go. That's moving at about 50 miles per hour, so we'll make it 55. And here's the estimates and timing. So, I mean, this is an arc of storms that has winds up to 80 miles per hour. The following counties are in it, and I'll scroll through these cities as I read through the warning text. But severe thunderstorm warning is in place for Houston County in Alabama, Jackson County in Florida, Gadsden County in Florida. In Georgia, we have the following counties: Decatur, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Baker, Early, and Seminole counties. So that's what we're looking at in the state of Georgia. And this is for a destructive severe thunderstorm with winds up to 80 miles per hour. And that's going to be affecting places like Colquitt, Bainbridge, Donaldsonville, Quincy, Wingham, Greensboro, West Bainbridge, Chattahoochee, Centerville, Malone, Sneads, Grenna, Greenwood, Attapulgis, Iron City, Climax, Brinson, Jakin, Bransom, and Juniper. So those are the areas that are currently within this severe thunderstorm warning. Primary hazards are 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1.5-inch diameter hail, and I mean, those cores look unbelievably strong. There, where the Storm Prediction Center issued that mesoscale discussion. And this thing's heading for Tallahassee. If you're in Tallahassee, this thing's heading for you. And it's probably going to remain somewhat potent here as it moves into Tallahassee. I can actually take a look. That's not right. I can actually take a look. That's better. I can actually take a look at the current conditions surrounding the region. We'll see. So lots of atmospheric energy. Not too much wind shear. And yeah, I mean, I could see those strong winds maintaining themselves for the next little while here. And there's been a new mesoscale discussion that's come out concerning our particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, saying a new severe thunderstorm watch will be issued by 8 p.m. tonight. That's 1Z, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. So they're saying a new severe thunderstorm watch will be issued by 1Z to account for the expiration of the previous watch. It does not look like they are going to pull out the particularly dangerous situation wording. At least that's not what they're saying here. So not expecting the PDS wording on the next watch. I think that our particularly dangerous situation is past. We will see, though, if they do issue a new PDS watch. That will have some implications for how long we're going to be on the air for. Again, basically what's happening in this next hour is going to be what tells me, okay, what's our schedule going to look like here as we move through the next hour or so. We're going to go on a break here about 25 after, and we'll be back at bottom of the hour for more severe weather coverage with time. But the major story right now is this destructive arc of severe storms that's moving through Alabama into Florida. This has moved through Dothan. It's heading in the general direction of Tallahassee. Now, Tallahassee isn't currently in a warning, but if you're in Tallahassee and you're watching this, or you know anyone in Tallahassee, Florida, send them here. Tell them they need to watch out. A damaging, dangerous, destructive storm is not far away. It's not far away at all. So we're going to continue to cover this with time here. No tornado warnings currently in place. However, we do have a flash flood warning with a considerable damage threat that does include Albany, Georgia, that we will continue to monitor with time. My goodness. Serious threat there beginning to materialize for Tallahassee as this storm continues its march in that general direction. So see what ends up happening here. We still have a maximized wind core, winds over 90 miles an hour above the surface. That's probably 80 or so at the surface, hence the current warning. My goodness. That's a lot of severe winds, to say the very least, and there are a lot of things on radar outside of just the velocity make me think it's strong too. Especially that gradient there, how suddenly it goes from nothing to heavy rain. That's normally because wind is edging this forward. So that's definitely something I'm concerned with at this time. All right, well, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. I did have someone, Adam Cole, say, oh boy, which is fair. Lots of strong storms moving on through. We'll see what happens. Here we are, we're 20 past the hour. Our storms in Little Rock remain robust. We have the storm near Pine Bluff. That appearance looks quite good. There's some velocity on that. That could be a tornado producer. Not too long at this rate. Yeah. We'll see. It's definitely not right now. I want to make that clear. But it could be soon. So if you are in Arkansas there, near Orison, if you are within Cleveland, Grant, Dallas, or Jefferson counties in Arkansas, just be gearing up here. You're in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning anyway for tennis ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts anyway. So it's been a big day for you guys. Now let's talk about a little bit what tomorrow looks like. I'm going to turn off our alerts. I'm going to turn off our radar real quick. I promise it will be back soon. But for now, I want to look at some weather models, give us an idea, firstly, what the remainder of the night's going to look like, and then secondly, what tomorrow's going to look like. So this is right about now. We have our cluster of storms there down in Mississippi. We have our arc of storms that's moved a little bit farther than this model shows. And we have our storms in Arkansas. Our storms in Texas have really died down. I don't think those are going to last as long as models are depicting here. But regardless, what you'll notice is we have this line of storms that moves through. This here is about midnight Central Time. We have this line of storms that move through Florida. We have the second line here that really forms up as we head into the evening and overnight hours, and that moves on through. That could still be severe and concerning. However, there isn't as much elevated instability to allow that to happen. But yeah, so current line now, it's going to move on through here over the next few hours. We'll have a second line move through overnight, and then tomorrow as we head into the morning and afternoon, this is what's prompted that slight risk down here that we talked about earlier, is this new arc of storm stretching from Jackson, Mississippi to Mobile, Alabama. So that's just a little bit of model talk for you. Let's head back now to the radar. We'll turn back on our weather alerts. And those yellow polygons, those are all severe thunderstorm warnings. We have quite a few of them. One of them even being deemed to be particularly destructive, that one being the one with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading into the general direction of Tallahassee, Florida. It's not quite there yet, though. We're going to go on break on just a couple of minutes. I'm going to go take care of a couple of things. I'll be back at bottom of the hour, and then we will go over what's currently happening, any new mesoscale discussions or watches that get issued, and then we'll keep a very close eye out for the new Storm Prediction Center outlook that we're expecting to come out here at top of the next hour here. That's 1 a.m. UTC. That's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. So we have a lot to talk about. If you have any additional questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. I'll be more than glad to answer them as we continue to head into the evening hours here with this severe weather event. Rather significant and rare for June. Something to talk about for sure. All right, we'll be back soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Advective Weather's live stream with what has been a somewhat dangerous severe weather day that's been ongoing today. That's something that we are continuing to look at with time as the situation does continue to unfold. So we're going to continue to see what happens here, but the major story of the night thus far is that we do have a severe thunderstorm with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading in the general direction of Tallahassee, Florida. Now, Tallahassee is not within this warning at this time. Places like Bainbridge, Florida, it's Bainbridge, Georgia, are within the warning at this time, but haven't been hit just yet. Now, you'll also notice this inflow notch here. It's a little bit of rotation we have going on with the storm. That is not going to be tornadic, at least yet. So I'm not seeing any signs of a tornado at this time. But I am seeing some signs that this could be a pretty strong storm here, with maximized pockets of wind reaching toward the 90-mile-per-hour mark up in the air here. So about 80-mile-per-hour mark probably near the surface. That's what the Weather Service has here. So this is our strongest storm right now. The one heading towards Tallahassee here. And it's this general chunk, once that loads in here, this general chunk, in particular the northern side here, that is the strongest. And so that's what we're concerned about over the next few hours. So, following counties are within this warning. In the state of Alabama, Houston County. In the state of Florida, Jackson and Gadsden counties. In the state of Georgia, Decatur, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Baker, Early, and Seminole counties. And those are all the counties within this destructive severe thunderstorm warning at this time. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're going to continue to see how things evolve here. And we continue to see numerous severe thunderstorms around it with winds of 60, 70 miles per hour or so. But this entire line here, stretching all the way from around Albany, Georgia to Crestview, Florida, is dangerous. And it's going to continue to move southward before it either moves off the coast or down into central Florida. There's a severe thunderstorm watch that's currently in place. This box for northern part of the main peninsula of Florida. This panhandle is already included in a different severe thunderstorm watch. We have this dangerous arc of storms. This line's kind of ahead of the main line. We also have this severe thunderstorm here in South Carolina. This actually produced a brief tornado earlier. This severe thunderstorm is now heading off the coast and is no longer of much concern. Let's move back now to Mississippi. Mississippi does have a complex of severe storms moving through it, and it has some severe storms from Arkansas that are about to move in. So let's start with the complex near Hattiesburg here. This complex of storms had some wind reports here of some damaging straight-line winds up to around 65 miles per hour. And so the Weather Service has 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail as the warning there for people living in Hattiesburg. That's for Forest and Jones counties. However, the warnings around it are now at 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds to not even an inch. So the main places, Perry, Wayne, and Greene counties, now within the severe thunderstorm warnings for this, that have died down some. And the storm does look a bit weaker, to be fair. So kind of expected that things have died down just a little bit. In that regard. Let's now talk about what's going on in Arkansas. We have our robust established supercells from earlier that were near Little Rock, Hot Springs, Russellville accordingly, that are now way south here. So we have firstly our main dominant supercell that's kind of been the show in Arkansas tonight. And that is still a considerable severe thunderstorm. Hail 2 inches in diameter with that thing, perhaps even larger still. There was 4-inch hail reported with it way earlier, softballs. That was when we were talking about how large it could be. But currently, they have 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm, with this warning until 8 p.m. for northeastern Cleveland, west central Dursa, and southern Jefferson, as well as Lincoln counties. This is for a considerable damage threat 2-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. No possibility of a tornado at this time, although it does have that hooking look that you like to see with storms that have the possibility of a tornado. But we can see here there are some stronger velocity signatures, so who knows? Maybe in the not too distant future, this could be a tornado threat. I don't anticipate it, though. Not at this time. If any of you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. In other news as well, we are now joined by Ram Turtle, or Ryan Meta, one of our team members here on Advective Weather. Thank you so much for joining me. What are your thoughts on the current severe weather that's ongoing across the southern United States?
Definitely a lot more than I didn't really see this coming today, and seeing that there was a moderate risk today, quite surprising to see. Yeah, I wasn't really expecting it at all, and I think it's definitely performed a lot more than I was expecting as well. Uh, Very strong winds, pretty much all across the South. Severe thunderstorm warnings, pretty much all over. I saw there was a tornado just south of Charleston, or maybe a bit further than south of Charleston. But so definitely quite an active day for getting towards the end of severe weather season here.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. I completely agree with you. This has been a significant day for severe weather. I mean, in a variety of states: Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and now South Carolina as well. So this has been a rather widespread event. I think the moderate risk is more than warranted. We're going to see if they
Absolutely.
maintain that moderate risk here as we head into the evening and overnight hours. We've had our first major line of storms move through. A lot of our atmospheric instability is starting to go away. However, there is a lot of agreement that there's going to be another round of severe storms that moves through this area overnight. Do you think they're going to hold the moderate risk for that, or do you think they're going to drop it here at top of the hour?
Uh, I think it could go either way at this point. With Because it's definitely, you're right in that this event looks like it's starting to possibly die down, but I still think they could definitely be justified in holding the moderate risk for at least the next hour.
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with you. If I were a betting man, I'd say they're probably going to drop it, but we'll see. We'll definitely see. I think it'll definitely be smaller, if nothing else.
Oh, absolutely. And definitely probably more concentrated towards the southern Georgia, Florida Panhandle region.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you in that regard. I also think they might leave some because Mississippi didn't get anywhere near as hard hit earlier today as thought, and now we're going to have this next round moving into those favorable conditions. So we'll see. They might hold it there, but it's a complicated
Possibly.
setup today. So we'll
Yeah,
just
definitely a lot going on in a lot of places.
absolutely the case. But again, it's greatly appreciated that you've come on today. We've had a lot of the team actually come on today. It's been nice.
Yeah.
We have a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that's just come out here. This is in replacement of the particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch that we had earlier today. That's been canceled slightly early, and in its place has come this new watch, Severe Thunderstorm Watch 301. So this is for far southeast Arkansas, northeast Louisiana, and central Mississippi until 2 a.m. Central Time. This is for scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 3 inches in diameter, significant wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour. And given that watch, I think it's all but certain now that they're going to downgrade to an enhanced risk here, as they're much less aggressive with the watch wording, the statements, all that stuff. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, definitely seems like it.
Yeah, and with that being said, if it does look like they do downgrade to the enhanced risk, we will stay on the air for the remainder of the hour, for the next hour here or so, all the way until 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern, before we do go off the air. If they don't downgrade, we'll have some decisions to make in
Yeah.
regards regards to how that's going to look as we head into the overnight hours here. That's for sure. But today's been an active day, and while we haven't gotten the gigantic derecho I think some of us were expecting, it's been substantial. It's been significant.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the amount of area that's been affected, I think, is what's really substantial for this event.
Completely agree. Would like to note Jackson, Mississippi now in yet another severe thunderstorm warning now for 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Their second of the night. Might even be their third of the day. We'll see, but Jackson, Mississippi in another severe thunderstorm warning. You had your arc move through earlier. Gonna have another one move through now. It's not going to be very long-lived, but it's going to pack a punch. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1.25-inch hail. That's for Rankin, Smith, Scott, Hines, and Madison counties. We're also getting a severe thunderstorm warning in Wyoming. Considerable severe
I did
thunderstorm
notice
warning
that.
in the state of Wyoming. This is quite odd. I don't think this was expected.
No, but 70 mile
No.
per hour wind gusts and $half size hail
Yeah, wow.
just north of Cheyenne.
Yeah, and then there's another severe thunderstorm with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading in the general direction of Cheyenne. So we have severe storms in Wyoming. We had some in Boston earlier today too. That's
Oh yeah, I see those now.
That's substantial. So we'll see if the SPC upgrades to a marginal risk there because of those storms. But that's a significant threat that was not expecting us to see today.
Oh yeah, right towards downtown Cheyenne.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, every day you see something new.
Yeah, that's for sure. If anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask us and we'll be more than glad to answer them. We're going to have a new Storm Prediction Center outlook come out in just over 15 minutes time. We're going to see if they keep the moderate risk or drop to enhanced. I would anticipate a drop to enhanced, but we'll just have to see. Although the overnight hours, we still have a long way to go until the threat is over. And then, of course, we have an
Absolutely.
active stretch of severe weather tomorrow all the way through Sunday. And if we do get upgrades to enhanced risks, we'll definitely have a full-blown video. If not, you'll probably see a YouTube short out of us at some point tomorrow. So that's the current plan. As the situation continues to unfold, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, 2-inch hail according to the National Weather Service for the severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Arkansas. That's quite significant.
It's quite robust. It was up to grapefruits earlier today. 4
Yeah.
inches in diameter softballs. Also, something else here. We did have, what is that? Yeah, we did have some severe wind gusts reported near Decatur, Oklahoma, and in Bainbridge. In Decatur, Georgia, we did have a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust reported. And we have a pretty substantial severe thunderstorm here that's heading in the general direction of Tallahassee. It's marked as destructive for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's still looking serious here. So we'll see. Tallahassee could get slammed here.
Oh, absolutely. And back onto southeastern Arkansas, a severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for several places in southeastern Arkansas and northwestern Mississippi. Central Chillicothe County, northeastern Ashley County, those are in Arkansas, and then Mississippi, southwestern Sunflower County, the entirety of Washington County, and northwestern Humphreys County. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half sized hail.
I see that there. And then we also have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's just gone into effect in the state of Mississippi. This is with this complex of storms that's been moving through. It's now past Hattiesburg. It's on the southern side of the state. That had looked like it had been calming down here, and it has been on the hail front, but at the same time, the winds have gone up. So now, in central Perry, southeast eastern Wayne and Greene counties, a severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 8:15 p.m. Central Time. That is for winds up to 80 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. That includes Richton, Leakville, Beaumont, New Augusta, McLean, and State Line. So many areas there, all in the state of Mississippi, now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning that was destructive down in Alabama, that's now moving towards Tallahassee, that has been updated and remains destructive. So now we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning there for Floridians. So 80 mile per hour wind gusts with that storm, as well as ping pong ball sized hail as this heads for the city of Bainbridge, Georgia. And this is going to include Colquitt, Bainbridge, Quincy, Wingham, Greensboro, West Bainbridge, Chattahoochee, Sneads, Granta, Greenwood, Attapulgis, Climax, Princeton, Bascom, Juniper, Douglas City, Jameson, Recovery, and Harrell's Still. So numerous areas here within that destructive severe thunderstorm. Confirmed spot or confirmed winds, 70 miles per hour there. That's from the city of Bainbridge, Weatherston. So that's a valid report there. But numerous severe thunderstorms continue to traverse Arkansas, Mississippi as we head into the overnight hours. Our severe thunderstorms in Texas are definitely underperforming. And our thunderstorms in Arkansas, our new ones that are bubbling up, are not quite making it to severe limits. So I think that in the overnight hours, the energy from the atmosphere may be a bit more zapped than what some models have called for. We'll just have to see as we head into the overnight hours. But again here, just over 10 minutes time, a brand new Storm Prediction Center outlook will come out. We'll get to see what their latest thoughts are on the situation in that regard, and then we will make some decisions on how the live stream for the remainder of the evening is looking. If anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us, and we'll be more than glad to answer them. If you know anyone in the severe weather risk tonight, anywhere from around Dallas, Texas, all the way to around Macon, Georgia, please feel free to send this to them as well. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask us too. We're happy to answer them, and we're going to stay here for at least the next hour or so. However, after that, we're probably going to end up going off the air here, so that's the current look at things at this time. We're just going to continue to watch the weather as this active day continues.
We actually got two new severe thunderstorm warnings. The first one is issued by National Weather Service in Little Rock, Arkansas, and it is for northwestern Clark County, northern Pike County, east central Polk County, and southern Montgomery County. Interestingly, those are all in western Arkansas. So it looks like one of those may have gotten to severe limits. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Locations impacted include Glenwood, Amity, Norman, Mimosa, Little Missouri Falls Recreational Park, I guess that is. It's cut off, unfortunately. Bard Springs Recreation Area, Albert Pike Recreation Area, Black Springs, Big Fork, Bear Creek Public Use Area, Welsh, Rosboro, Lodi. I think these are slightly cut off. I don't know why my thing has done this. But some place names have slightly cut off. Langley, Fancy Hill, Roaring Branch Natural Area, and Caddo Gap. That's for 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. The other one was issued by the National Weather Service in Memphis, Tennessee, and that's for Clay County in eastern Arkansas. Locations impacted include Pigot, Corning, Rector, Chalk Bluff Natural Area, Reno, Noble, St. Francis, Pollard, Greenway, McDougal, Success, Datto, St. Francis, Crockett, Nimmons, Tipperary, Decoria, Twin Oaks, Palatka, and Heelstring. That is also for 60-mile-per-hour gusts and quarter-size hail. That was quite a mouthful.
Yeah, it's quite a lot, but those are a couple of those new severe thunderstorm warnings we have in place. For those that are just joining us, I also like to remind you we have a considerable flash flood warning in place for Albany, Georgia as well. Flash flooding can't be left out here, and that is until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So current things we're really monitoring right now are that considerable flash flooding in Albany as rain continues to fall, the destructive severe thunderstorm heading in the general direction of Tallahassee, Florida, and then the complex of storms that just moved through Hattiesburg. It's heading in the general direction of Mobile, Alabama, that is also severe and producing destructive 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So those are the major things we're watching. We're also going to be taking a look at the brand new severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, here in not too long. So that'll be something to look at for sure. And with that, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's just gone into place for our destructive storm. They have now downgraded it to a considerable damage threat. That is still nothing to scoff at, though. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Mobile and Washington counties in Alabama, George and Greene counties in Mississippi until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, radar-indicated rotation. This is for Kittrell, let me see here, Lucidale, Lakesville, Chunchula, Gulf Crest, Deer Park, Tibby, Fruitdale, McIntosh, and Wilmer. So those areas, those counties, and those areas now within a severe thunderstorm warning for 3/4 inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
And more activity in southeastern Arkansas as well. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for southwestern Dacia County, northeastern Drew County, and southern Lincoln County. And that's until 8:30 p.m. local time. Locations impacted include Dumas, Star City, Mitchellville, Winchester, Plantersville, Cane Creek State Park, Garrett Bridge. And that is actually for 60-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball size hail. That's 2.5 inches in diameter. Considerable damage threat there. So lots of stuff going on in lots of places.
Yeah, no, it's been somewhat crazy. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Tallahassee. It's going to be the final thing we go over here before we do get off for the next little while. But a new severe thunderstorm warning, including Tallahassee, Florida. Looks like our super bad wind core is going to move north of there. Tallahassee only in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So in Florida, get it in. Jefferson and Leon counties, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 Eastern for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A little bit further east there, including Madison, Florida, severe thunderstorm warning in place for Madison County until 9:15 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Ryan, do you have any last comments here before we head off for break?
Not particularly. Just keeping a tab on things.
Yep, and that's the current plan from us. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes to go over the brand new Storm Prediction Center outlook and what the remainder of the stream looks like. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Advective Weather Live. We are here just monitoring and waiting for the Storm Prediction Center to come out with their brand new outlook here, which should be out at any moment now. While it's happened, we've had a few things happen while we're gone, the first of which being a new severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas. Ryan has the details.
Yep. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came up at the tail end of the break there. That is for central Stone County, northwestern Independence County, and central Izard counties, all in north central Arkansas. So, pretty much severe weather going on in all corners of that state. That is until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And unfortunately, I still seem to be having some issue with my display cutting off location names. So
Okay.
I'll try to see if there's any I can pick out here.
I can read them
Mountain
off if that'd
View,
be better.
Melbourne. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, here, I'll get them. So, again, that's for Stone, Independence, Izard counties until 8:30 p.m. The locations impacted. This is a giant list. Buckle up, everyone. We've got Mountain View, Melbourne, Cushman, Mount Pleasant, Franklin, Brandenburg, Cooker, Lone Star, Gid, Harpel, Stella, Lunenburg, La Crosse, Blanchard Springs Campground, Guan, Allison, Alco, Mount Olive and Izard County, Zion, and Violet Hill. Good Lord. It's a lot.
Yeah. It's also just really hard to tell which ones are actually cut off and which ones are just really weirdly short place names.
Yes. Our
Yeah.
complex of severe storms there heading into Alabama is starting to look a bit like a supercell. And it's got some pretty gnarly winds to boot here. It looks like we've got some winds there detected up to around 70 miles an hour, which is what this is rated at by the Weather Service. So that's definitely interesting. And then as we move over here, it does look like our line of storms is starting to peter out a little bit there in Florida. Line of storms is really beginning to weaken.
Yeah. Although actually we do have another severe thunderstorm warning for a long list of counties in Georgia.
Oh, there we go.
That is for Cook County, Berrien County, Lanier County, Lowndes County, Brooks County, and then Eastern Thomas County, Eastern Colquitt County, and Southern Tift County. Those are all in south central Georgia. That's until 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And locations impacted include Nashville, Adel, Valdosta, Lake Park, Lakeland, Quitman, Moultrie, Hahira, Sparks, Boston, Enigma, Omega, Ray City, Norman Park, Lenox, Alfalfa, I think that is, Pavo, Interstate 75 at exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, and Remerton. That is for just 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so a solely wind-based watch here, but definitely quite a large area.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a wind-based warning there that is continuing its march with that arc of storms moving through Georgia. And we're going to continue to see this line of storms maintain itself for a little while longer, although not too much longer. As we move into the evening, this line of storms is really going to start to fizzle out. We're going to have a secondary line of storms that really starts to make itself known as we head into the overnight hours. It's going to be these kind of storms in Arkansas that are expected to come together a bit. However, they might remain somewhat more discreet and then die off a bit earlier as a result. So we'll just have to see here. There's been a lot of things that have evolved a bit differently than expected today, although that's almost always the case with severe weather. You're never going to be perfect with it. And so that's just something that needs to be accepted here. We do now have a brand new convective outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. They have downgraded to an enhanced risk here. So the moderate risk is gone. This point, the main threat for severe weather, according to the Storm Prediction Center, has passed. That's what we suspected, because the conditions just aren't as good anymore But yes, now an enhanced risk, according to the Storm Prediction Center for the remainder of the evening. So once all that loads in, we're going to go over that. We're going to go over what that means. We'll continue to go over what's currently happening, what that does mean, and Ryan, I think you can agree with me here. We're probably going to go off the air here at top of the hour.
Most likely. I mean, this event is definitely beginning to peter out, and the following line of storms, while still, will be significant, not severe weather significant.
I think we
I
could
don't
even see some
think.
severe thunderstorms out of it, some damaging winds, some large hail, but it's not going to be your 70, 80 mile per hour winds, your 2, 3 inch hail. It's going to be more
Oh
those
no.
60 mile per hour wind gust, 1 inch hail kind of things, maybe 70 in some cases. But this line that's moving through in the overnight hours is going to be much tamer. The main reason for that is that we have nowhere near as much atmospheric energy. We had about 4,000 to 5,000 joules per kilogram of energy earlier today. Now in the areas this is going to be heading around, it's going to be around 2,000, 3,000, maybe 4,000. So 2,000 to 3,000 rather than 4,000 to 5,000. That's a big difference. And that's going to be the main difference maker in terms of the storms that we're currently looking at, and why it is they're not going to be quite as potent as what we
For
saw
certain.
earlier today.
And we do have another severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Arkansas, or excuse me, northeastern Arkansas, actually. This is for northeastern Greene County, southeastern Clay County, those are in Arkansas, and then as well as southeastern Dunklin County, that's in Missouri. That's until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and $half size hail. That's 1¼ inches. Locations impacted include Kennett, Senath, Marmaduke, Hornersville, Arbeard, Hubner, Fritz, Mounds, West Kennett, Leonard, Noland, Rives, Hornersville Junction, Octa, Scobeville, Vincent, Gilbert, Caruth, Deerland, and Europa. And that is until 8:45 Central Daylight Time.
That's fair enough there. As this dangerous situation does continue. And yeah, we'll just have to see how these cells evolve. But as of now, it's not looking like it's going to be a particularly potent evening from here on compared to what we have had. But yeah, I guess what we'll do now is we're just going to go over everything kind of from bottom to top. So what's going on with the warnings, what's going on with watches, mesoscale discussions, the latest SPC outlook. We can take a look at some weather models, the long range, things like that. And then if you guys have any questions or anything in the chat, we'll be happy to take them at the back end. Ryan, does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. So do you want to go over some warnings for us, or would you like me to do it?
Sure. Although I don't have a good. Let's see. So for Florida and Georgia, we still have several active. We have the big severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia. That's the wind-based one. We have a couple. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning active for the Tallahassee area. I believe that's for 70 mile per hour winds.
For
And then
60.
we have a couple more. 60?
Yes.
My bad.
It's all good.
So we have quite a lot going on in Georgia, southern Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle, which includes Tallahassee, which includes Valdosta. So a few populated areas there. I'm pretty sure most of the South Carolina stuff is gone by now, or at least the warnings are.
Yes.
I believe there is one for southeastern Alabama. I believe that might have been the 70 mile per hour one.
Yes, that is expired.
Oh, that one's expired. Okay. And then we have a lot going on pretty much in all corners of Arkansas. We got warnings on the western side of the state. We got warnings in north central Arkansas. We got warnings in We just had the one issued for northeastern Arkansas and the Missouri Boot Heel, and we also had some in southeastern Arkansas as well. So really all over the state of Arkansas. And we've had a couple in Mississippi as well, including Jackson, and a lot that concentrated both in central Mississippi as well as just south of Hattiesburg has some activity as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have all kinds of stuff going on here. No destructive severe thunderstorms at this time. That's good news. That's what we're currently seeing. That's kind of the overview here, the picture when it comes to warnings at this time. So that's what we're currently looking at there. When it comes to watches, we have quite a few watches in place from the Storm Prediction Center. So I'm just going to go over all of them to the best of my ability from 294 to 301. So the oldest watch in the book is Tornado Watch 294. That expires at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, so that's just under an hour. There are some thunderstorms moving through southern Georgia right now. None of them are severe nor tornado warned within this watch area. However, we are going to see some stronger storms with some strong winds move into that general direction soon, so a new watch may be warranted there at some point in the near future. That's Tornado Watch 294. Generally, they were talking about a moderate threat for tornadoes, strong winds, large hail. However, this threat has diminished considerably, and I would say at this point that the severe threat, while by no means zero, is substantially lower than it once was there. When it comes to Severe Thunderstorm Watch 295. This was for our storms in Texas. This was for big to giant hail. And as I say that, we get a severe thunderstorm within that old tornado watch region. So that's great. We'll go over that momentarily. But right now, we're going to go over Severe Thunderstorm Watch 295. That expires at 10 p.m. Central Time. So that's just under 2 hours. That's for large to very large hail, which we most certainly got with these, and scattered damaging wind gusts. Those storms have begun to die down a bit as well, so that's not so bad at this point. Let's take a look at the next weather watch here. This one is for a lot of Alabama, small chunks of Florida and Mississippi. This was primarily a wind-driven watch for the southern side of the states. That watch expires at 10 p.m. Central. Our next weather watch here, this one is in Arkansas for some of those stronger storms we have. That expires at midnight. That's for scattered large hail and damaging wind gusts. That's been happening throughout the evening in Arkansas. Our next weather watch, 298, that's a tornado watch there in place, including Tallahassee, which is currently about to get impacted by a severe thunderstorm with wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. It's a wind-based watch. This watch here downstream in Texas, that's for some potential for severe thunderstorms that might happen later this evening overnight, but damaging winds and large hail are the primary threats. An isolated tornado or two can't be ruled out. That also includes Louisiana. We have a very small severe thunderstorm watch in Florida for the potential of a few severe thunderstorms overnight. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning that's about to move into that general region here as we do head into the overnight hours. And then 301, the final watch. This is the watch to replace our particularly dangerous situation watch from earlier today. That severe thunderstorm watch primarily being for damaging winds and large hail. That watch expiring at 2 a.m. tonight. All right, with that, we do have some new warnings, so let's go over them. The first one near Jacksonville, Florida. This one is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail in Nassau County in Florida and Charlton County in Georgia, and there's some stronger winds in there, localized maximum, and that hook there, that could be a tornado producer in not too long. So I'd be watching out here for the possibility of a tornado. They do mark the possibility of a tornado near Jacksonville, Florida. The other notable thing that's happened here is our severe thunderstorm warning out in Mississippi has been upgraded to a considerable damage threat, and that does include Jackson, Mississippi. So in Jackson, we now have hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. Wow. So it's tennis
Yeah.
ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible for Jackson, Mississippi. So if you're in Jackson, you need to be in your safe place here. That's some big hail. Make sure that you're out of the way of that. That's dangerous. Wow. That's surprising. I was not expecting that. I think those are the major developments. Do you have anything else I've missed, Ryan?
I think so, although the severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama, I I don't know if it's an upgrade or not, or if this was still the old warning, but it's up to 70 miles per hour in terms of wind gusts. That's in southwestern Alabama
Yes.
for Citronelle, McIntosh, and Vinegar Bend.
Yes, it's been around that for a while. That storm actually used to have 80-mile-an-hour gusts to its name. Yeah, that's for Greene. That's actually not for Greene anymore, but yeah, that's for Mobile and Washington counties there, as this complex of storms is nearing its end.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the current state of things there. Let's go over the new Storm Prediction Center outlook. Ryan, have you been keeping track of it?
Yes, I have.
So, what are your thoughts here? We have now an enhanced risk of severe storms, and that stretches from around southeastern Arkansas. Still includes places like Jackson, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola, Florida. An enhanced risk there for severe
Pretty much
storms. Do you think that's
pretty much
reasonable?
going from southeastern Arkansas all the way to pretty much the Atlantic Ocean with just north of Jacksonville. Jacksonville's in a slight. I think this is very reasonable. The downgrade is totally understandable. This system is beginning to peter out, or I guess I should say this event is beginning to peter out. But nothing too surprising with this update. Definitely anticipated the downgrade there.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I did as well. As we take a look at the new probabilities for this, we do have a small, now narrow stretch of 5% tornado corridors here. This is a very narrow corridor where the Storm Prediction Center deems that there is still a small chance of some spin-up tornadoes as we move into the overnight hours. I think this is reasonable. This is kind of where our maximization of CAPE is. We also have a bit of wind shear, a bit more than we thought we would have, so I think that's completely reasonable.
Yeah, a tornado or two is still definitely possible. The wind risk has actually gone down. It was 45%. It has been gone down to 30% for most of the enhanced area. I think yes, it is identical. With a significant severe hatched area across southern Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of that last bit of the primary system that we were concerned about, which has produced some pretty damaging wind gusts as it's evolved into a line. And then finally, our hail risk. The 30% corridor is a bit confined there. Georgia's not included. It has to do with these new cells developing, and that hatched region extends from southeastern Arkansas into central Mississippi there, including Jackson. But beyond that, as we head into Alabama, the hail threat begins to die off as well. So a bit of a wind threat remains overnight tonight, a bit of a hail threat as well, and a tornado threat. So all hazards are most certainly possible, but they're definitely less likely than they were before. With that being said, we do need to now go and turn our attention to the states of Arkansas and Mississippi as a new severe thunderstorm warning has gone into place. It's been deemed destructive now by the National Weather Service. This one includes Greenville, Mississippi. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in place until 8:45 p.m. for northeastern Chickett, southwestern Sunflower, Washington, and Humphreys counties in the states of Mississippi and Arkansas. This is a destructive severe storm with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 3-inch in diameter hail. Again, that's 3-inch in diameter hail, according to the National Weather Service. So this is extremely dangerous. This is the kind of stuff that'll blow out your windshield. This is the kind of stuff that'll break windows in your home. This is the kind of stuff that'll damage roofs. So make sure you're indoors, you're in a sturdy building with an interior room. That's a dangerous situation. That's a dangerous storm, and that's producing some giant hail right now. So that's a destructive severe thunderstorm and a half, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and definitely on the windshield thing, actually. Uh, just the other day, I had a small rock, definitely smaller than 3 inches diameter, chip my windshield. So,
Yeah, it's a dangerous situation for sure.
it's a lot. I mean, it affects a lot. It can affect a lot of things. Sometimes things you don't even think about.
Yeah.
I believe there's also another warning for some places in southeastern Arkansas. This is for Dacia County, northeastern Drew County, southeastern Lincoln County, and south central Arkansas County. Now that's until 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time, and that is for golf ball size hail. So that's 1 3/4 inches and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Locations impacted include Dumas, Roher, Arkansas City, Mitchellville, Watson, Winchester, Yankopen, Luca Landing, McGehee, Mills, Kelso, Reed, Garrett Bridge, Reedville, Florence, Selma, Morgan Point Recreation Area. So definitely some areas that have already seen some activity over the last couple of hours or so. It's still still under the gun for this warning. It's been rated as a considerable damage threat with that 1 3/4 inch diameter hail there for southeastern Arkansas.
It's absolutely the case. I do want to go over the Storm Prediction Center's outlook here now, the text of the outlook and what they're saying for the remainder of the evening. Please feel free to break in if there are new developments there.
Yep.
In terms of warnings, but
Actually, we do have two for Alabama.
oh, we have two new ones?
Yes.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah. First one is a long list of counties. Southwestern Monroe County, Northern Mobile County, Northwestern Baldwin County, Southeastern Washington County, South Central Clark County, the entirety of Escambia County, Southwestern Conecuh County. Those are all for Alabama, and then Northwestern Escambia County for Northwestern Florida. So both Escambia counties there. That's until 9 p.m. Central. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Locations impacted include Atmore, Bruton, Citronelle, Sentry, Flomaton, Stockton, McCoag, Gulf Crest, East Bruton, Uriah, Calvert, Mount Vernon, Castleberry, McIntosh, Pollard, Riverview, Bratt, I-65, and I believe it's County Road 1, I-65 and Alabama Road 113, and I-65 and Alabama Road 21. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The other one, also issued by the National Weather Service in Mobile, is for southern Covington County in south central Alabama. That's until 9 p.m. as well. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail, so 1-inch diameter. Locations impacted include Florala and Lockhart with that one.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at there. I'm now going to go over in a bit more detail the Storm Prediction Center's outlook here, that enhanced risk, and I'm going to read you some text and what they have to say there, and then we can go over a couple of mesoscale discussions that they've just issued as well. So, Storm Prediction Center says the following: there is an enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms from parts of the lower to mid-Mississippi Valley into the southeast. Scattered severe storms will continue across parts of the southeast this evening. All severe weather hazards will be possible, including damaging wind gusts, isolated large hail, and possibly a few tornadoes. Currently, what they're saying is for the central and eastern Gulf Coast, they're suggesting that we do have that train of strong to severe storms that's currently moving into Florida at this time, with a substantial amount of atmospheric energy and a quite substantiated jet stream support given to it as well. That should give this the possibility of having some rather substantiated wind gusts. So that's the major reason for that hatched region down there. When it comes to the mid-Mississippi Valley, they're talking about how these severe storms have a decent amount of atmospheric energy, some decent wind shear, and are expected to become a line that's going to move through similar areas to where it got impacted today, just with less atmospheric energy, so it should be less potent. And that's basically the summary there, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. If anyone here has any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. We'll be more than glad to answer them. And we're going to be going off the air here in about half an hour or so. So be sure to ask us questions if you have any. Be sure to send this to a friend if you think they'd find this useful. Ryan, any new warnings while I was talking there?
Nope.
All right, well, I'm going to continue to blabber on then about the mesoscale discussions that have just been issued courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. And we can geek out a bit more about the weather. So let's talk about this first one here. This is 1058. This is for a continued threat for large to very large hail across Arkansas as we continue to have severe thunderstorms move through that general region. So we're saying large to very large hail threat continues, and again, that's in the state of Arkansas there where that severe thunderstorm watch is. And we can take a look at mesoscale discussion 1059 concerning our severe thunderstorm watch in Florida, where they're saying clusters of storms will continue to move across the watch area, and we can expect some isolated severe storms there. We've gotten an update to our severe thunderstorm or destructive storm in the state of Mississippi here, so it's only in the state of Mississippi now. So now if you're in Chicot County, no longer in the warning. So this is still for Sunflower, Washington, and Humphreys counties for 3-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in the state of Mississippi. And I think we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas, right?
Yeah, we actually have several new severe thunderstorm warnings. So the weather let you talk for a moment. We have 3 actually. I'll go over the Arkansas one first. That is for Central Stone and Izard counties in north central Arkansas. So we saw a warning earlier for that, so that area is being warned again. That is for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Locations impacted include Melbourne, Horseshoe Bend, Oxford, Mount Pleasant, Franklin, Brandenburg, Lone Star, Gid, Herpel, Stella, Lunenburg, Myron, La Crosse, Guyon, Allison, Mount Olive in Izard County, Zion, Violet Hill, Larkin, and Boswell. And then we have 2 in Florida. The first was issued by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. That is for Wakulla County in the Big Bend of Florida and southwestern Jefferson County in the Big Bend of Florida. Does that include Tallahassee? I don't think it does.
It is south of there.
Yes. That's until 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail, so about 5/6 of an inch. Actually, just a bit more than that. Locations impacted include Woodville, St. Mark's, Crawfordville, Wakulla, Sopchoppy, Newport, Shadeville, Hell's Half Acre, Wakulla Springs, Penakea, Smith Creek, Medart, Buckhorn, Bethel, Live Oak Island, Curtis Mill, Goose Pasture, Hyde Park, Penakea Wakulla Airport, and Iran. That is until 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And the third one, issued by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, Florida, has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the entirety of Duval County, so that does include Jacksonville, as well as northeastern Nassau County. That's until 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, or 1 inch. And locations impacted include Jacksonville, Fernandina Beach, Jacksonville International Airport, the University of Northern Florida, Mandarin, Arlington, Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Yulee, and Neptune Beach. And just a reminder that a tornado watch does remain in effect until 10 o'clock Eastern for northeastern Florida and southeastern Georgia.
Hate to break in, we have a tornado warning that's just gone into effect related to that exact storm there. So,
Yep.
new tornado warnings just gone into place there with a rather robust looking couplet that's come out of this. So, we have a tornado warning in effect for Nassau and Duval counties in the state of Florida until 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is for a potential tornado. It'll be near Ocean Way around 9:40 p.m., Arlington around 9:45, Fort Carolyn, Talbot Island, Craig Field around 9:50 p.m., Atlantic Beach, Mayport, Little Tabat Island, and San Pablo around 9:55, Jacksonville Beach and Neptune Beach around 10 p.m. Other locations impacted include Talleyrand, and this is for a radar-indicated tornado. So this could go just north of Jacksonville here, but if you are within this tornado warning, it's time to get to your safe place. That's going to be the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. That's preferably going to be a bathroom or a closet. And we're now going to take you through kind of what the timing of this is going to end up looking like. So a dangerous severe thunderstorm now capable of producing a tornado moving in the general direction of Jackson, Florida. It's moving at 55 miles per hour. We're going to say 60 just to give you a bit of an aggressive time estimate. So if you're in Dung Creek, you have about 11 minutes. Eastport, 12 minutes. Damesport Manor, you got about 14 minutes until this gets to you. Yellow Bluff Port in 15 minutes. Beacon Hills in 18 minutes. Cosmo in 18 minutes. Fort Carolyn in 18 minutes. Greenfield in 22 minutes. Manhattan Beach in 24. Atlantic Beach in 24. Donner in 24. Neptune Beach in 25 minutes. That's 21,000 people or so in the path of this tornado. So make sure if you're in this dangerous situation, you're taking your tornado precautions seriously there. Let's move on back now to the state of Arkansas. I believe we do have now a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm crossing the Arkansas-Mississippi border. Is that
We
a
actually
severe
have
thunderstorm warning?
3 severe thunderstorm warnings for that area, all issued by 3 different National Weather Services.
Wow.
The first was issued by Jackson, Mississippi, and that is for northern Chillicothe County in southeastern Arkansas, northwestern Washington County in northwestern Mississippi, and southern Boulevard County in northwestern Mississippi. That is until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half size hail, 1 1/4 inches. This severe thunderstorm will be near Dermot around 8:35, Winterville and Lamont around 9:05, and Greenville and Metcalf around 9:10. The second one, issued by the National Weather Service in Memphis, that is for eastern Greene County and southwestern Clay County in eastern Arkansas. That's until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For golf ball size hail, that's 1 3/4 inches. And 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Locations impacted include Corning, Rector, Marmaduke, Oak Grove Heights, Lafayette, Noble, Peach Orchard, Pratt, Brighton, Hargrave Corner, Bertig, Stonewall, Huebner, Cotton Belt, Tipperary, Fritz, Bard, Gainesville, Mounds, and Halliday. And the third one, issued by the National Weather Service in Little Rock. This is for some of the activity in western Arkansas. This is for northern Clark County, northeastern Pike County, southwestern Garland County, southeastern Montgomery County, and southwestern southwestern Hot Spring County, all in southwestern and central Arkansas. That's until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $half size hail. That's 1 1/4 inch. Locations impacted include Arkadelphia, Glenwood, Amity, Caddo Valley, Gum Springs in Clark County, Lofton, DeGray Lake State Park, Friendship, Bismarck, Alpine, Lower Lake Recreation Area, Salem and Pike County, Bonnerdale, Welsh, Rosboro, DeRoche, Point Cedar, Pettyview, Hopper, and Percy until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That was a mouthful. I'm sorry for speaking a little fast there, but trying to get through all of these that are now coming in. And another one has come in for back into Florida. But Thomas, do you have any comment on the Arkansas ones? Quick.
Nothing in particular. Just Activity does continue to heat up there, and again, overnight, we're going to continue to see these. So even if a storm moves through, even if you're named now, that doesn't mean you're out of the woods after that storm moves through.
Yes, we've been seeing lots of instances of areas getting warned multiple times throughout the night. Even just in the past hour that I've been on some areas, I've now read off 2 or 3 times. Over back in Florida, the National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the entirety of Jefferson County. So this, I believe, does include Tallahassee. Northern Taylor County and the entirety of Madison County in the Big Bend of Florida. That's until 10:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-size hail. Locations impacted include Monticello, Madison, Greenville, Lee, Dills, Hell's Half Acre, Ebb, Lamont, Hamburg, Panetta, Eridu, Nash, Cabbage Grove, Thomas City, Drifton, Lovett, Casablanca, Waukesha, and Hanson until 10:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So I think it's just south of Tallahassee, actually, where most of this is.
Yes, it's primarily actually to the east, the south and east. That's where a lot of this is. Tallahassee's still in a severe thunderstorm warning, though, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yep. And actually, there's now in pretty much the same area. I believe, actually, I think this is the same warning. It has been upgraded. It actually has now been upgraded to a considerable. While I was reading all that, as it now contains golf ball size hail, 1 3/4 inches, and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure this. Yes, this is the same.
Yes,
warning.
it is.
It's the same locations.
Let's just check in on that tornado warning storm real quick. And near Jacksonville, it looks like if there is a tornado, it is right over the radar. That's just great. If the radar's still up, that's great. If the radar goes down, well, we know what happened.
Yeah, probably put 2 and 2 together there.
Yeah. Do we have any other warnings to read off here? There's a new mesoscale discussion to go through if there aren't.
One just got issued, yes.
Okay.
The National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Sunflower County, Holmes County, southwestern Leflore County, and northern Humphreys County. That's in northwestern and north central Mississippi. That's until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For tennis ball size hail, that's 2.5-inch diameter, so quite considerable. It is a considerable damage threat, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. For this warning, they've provided timings on this one. So this severe thunderstorm will be near Isola around 8:45, Belzoni around 8:50, Silver City around 8:55, Thornton around 9:05, Chula, Howard, and Tollerville around 9:10, Lexington and Bronzeville around 9:20, and Franklin around 9:25. Those are all in Central Time. Once again, that is for 2.5-inch diameter hail.
Yeah,
and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
And I think it could be bigger than that. I'm getting some radar returns that are pretty insane here. I mean, we're getting radar returns of 75, 76, 77 dBz here. So, I mean, that's
we've already seen
78
values,
dBz.
And we've definitely seen hail size in the past hour around this area pushing up towards to 3 inches. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised either.
Yeah, I think it's going to get even larger here. I think it actually already is. So we'll see. New mesoscale discussion courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to go over that real quick. This is for some of those storms in northern Arkansas that have been going up and producing some severe weather. They say the risk for large hail may continue for a few more hours this evening. However, they are not going to be issuing a watch for it. There's a 20% chance of watch issuance, so it's not zero, but they're saying it's rather unlikely at this time. Substantial atmospheric energy. Some storms could bubble up and produce some large hail, but they're not expecting anything substantial enough to warrant a severe thunderstorm watch.
That's a mesoscale switch. I was looking at weather watches. No wonder I didn't see it.
Yes.
I was looking at the wrong thing.
It's all good.
Yes, watch. They have Storm Prediction Center has said a watch is unlikely.
Is indeed the case. We have 20 more minutes here that we're going to be on the air before we do head off the air. So if you know anyone that's in these severe weather risk areas that may have a question, send this to them. If you have a question, please be sure to go to the YouTube chat and type in your questions so we can answer them. If you've enjoyed the stream so far, you can hit like on the stream as well. And again, just leave us some stuff in the chat. Ask us some questions about the weather if you have anything you'd like to ask about.
Yes, we're more than happy to go over certain areas, even if they might not be the maybe slightly out of the way of where the severe weather is. It's still definitely important for you to know that information. So even if you're not sure.
Yeah, our severe
More
weather
than
in
happy to
Wyoming
clear
is
that up.
gone. So just checked in on that. And the Storm Prediction Center did not take the liberty of introducing a marginal risk there. So marginal risk up there in the northeastern U.S. is gone as well, but that's some big old hail there, according to these latest radar frames.
Yeah, definitely quite considerable.
So see what happens there, but we're not going to be on the air for too terribly much longer, although while we are, first things first, Ryan, do you have anything to go over warning-wise before I go over what the models say for the remainder of the night?
I do not. No, nothing new has come in.
All right. Well, if that's the case, let's go over some weather model stuff. This is the high-resolution rapid refresh model. This is a 0 UTC model, and this is over the next 24 hours or so. Now, you'll notice it's done a pretty good job of capturing the current state of our thunderstorm makeup right now. And I'll be keeping an eye on the severe storm in the state of Florida here. The tornado warning in case anything happens with that. That looks a lot weaker now, though. But here's the current model. So we have our potent line of storms down in Florida. We have our other line of storms there down in Alabama. And we have our storms up in Texas and Arkansas. Now, as we head into the overnight hours, let me just wait for this to load in. What you'll notice is that we have these storms form into a bit more of a line. So this here is around 10 p.m. Central Time, 11 p.m. Eastern, and we start to see a bit of a line converge here in north central Mississippi heading into Arkansas. Now our Texas storms die off and our Arkansas storms begin to fizzle out a bit, although we still have a few supercells as we head into the overnight hours. This is 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. Eastern, and we see now a potent line of severe thunderstorms that's getting ready to move in the general direction of Jackson, Mississippi, and Montgomery, Alabama. At this point, Shreveport, Louisiana might even get in on some action, and Little Rock still, even at 1, 2 a.m. So heading to the overnight hours here, 3, 4 a.m., we're starting to see Jackson, Mississippi get hit here pretty hard, Montgomery the same way, and then we see some storms go up here as we get a bit of a sea breeze in the morning here, and a new line of storms forms across Alabama and Florida, and that kind of warrants our slight risk heading into the day tomorrow. And then, just for a little bit more context, tomorrow you'll notice there are some of those storms going up that warrant that slight risk in the plains, coupled with our slight risk down in the southeast. And as we do get into the closing moments of this stream, I would like to welcome another team member here. Welcome back, Alferia. Do you have additional information for us in regards to what's going on in terms of severe weather?
In terms of severe weather right now, no, but there is a day 5 outlook now. That's fun.
Yes, that's been there.
I just saw that, so
Yeah. That's fair. It's definitely been something we've been looking at. Our considerable flash flood warning for Albany has been allowed to expire and has been replaced by just a standard warning, so that's good. And how do you feel about the tornado warned storm there in Jacksonville, Florida?
It's too close to the radar side. I can't tell what it is.
it's dead, I think. Maybe. Hopefully.
You get what I'm saying, though.
Yes.
It is right next to the radar site. So
Yes. But yeah, I think generally we have our hailstorms up in Arkansas, Mississippi as well. We have our windstorms down in on the coastlines of Alabama, Florida, heading into Georgia. So we kind of have our two separate regions here. Our windstorms here in Alabama, Georgia, Florida. Our hailstorms here in Mississippi and Arkansas. But it looks like these hailstorms up in Mississippi and Arkansas are going to evolve into our second line of storms into the overnight hours. Storm Prediction Center downgrading to an enhanced risk. Do you feel that that's reasonable?
given that the moderate was in place for the expected derecho that was supposed to be going on right now, yes.
Agreed. I do think that we did get a substantial windstorm that could have ended up being a derecho with this line that's now moving through Tallahassee. I think it did happen. I think it was just less robust, less widespread, and our wannabe derecho here is now in Alabama heading into Florida. This sad little storm, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that started all the way back in Louisiana. It's been more of a long tracking supercell and Boeing segment than a derecho, although we'll see. We'll see how the classifications all shake out when it's all said and done.
We do have a question from our chat, specifically about Valdosta, Georgia, asking what the situation is going on there. I believe they're still under a severe thunderstorm warning.
You are correct there.
And that is next to that little. That is in
trying to find the one.
Yeah, Valdosta.
Yeah, it's next to. It's a little bit to the northeast of Tallahassee.
Yep.
Yeah, but that warning there is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's the primary thing. And yeah, Valdosta, you're getting hit right now. So this isn't anything out of the ordinary for you. However, this is a substantiated severe thunderstorm, so just make sure you're indoors. You're not outdoors, anything like that. Just make sure that you're taking your safety precautions, and you'll be okay from this storm. You're currently in an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms from the Storm Prediction Center into the overnight hours, primarily for strong damaging wind gusts as this line moves through. Once this is through and you get back into the more just rainy bit of the storm that's less windy, your severe weather threat for the overnight hours is pretty much coming to a close.
I'd say it's a pretty fair analysis of what's going on with that large warning in southern Georgia, including Valdosta. Is there any more warnings that have come in? Yes, there is.
Yes, there's one big one actually in Florida.
Yep, severe thunderstorm warning for the entirety of Lafayette and Taylor counties in the Big Bend, as well as northern Dixie County. That's until 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. That's 1-inch diameter. Locations impacted include Mayo, Perry, Steinhatchee, Pinland, Tennille, Jug Island, Clara, Buckville, Scanlon, Deckley Beach, Jonesboro, Jack Lee Island, Grady, Hatch Bend, Foley, Salem, Harry Foley Airport, San Pedro Junction, Hampton Springs, and Cedar Island. That is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail until 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah, we're going to be on the air for about 10 more minutes, so while that happens, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, or anyone you know that you think would find this stream useful, please share this with them. Beyond that, we're also going to, for the remainder, assuming we don't have any new big warnings or anything, I think it'd be good to go over kind of the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks over the next few days one last time, just to give the viewers an idea of what to expect here, because severe weather is not it's not ending anytime soon. We've got the next few days of severe weather to go over. So does anyone feel particularly inclined to go over the day 2 through 5 severe weather outlooks?
I don't know much about what's happening, so
I can, although I don't have it pulled up at the moment.
Okay, I have them pulled
All
up on
right.
my screen, but you can just go over them when you want, and I'll have them pulled up accordingly.
All right. So for day 2, we got 2 slight risks active. One for the Central Plains for Kansas, Oklahoma, and southern Kansas, Oklahoma, and northeastern-ish Texas. And then we also got a second slight risk for the Gulf Coast around the Florida Panhandle, Alabama, Mississippi, as southern Georgia fits in there as well. And so definitely with that line coming currently in Arkansas, moving southward into or southeastward into the Florida Panhandle Gulf Coast region by tomorrow, and then specifically for the plains. Let's see. I haven't fully read it, but it looks like the plains looking at very large hail, 2 to 3 inches diameter probable, and 65 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts possible, with the hail being the more substantial threat there. On to day 3. There's another slight risk that pretty much paints a stripe across Arkansas from northwest to southeast, also extends a bit into Oklahoma on the western side, barely clipping southwestern Missouri, then also getting into Memphis and northern Mississippi. Let's see what this one looks like. Anything in particular? Strong severe thunderstorms, including organized clusters. At least some risk for severe hail and wind, although it doesn't specifically say anything about the particular size, although I'd imagine it would be in line with the storms in the plains from the previous day or from tomorrow. This is the day 3 outlook. And heading to day 4, there's a 15% area for southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma. And then on day 5, there is another 15% area. That 15% area moves east into the Mississippi River Valley. That is southeastern Missouri, western Tennessee, northeastern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, clipping into Kentucky and Alabama as well. So definitely a lot coming in the next few days as we end off the week and head into the weekend. But after that, it seems like severe weather will quiet down again. Predictability too low on day 6 and the potential too low for days 7 and 8.
Always good to see there. We are in a more active stretch now of severe weather again, and we kind of had a lull in May here, and now a very unusual pattern in June that's going to continue to bring setups to some lower areas here. So instead of the high plains, which are normally the ones that get it, we have the lower plains here that are now getting it. The southern and central plains and Dixie Alley primarily. So those are the main areas now that are currently getting severe weather. For all of your information, just when it comes to advective weather, if we do get an upgrade to an enhanced risk on any of the days tomorrow, we'll definitely make a video. If not, we might make a short, just given how many days of a slight risk for severe storms there are. We're also noting some critical fire weather risks over the next few days, so we might make a video regarding that. And the final thing I want to note here before we do get going tonight is we haven't really mentioned it too much, but there is a moderate risk of excessive rainfall in place, courtesy of the Weather Prediction Center, as we head into the overnight hours for southern Alabama into southern Georgia. That includes places like Albany, Georgia, Dothan, Alabama, places that have gotten hit by a lot of precipitation and are expected to get more rain as we head into the overnight hours, even if it's not severe. So that's the major thing. And as we're now 5 minutes before ending the stream, if any of you guys have questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, this is the final time to ask those things. And while we wait for some questions to trickle in here, it's time for final thoughts from our team. So we'll start with Alfuria. What are your final thoughts?
Well, it could have been worse. That, let me tell you right now, the if a progressive derecho would have happened in the area, you would have seen at least $1 billion worth of damages at least. If anything, from just the timber, probably given where it was going through. They are no joke. Kind of goes without saying. Now we did have some severe weather today that was very scary looking, and the good news is that it seemed like the larger tornadoes seemed to remain away from the big population centers of South Georgia, which is good. And so that's really all I could say. That was a case of it could have been so much worse.
Absolutely. Ironically, wind shear overperforming is the reason that the day wasn't as bad. All right, Ryan, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah. First, although there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that I'll go over really quick. That is for along quite a lot of counties in Alabama and Florida, East Central Baldwin County, Escambia County, I guess both Escambia counties, Southwestern Covington County, that's in Alabama, Okaloosa County in Florida, Santa Rosa County in Florida. That's until 10 p.m. Central. The hazard is fully wind-driven, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, with locations impacted including Wright, Fort Walton Beach, Crestview, Niceville, Destin, Eglin Air Force Base, Pace, Milton, Valparaiso, Bruton, Mary Esther, Florala, Century, Flomaton, Baghdad, Ocean City, Lake Lorraine, Baker, East Bruton, and Molino. That's until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I think today was definitely a lot happened. I think just a lot happened in a lot of different places. We saw tornado warnings in as far as South Carolina. We saw them further west into the deep south as well. So definitely a very complex event. As Alfiria stated, it could have definitely been a lot worse. And once again, some of those tornadoes definitely, thankfully, avoided some of those populated areas. Of course, we still do have the one in Florida, although I think that's expiring.
That has expired, yes.
It has expired. So definitely quite an event, just quite an unusual event in this area for this time of year. This is normally something you'd see for in the Deep South, Dixie Valley, Mississippi Valley, and out eastward towards the Atlantic Ocean. You usually see this in March or April, and it's June. Normally, as Thomas stated earlier, we usually see more stuff in the upper plains, Nebraska, Kansas this time of year. So definitely a very interesting, very complex event, but thankfully it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Absolutely the case. And with that being said, thank you all so much for watching. We do hope that the stream was nice and useful. If you did like it, you can hit the like button down below. If you have any final questions, ask them now. And I mean right here, right now, as we're about to go off the air. And with that being said, thanks again for watching. You can watch our severe weather preparation guide, link in the description below as well, in order to get some additional information on how to prepare for severe weather. And we'll be back with another video at some point soon, either on the tropics as they begin to heat up or on severe weather, depending on which one takes more priority over the next few days. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. We hope to see you next time we produce some content.